A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Urban Monk UK with Urban Monk. Urban Monk. Live from Facebook. Search Urban Monk UK. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Urban Monk UK on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and welcome wherever you're watching on Catch Up or live in this wonderful world of ours. Welcome to Urban Monk 101 Mindfulness and Why Thinking is Killing You, live on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. So I want to continue the theme of mindfulness and manifestation and talk about the RAS, R-A-S. That's the Reticular Activating System. I think I said that right. If not, Google it. And I talk about the RAS a lot in my book, The Death of a Narcissist, which is available on Amazon. So if you haven't got it, why not? So I want to talk about the RAS. The Reticular Activating System is actually a walnut-sized piece of the brain, if you like. So it's at the base of the brain and at the top of the spine. And it's basically, its job is to look at things and to control things and to wake you up. You know, if you go to bed at night, you need to wake up at 5 a.m. Chances are you'll wake up 5 minutes before your alarm because your mind is focused on waking at 5 a.m. It's the RAS that does that. If you're looking for a new car, a red car, your RAS will search out the vibrational energy of red cars and you'll see more of them. As I mentioned last week, science says that's actually a thing, but it's not the fact that you're sending out vibrational energy to the universe. It's just that you happen to be aware of a red car, so you see more of them. Well, dress it up how you like. It's simply, that's the way the brain works. Vibrational, scientific, looking for it, just feeling it, seeing it, it matters not. So in the world of spirituality, where I come from, mindfulness is about getting the body and the brain and the mind to vibrate at the universal level. And to achieve that, we need to live in the moment, to be present without fear or anxiety. When we get stressed, as I mentioned on previous shows, and I'll mention again, it's the brain telling you that you're being attacked by a saber-toothed tiger and your body floods with cortisol, getting ready for fight or flight. So the RAS is a little walnut-sized shape, part of the brain that sends out those signals or listens to what you say. In the Chimp Paradox by Professor Steve Peters, that would be classed as the computer. We've got the human, the chimp, and the computer. So any event that you have, any incident or action or want or desire that you have, we store those thoughts and actions in the computer, in the RAS. It will then pop up the next time that situation occurs and say, nah, it didn't work out so well last time, so perhaps we're best not doing it this time. For example, I might have mentioned it before, it's a snowstorm, your TV's got no signal, you want to climb on the roof and sort your TV aerial out to get a better picture. The brain, the computer, the chimp even, to protect you from dying, would say, not a good idea. Last time you did that, you slipped off and broke your arm. That's how the computer works from Steve Peters' point of view. And from the RAS point of view, it's no different. It will send out signals about what you want. It will look for the things that you are searching for, and it will lead you and guide you towards those eventual results that you're actually after. So in mindfulness and in meditation, it's about not the how, but about the why or the what. So if you manifest and you start to live in the moment and be present without anxiety, we start to think about, this is what I would like to have, this is what I would like to achieve, this is what I would like to, we call them dreams. So in modern society and modern parlance, we call those things dreams. It's really a goal, and a goal without a dream is just a wish. So we need to think about how we're going to achieve those things. And the more we think about them, like we think about the red car, then the more they come to pass. So it's not about how. People get bogged down with, I need $1,000. How am I going to earn that? Well, we don't need to worry about how. We manifest a lifestyle where that $1,000 would be there anyway. We live, as they say in psychology and science, we live as if. Spoke about it, I think, the last show or the show before I went on another walkabout. We want to look at what it is we want. We need to send out those signals into the universe. Those thoughts will then vibrate at the same energy level as the thing that you most desire. Again, science would say, well, that's not the case, because you can't just sit on your settee and wish for $1 million and $1 million will appear. But the Chinese say, and I spent a lot of time in China, the Chinese say, do nothing and nothing remains undone. So if you think about the double negative side of that, if you do nothing and nothing remains undone, then something must be happening. So we don't need to do the lottery. We don't need to go to this casino and gamble. We need to focus on manifesting through the RAS what it is that we actually desire. The universe will then find a way with those thought vibrations to connect you to the vibrational energy of what it is you want. Without being present, we can't vibrate at the universal level. We will be forever anxious. We will be forever angry. We will be forever frustrated. We will be pissed off. I'm not sure if I can say that, but Dave will tell me after whether I can or not. We'll be annoyed at the way our boss treats us. We'll be annoyed the way our partner treats us. We'll be annoyed about the way the guy cuts us up at the intersection or on the roundabout if you're from the UK. It's those thoughts, those vibrations that keep us bound to the earthly level when we're trying to get to our natural form, our spiritual level, our universal vibration. And we can only do that by being present. If the guy cuts you off, he probably didn't know, or she probably didn't know. Just let it go. Remember the film Bad Boys with the woosah? Do the woosah. It's quite simple. Just let it go. I was in Virginia City in, I'm not sure if it's Nevada or California, one or the other, where Bonanza was filmed. I was there last year, and one of the first videos that I posted from that trip was a quote that's now my Urban Monk Facebook profile. It was a little T-shirt in a shop, and it just said, "Let that shit go." So by letting that shit go, nothing can bother you. And if nothing bothers you, you'll begin to vibrate at the universal level. You'll begin to vibrate at your earthly level, which is where you are meant to be able to pass through into the next dimension when that dreadful time comes where we pass. So while we're here, think about what it is you want. Think about what it is that you desire, and think and live it as if you already had it. So if you, I'm not suggesting you go out and spend $1,000 on a new guitar or $20,000 that you might not have on a new car, but in your mind, live it as if you have it. So feel like you're a millionaire, feel like you're wealthy, feel like you live in that picket fence house made out of logs in the wilderness. You feel like you're living off grid. Live it as if, and the how will present itself. Opportunities will arise that you weren't expecting, that will guide you to the next level. You'll meet somebody, you'll start networking. A story from a long, long, long time ago. I booked a trip with my family to Florida. It was something like $2,500 that I needed. I didn't know where the money was coming from. And I wasn't the urban monk at the time, so I wasn't enlightened, and I wasn't living the way I'm living now, living as if. I booked the trip. Didn't know how I was going to pay for it, but back in the day, you could book a trip and you had so many months before you needed to pay off the balance. So I booked the trip, didn't know how I was going to pay for it. And come deadline day, when it was time for the $2,500, I had no idea how I was going to pay it. And I got home from work and there was a brown envelope letter in the mail. Well, if you're from the UK, and I'm not sure about the rest of the world, but a brown envelope normally means it's a bill. It's something that you don't really want to open. But I opened it anyway. And it turned out it was a check for $2,500 from the solicitor that had dealt with the purchase of my new house. No idea. Didn't know it was coming. Didn't know that somewhere along the line somebody was sat in an office looking at the amount of money that my builder or my real estate agent had put in a little pot for me to pay for any kind of legal fees that I might have had. So once all the legal fees were paid for and sorted out, the remaining outstanding balance was sent to me in a check for exactly £2,500, $2,500, let's say. Not something I knew was coming, not something that I was banking on when I booked the trip, but I lived as if. I booked it not wondering or stressed or fearful of how I was going to pay for it or if I was going to have to cancel and upset the children. I just carried on booking the holiday and living as if we were already going. And that's the same with every aspect of life. If we live as if, the universe will put things in place, the energy vibration that you have will be in place so that you are able to live your life as you want it to live. That all comes from the RAS, the reticular activating system. Google it. It will tell you exactly what's happening. Oh, I've got a message from somebody. Oh, hello, everybody. No, it's not everybody. It's not anybody. It's somebody. It's Dave telling me I've got 2 minutes to go. So I've waffled on enough. It's gone so quickly because I was really getting into my stride. So Google the RAS, reticular activating system. If you get a chance, hit me up on Facebook, Urban Monk UK, Facebook, and Long Road to Richmond, and urbanmonk.uk@gmail.com and urmo.co.uk. That's the website, Urban Monk, urmo.co.uk. Stay safe, enjoy yourself. I'm having a ball of a time in Times Square, although the clouds are quite still at the moment. I'm not sure if it's the bad weather, but I'll catch you all on the other side, and take care.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Guided Whispers, Insights with Robin. Live from RobinWolf.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Guided Whispers on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is Robin from Asheville, North Carolina. Happy holidays, happy winter solstice, happy everything. Almost 2026, and here we are ready to start the new year. I think a lot of people are more than ready to start the new year. Anyway, I'm a medium in Asheville and a psychic and an animal communicator. And I also do Zoom readings and phone readings. And if anybody wants a reading right now, I am ready for you. And while I'm waiting to do a reading, I have to tell you about the experience I had last week. I did a reading for this woman. She never had a mediumship reading before. She's had psychic readings, but no mediumship reading. And her dad came through. And it turned into an emotional reading. But what was so cool was that her dad is trying desperately to communicate with her mom, and her brother. And he's been trying to show them that he's there. He's been trying to do all sorts of things. So he finally said to me, tell them while they're away on vacation to look for a white owl. And I said, okay, I told them about this white owl, and I heard in a tree. And I said to them, it might not be literally a white owl in a tree. It could be a hat. It could be a sweatshirt. It could be a store sign. But your dad is trying to send you a message. And he wants you to look for that so he knows, so you know that he's around. So yesterday, what happens? I get a text message from my client with a photograph of a white owl on a hat, on a baseball cap, and then also a white owl on a t-shirt in a tree. So there you have it. The whole family was crying and happy, knowing that dad is on vacation with them and is celebrating Christmas. So remember, your loved ones are always with you, and they are trying to communicate. And with that, I'm going to say hello to Felicia. Felicia in Illinois. How are you, Felicia?
Good. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How can I help you today?
Hi. I was wanting to know if you could see anything about my marriage, my relationship currently.
Okay. Your relationship in your marriage, you mean?
Yeah, we separated about 10 days ago, and I just didn't know what you could see.
Okay. So concentrate on your marriage right now, and just think about you and your spouse and what you want.
Uh-huh.
Just think about that for a minute while I'm shuffling the tarot cards. I'm going to use a mixture of tarot cards, but also my own psychic ability. So just give me a second to tune in. So I am getting this feeling, this would be your husband, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm getting this feeling, I don't feel like your husband really wanted the separation. Does that make any sense to you?
It does.
Okay. I feel like he is taking time during the separation to rethink himself. I feel like, I don't know why I'm getting this, but I feel like he puts a lot of walls up, and instead of discussing what's going on in his mind and his brain, he just blows things out of proportion and then doesn't know how to talk about it. And I also feel
Yeah.
like he grew up in a family where life was a roller coaster, and I don't think he understands what smooth sailing is. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. So I feel like he's very good at protecting himself. He has boundaries. And it's hard to like break into them. I'm not sure how long you've been married, but I just feel like this has been his whole life. So he
Yeah.
wants to stay married. So I do feel like I don't want to say he's seeking help, because I'm not sure that he would go to a therapist. Maybe he would with you, like a
Right.
couples counseling. But I do feel like he is on this journey where he wants to rise higher spiritually and be there for you. So I do feel like he's working. I don't feel like he wants to be apart for the holidays. But I do feel like he's going to come back to you as a, let's say, letting go of his, I don't want to say issues, but I keep getting mom issues. I don't know if that makes any
Oh
sense.
my God, you are so spot on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
God help me.
I do feel like he's working, and I do feel like I'm not going to say he's going to come back to you as a different person because that would be very fast. But I do
Yeah.
feel like there will be a promise that he will work on it with you and without you, if that makes any sense. I do see the two of you moving forward together if you have the patience to wait a little bit longer. I'm getting that this summer, July, July and August, I'm getting those are going to be really important months for the two of you, building marriage and on your relationship. Does that make any sense? I mean, I don't feel like you're going to be up until July, but I do see it as being momentous.
Yeah.
I don't.
So go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say you don't see it like waiting until then.
No, I don't. I definitely don't see you waiting until then.
Yeah.
I'm not even getting 4 weeks of being apart.
Okay.
I feel like he's gonna make I don't know, I'm trying to think of the right word. He's gonna make a tremendous impact on you with his words next day or so.
Okay.
And you're going to, for once, really believe his words mean something, because I see tears, I see hugging, I see the two of you coming together and just talking. I do feel like his family comes in between the two of you a lot, and he doesn't defend you in front of his family. And I feel like he knows, he understands, he's going to grow. I want to say it politely. He's going to grow, and he's going to become the man he should be for you. And he knows that. So, but I do feel like for some reason, July and August, whether it's going on vacation or moving, there's something.
We have a new grandbaby coming in we think June, July.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said my daughter just told me that she was going to have a baby in June, July.
Okay.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I love that. Is that your first?
No, my third. He actually adopted my 3 children and did an adult adoption with my oldest, so it made him a grandpa.
Okay, awesome. So you're going to move forward with your husband though in July, August. And it's going to be, I want to say, fun, inspiring, beautiful. Again, you're not going to have to wait until then. I don't think he can wait a moment longer. So I really do feel like
we've been really no contact.
Okay, there will be contact. He may be waiting for the right time, but there will be some sort of contact. If it doesn't happen before Christmas, if it doesn't happen before Christmas, it will definitely happen before 2026. Which is funny because it's 2/26 now, so I feel like I'm correct with 2026 because the time came up as I said that. I just believe in all those symbols. But I do feel like there will be a healthier the relationship will be healthier. For some reason, mom is afraid you're going to hurt him or do something because he's been hurt before. And she just, she puts all kinds of thoughts in his head, and he doesn't know how to process.
Yeah.
So I do feel like things will, as long as, I mean, it depends on you too, right? Because I do feel like you love him very much. So you need to decide whether you have the patience to wait. I mean, I can't tell you what to do. I can only tell you what I see. And I don't see you both staying separated for too long. I feel like it's kind of destiny that you met. And I feel like he's yours, you're his. And he just needs to come to terms with things are not right. You know, he's protecting himself. He needs to also talk to you about it. So I do see things getting better as long as that's what you want. Just because he wants it doesn't mean you do. So you need to make sure that's what you want as well. Do you have any final questions? We're coming to the end.
Let's see. Do you see me having a healthy relationship with his parents?
I'm gonna say no. I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh. I just feel like it's gonna take a long time for the relationship with his parents to get healthy. I do feel like they will, but I don't feel like it's gonna happen today or tomorrow, if that makes sense. I feel like he's going to talk to them if he hasn't already. And I feel like he's going to almost yell at them, but I see acceptance and I see apologies from them, but I don't see them right away. You're going to have a lot of patience with that. You're going to also have to they're both going to have to let go. You also.
Sure.
With that, I want to wish you a happy holiday. And
I appreciate
it helped a little bit.
You did.
Okay. And congratulations again on the baby.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Merry Christmas.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Psych with Jax Potter. Jax Potter. Live from the psychicpsych.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to the show. I have had the wildest week that I can imagine with clients. So many people trying to find their balance, trying to find their center in things that are happening within the world, things that are happening within their own personal lives. So I want to talk a bit today about finding your center. I'm going to take some callers. I want to be able to support you in finding some strategies when life feels a little bit rocky or a little bit gritty. I am a trauma therapist as well as a psychic medium. So I support people all over the world in creating their favorite lives, in letting go of old stories, old limiting beliefs, in finding their balance. I'm always careful to use that word balance because there is no such real thing in this human existence as balance. But finding our center, finding our way of existing where we trust ourselves, where we know that regardless of what happens, we are okay. That we know that any challenge is actually for our highest and greatest good, which that theory alone, that understanding alone, that anything that happens is happening for us, not to us, and is for our highest and greatest good, allows us to come back to center every time. So that even though things will throw us off kilter, and even though challenges will happen in our lives, we are never completely blindsided and never completely thrown crumbling and falling apart. So I absolutely want to talk into that today. I want to pull a little card first. Honor your beauty. This is the third time I've pulled this card today. So this is around honoring your inner and external beauty, not in a superficial way, but very much in, as I'm talking, I'm hearing the beauty of peace, the beauty of inner sanctuary, the beauty of connection, and the beauty of showing up authentically, who you are, as you are, in the ways that make you feel truly yourself. Okay, so when we're talking about finding our center, some strategies that are really helpful are to understand that if you don't have clarity on something, it's not that you've missed it. So sometimes we get a bit off balance because I don't know what's happening next, and I don't know why this situation has happened, and I don't know what to do with it because I'm not getting any information, I'm not getting any clarity, no one's helping me. Remind yourself that if you don't have clarity in that situation, you aren't meant to, and that you will figure it out as you go. One of my favorite things to remind myself is I will figure it out as I go. That stops you needing to have all the answers because none of us has all of the answers. And it stops that disconnect of either sitting in the past or trying to rush into the future. So I will figure it out as I go is a really beautiful way to center yourself. Also physical acts of centering. So getting barefoot in the dirt, hugging a tree, all of those things that sound really woo-woo but are incredibly powerful for our energy. So physically grounding yourself, taking a few moments to check your breath and be more intentional about your breath. But I find that finding that center and that balance often comes from checking where our inner dialogue is jumping off to and bringing yourself back into, okay, even though I don't know this situation, I trust myself and I trust that I will work through this and I'll figure it out as I go. Okay, we're going to take some callers. Lindsay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm so great, thank you. Do you have questions you want to ask?
I just need some clarity.
Is there particular things or just clarity on anything happening in your life?
Clarity on anything happening in my life right now.
Clarity, beautiful. Okay, sorry, I was waiting for some particular things, but that's absolutely okay. I love to go rogue, as does the spirit realm. So let me just connect in with what's coming through for you. I'm feeling this sense of, I don't want to say anxiousness because it's not anxiousness, but it's a sense of unease. And that's been, the way they're showing me, it's sort of been coming in waves for you over the last year and a half, 2 years, these sort of waves of unease. And then you're a little bit settled, and then there's like another wave of, oh, this doesn't feel how I want to feel, or this isn't how I'm intended for things to go, is what I just heard. This is not how I intended for things to go. What they're asking you to do in those times where it just feels a little bit like this isn't how I intended it, this is not what I was wanting, to remind yourself of what you've been through and where you've come from and where you are now. Because they're showing me 6 years ago was so vastly different for you than it is now. And you're forgetting how much you've achieved and how different your life is now than what it was 6 years ago, and how different you are now than what you were 6 years ago. 6 years ago, there was more hesitation, there was more uncertainty, there was more waiting for others, whereas now you're a lot more certain in your own energy, you're a lot more fearless in the things that you're doing. So because of this fearlessness that you've developed, they're saying that things will begin to shift in your external world. I know that you're a little frustrated that they haven't shifted as much as you wanted already, but they just couldn't because all of the puzzle had to come together. I know you're like, oh, I've done all this work and it should have happened by now, which so many are feeling at the moment. And for some people, things are happening really quickly. And for other people like you, it's like just little dribs and drabs of things that is not coming in quickly. But they want to remind you that 6 years ago, where you were and where you are now is so vastly different that it can't help but change in your physical world because of all of the inner changes that you've had, because of how intentional you are now about showing up for yourself and taking care of yourself and honoring yourself more, because you have stronger boundaries, because you are more certain of the direction that you want to head in without having control of it. The external world is shifting. So February, there's a big change coming in February. And then August next year is like an evening out of everything where it all just feels, so much lighter and so much more peaceful and so much more playful. So with that change coming in February, that's what you've been hoping for. That's the significant change that you've been waiting for. That this is then kind of the catalyst for everything else. And by August, it's so much calmer and so much more peaceful. What they're asking for you is, I'm just going to ask it how they're saying it. What does peace look like for you now?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, now I understand why they've asked that, because they want you to get clear on what peace looks like, not the external world, because we don't have much control over the external world, but what does peace look like within yourself and within your little world as much as possible, but mostly within yourself. How do you? I just spoke about this before I started speaking to you about coming back into your center and finding your own peace. What does that look like for you? How do you do that? Because these changes coming, and they're really, really positive changes. So no fear around this. These are really positive changes coming in next year for you. Because of these changes that are coming in, you want to be able to receive them peacefully and easily. It's like, oh, thank you so much. The way they're showing me is like receiving a Christmas gift, and instead of it having 100 layers of paper, wrapping paper, and it's hard to get into and too much tape, it's I can just open it really easily and receive it really easily. So the way that you'll be able to receive your blessings easily is to get very, very clear on what does peace mean to you, what does it look like to you, and how do you get back there? So literally write down, what is peace for me? How do I feel when I'm peaceful? How does it look to me? And then what are my tools to be able to keep bringing myself back to that peaceful place?
Okay.
You deserve it.
I'm struggling right now, so I'm not at peace. So
I know you are. I know, my love, and I don't want to be condescending in telling you that you've got to find that. What your team is trying to do is let you know that it is changing. That you have been through so much. I can feel the heaviness of it, and I can feel that the rug keeps getting pulled out from under you just when you think it's going to be okay, and it doesn't seem like it is. But it's been this incredible soul expansion, and the peace is coming, but they're asking you to trust that you can find that within yourself, even when everything doesn't look that way. They're not asking you to be happy and fake everything's great. That's bypassing, and that's not what's happening here. It's just, even when it doesn't look how I want it to look, even where I haven't got to where I want to be, I can find little moments of peace, and I trust that I will be okay. I don't know if you heard what I was talking about before you jumped on, but maybe go and listen to it afterwards, because this is exactly what I was talking about before you jumped on. There's so many blessings coming, and it's going to feel unbelievable, but also a little bit like, whoa, because it's been so challenging for you for years now. And they're just asking you to be able to just have even those little moments of, I know it's changing and I'm okay, and choosing to be peaceful. You don't have to feel like that all day, every day, but they're asking you to find those little moments to come back to that, so that as these blessings come in, you can receive them easily and you're not sort of still stuck in that survival mode that you've been in for a while. They're also showing me a stronger person around you in your close-knit people, whether it's family or friend. They're a strong person. So, like their personality is strong, they're strong. Spend a bit of time just debriefing with them about the walls that you feel that you keep hitting. Like, oh, I feel like I'm making progress. And then it's like, I keep hitting this wall. I'm just not getting where I want to be. Talk to them about it, because they're going to give you a bit of a different perspective, which is really helpful and really beautiful.
Yeah, I've actually been doing that, and it's like, everyone has something completely different to say to me, and it's like, that's where I'm like, I don't know what to do. Like,
so the person that I'm talking about, you know who that is?
I'm sorry?
The person that I was talking about, do you know who that is? That I'm talking about, the strong person? Like, they've got a really strong mindset. They're just a really, like, you look at them and go, yeah, they're a really strong person.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, you do. You know who it is.
And they're the one that's trying. Yeah, and they're the ones that's like, okay, Lindsay, like, it's okay. Like, this could happen or that could happen. Like, you just need to be stronger with that.
That's absolutely it. So they're the person that I want you taking that support from and that guidance from. Don't seep your energy out and your trust out all over the place, because everyone's giving you differing stuff. You know yourself really well. You've been through so much. But when we're exhausted and when we've been through a lot, it's really hard to hear our own intuition and our own guidance. So this person's incredible for you to just rebalance and go, hang on, exactly what you're saying resonates with me, which means I already know it and I already trust it. So they're just going to kind of mirror that back to you. And it's like hearing your own intuition when you can't hear it yourself. So please trust them. They're your guidance at the moment, and they're guiding you so beautifully, because they're literally like, you're okay, trust that you're okay, because it is changing so beautifully. I know I said August is when it evens out, but there's so much more incredible stuff before August. It's just that August is when you're finally like, okay, now it feels incredible in so many areas in my life, but there's blessing after blessing coming in for you before that. This process at the moment is all about finding your center and trusting yourself.
Okay.
All right, my love, write down those things that I talked about, because that's going to help you so much too, because you can keep coming back to that and referring to that.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Take care. Hi, Sheila. Is it Sheila? Sheila? Sorry, not wearing my glasses.
Yes. Hi.
Hi, love. Hi. How can I help you? Do you have questions for your team?
Can you just like maybe tell me like what you get? Like, if there's something important? Like,
yeah, you're happy for me just to go through? Yeah, sure, can do. Okay, so I want to, the first word that came through is transformation. So are you ready to go through a transformation, or have you just come through it? It feels a bit of both. It feels like you've just been through one sort of transformation, but there's other things that you're ready to transform within your physical life. So it feels like you've been through this sort of emotional transformation and releasing some things, and you're ready to go through this physical transformation in your life. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, what's the hesitation with going through this next step, with going through this like physical transformation, doing things differently, having yourself look different and feel different, and having your life look different and feel different? What are you worried about?
What's that? I'm kind of an awkward person.
Okay, I'm so happy you said this. Is so beautiful, because that is part of what you're doing.
Pardon, sorry?
Sorry, my love. That is part of what makes you you. That's part of what makes you incredible. And you leaning into that and loving that part of yourself is actually going to help you feel completely different about every other area of your life. What you see as awkwardness, what you perceive as awkwardness, is actually so endearing and so beautiful and will attract in the soul connections that you're hoping for, attract in the support that you're craving and the different life that you're trying to get to by actually just embracing it and embodying it. Rather than seeing it as awkwardness, can you reframe it and maybe just see it as uniqueness or something different, whatever word feels great to you?
Okay. I did make a YouTube channel. And it seemed like when I made it, I kind of lost everybody in my life.
Okay. The reason, yeah.
So because a lot of my family are Christian, a lot of my neighbors are Christian, and most of my friends. So when I did the YouTube channel, I guess it kind of showed that I was into the metaphysical. So it's they started seeing me differently, and it's I kind of lost everybody too.
I'm so sorry. That's so hard. And I've been there. As soon as I started talking to you, I was like, oh, it's a similar path. I've been there where so many people did a mass exit out of my life and things changed really drastically. And you can feel that grief for that, because it is really hard when people don't accept you for who you are. But the reason I said to you before is the more you show up as you in your beautiful uniqueness, because you are really unique, but there's magic in that. That's really important, as am I, as all of us in our own way, but you have this beautiful way of expressing your uniqueness. That's why I said the more you step into it and just show up in that way, it allows your soul connections to come in. The people that you're craving, who see you and get you, and who understand your humor, who understand your interests, who understand your passions. But what happens is, if we are ready to align with those soul connections, because they're all in our vortex already, we're just waiting for them to come in. If we're ready for them, what happens is people, places, things that are in our vortex that are not aligned and don't understand us and don't value us will have to move out and clear space. So that's what's happened. I know it feels like grief and a massive loss, and please feel that, but don't stay in it. Because what's happened is, it's just, if you think of it like we all have this vortex around us of all of the things that are already for us: abundant money, soul partners, soul connections, all experiences that are for us. They're all in that vortex. And sometimes they just can't reach us physically because there's other things in the way in that vortex. So if there are people who are not understanding you and are not in alignment, the universe will encourage you to do things like start YouTube channels, so that those people will start moving out of alignment, so that the people who are meant for you can come into your world. This doesn't mean people have to completely be out of your world, but they may just take a step back in your life. You may not be as close with them, or the connection might just shift a little bit. It's actually a blessing. I know it feels really, really hard, but it allows the people who really understand you and don't judge you and are interested in the same stuff. So you've got people that you can spend time with talking about what you love, because you are craving that. As soon as I start that feeling of talking about what you love, I get this nervous rush, but it's also so energizing and oh, I just want to talk about what I love so much, and I just want to be doing what I love, and I just want to you're someone who deep dives into things that you love. You're not a surface level person within.
I actually have dreams where I deep dive. I literally, in my dreams,
I'm being shown you in the ocean. That's how I'm being shown you in the ocean.
Yeah. In my dreams, it's in a pool, and sometimes if I'm scared, I even have dreams where I go to the edge and I'm ready to jump, and then I'm just hanging on for my life, so I can't jump. So then, actually, my dog will trick me. He'll jump, and then I'll jump to make sure he's safe, and then say if we're on a boardwalk, he'll go to jump over the boardwalk, but instead he goes under. And then, of course, like, I'm not going to let my dog jump in and not make sure he's okay. So I just jump right in after him to make sure he's okay. So he's kind of like tricking me to dive deep in the dream world.
I love that's how they're showing it to you, of like, you have to just dive, you have to follow this. Like, don't. So with your dog, it's that perfect example of like, overcome the fears, because you know this is important. Like, you're not going to let your dog drown, so overcome the fears, jump into this. This is what they're trying to show you, like, overcome the fears and just jump in like you would with your dog. That's so beautiful. The way they're showing me is you in an infinity pool, and the infinity pool, at the edge of the infinity pool is the ocean, which is obviously where you can deep dive. In the ocean, you get to find all of the other deep divers, all of the other people who like crave knowledge and crave depth and can't do surface level. There's like a kiddie pool, then an infinity pool, and then the ocean. And you've gone through, you're in the pool now, you've done the surface level kiddie pool. You don't even sit there. You don't hang out with people who are just sitting in the surface level. You're at the edge of the pool ready to go, but there's that fear, and you just need to jump as though your dog was jumping into the ocean. And what I mean by that in a practical sense is share yourself fully. That's how you find the people who are also deep divers. That's how you find the people who have the capacity, I'm just going to say it how they're saying it, have the capacity to understand your humor, to understand your wit, to understand your beauty, and to understand your depth. And this is something you have craved this entire life, not just this lifetime, past lifetimes as well, but this is something that has been missing for you in this lifetime. And there's this ache of, I so want this, like, I just want to be me, and I want to have these incredible conversations, and I want to be able to sit up till 2 a.m. discovering things about new topics that I'm excited about. That's why they're showing you those. That's an amazing dream. That's why they're showing them to you. The other thing I want to talk to you about is your lucid dreams that you're having, but also talk to me about visions. Please tell me that you've started having visions, or that you just kind of go, why is that picture popping up in my mind?
I'm starting to now. Like, for instance, if I'm going to walk my dog, like, if I'm going to, like, if there's someplace I go to walk my dog, like, every day, like, sometimes, like, I'll see a picture of my dog lying on the ground, so I won't walk that way, and then everything's okay. And then sometimes, like, if I go to walk up the street, I'll feel like a nip on my leg, so, like, I'll take another road, like, things, or even, like, within myself, like, sometimes if I go to judge the situation, I'll see a vision of myself, like, maybe 20, 30 years back when I was making the same mistake. So then I won't judge that situation. I'll say, okay, well, yeah, like, I used to look at things like that, and, like, I grew, so I shouldn't judge, like, things like that.
Wow. Yeah, that's so beautiful. So you've got, your clairvoyance is really strong. So you've got more visions coming in. The way that they love working with you is through visuals, because you're a learner by nature. You love learning, but the visual stuff really helps you. So they're going to be sending you more clairvoyance images coming through dreams and through day-to-day life. I love that you're trusting it so greatly and following it, because it means that they can start connecting and sending you more of those. The other thing that they're showing me, how beautifully you do that now without self-judgment. Like, they'll show you 10 years ago or 15 years ago, and how much you've changed and how much you've expanded and evolved. And I'm really proud of you for not looking at that with judgment, because sometimes when people reflect on their past, there's a self-criticism there, or self-judgment, and they want to give you credit for, you really are looking at everything, yourself and other people, with more compassion. So they're asking you to bring that same compassion in with the family and the friends that don't understand you and don't understand the things that you are drawn to. Just offer compassion, even if you don't have to say it to them. Just sit with compassion and go, okay, we are in different spaces in our lives, in our evolutions, in our hearts. We are in different spaces. I understand that, and I wish you well. That's going to help so much in alleviating the grief that you've been feeling and the frustration that you've been feeling. Compassion is the answer to this. Lighthouse, a beacon for the people who are your soul connections to find you. You are incredible. Please know that. I know that you're starting to feel that more and more. Trust that.
Okay.
Thank you so much. You've got this. Trust yourself and enjoy the process of showing up as you in all your beautiful ways.
Oh, thank you so much.
My absolute pleasure. All right, my loves, gorgeous show. I know the next couple of weeks are going to, I may even talk about this next week, but I know the next couple of weeks with all the sessions that I'm doing are really going to be about bringing people back into a centered place, because next year, as changes come in, we want to be able to move into our lives very, very differently, with more freedom, with more peace, with more inner contentment, regardless of what's happening. So thank you for an incredible show. I'm all over socials, the Psychic Psych, Jax Potter, if you want to connect, and have a beautiful, beautiful evening.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Beyond the Loss. Conversations in grief education and healing with Sherry Dworkin-Smith. Live from SherryDworkinsmith.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Beyond the Law on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello. I'm so glad that you're here. Welcome to Beyond the Loss, Conversations in Grief Education and Healing. I'm Sherry Dworkin-Smith, SHARIDWORKINSMITH, and I am a certified grief educator, a psychic medium, and a hypnotherapist. This is our safe space where we can navigate our grief journeys by sharing our stories and feelings along the way with tools that help us move through grief in more meaningful ways. Whatever kind of grief you're carrying, whether you're grieving the loss of a person, a pet, a job, a relationship, a change in life situation, maybe you're struggling like a lot of people around this time of the holidays, whatever it is, this is a place where we can talk about it. First, I want to continue letting folks know that I spell my name because we've noticed that the AI text assistance being used by Spotify has trouble spelling my name. So if you're wondering why I keep spelling my name, that's why. So if you're looking for me, please do check A1R Psychic Radio because they've got it right. I'm Sherry, SHARIDWORKINSMITH.com so that you can find me on my website. This is our last podcast before the Christmas and Kwanzaa holidays and the new year, tomorrow, Christmas Eve. And I just want to take a minute to wish everyone a very happy, joy-filled, safe, and wonderful whatever it is you're celebrating. Even with the grief that so many of us are carrying, there's still a lot to be grateful for and a lot to celebrate. So I'm grateful for you for sharing this time with me. And as we get ready for our first caller, remember that grief does not have to define us. Grief is not linear, definitely not. And a dear friend of mine recently said, grief is a ninja. And I thought that was profoundly appropriate, especially around the holidays. Some days are going to be better and some days are going to be not. And as you're gathering with your friends and your family this week, please try to remember it's totally okay to laugh and enjoy yourself. Our loved ones on the other side are not wanting us to be sitting in dark rooms grieving them. They want us to be out there living our lives and enjoying ourselves. So let's try to do that. And if today's not that day, then it's not. Plain and simple. We don't need to justify our feelings to anyone else. So thank you for joining me today. How can I help you better navigate the complex emotional roller coaster that can be this happy holiday season? It looks like we have Carol in Cedar Lake, Indiana with us. So welcome, Carol. Thank you for being with us.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. Hi.
Hi. How can I help you today?
Are you a medium or astrologer? I'm not familiar. Well, do you want to just see what you pick up on, or do you want me to give you my birthday, or?
We're gonna pump the brakes for a second, Carol. So I am a medium and I am a psychic. I am definitely not an astrologer, though I do dabble. But our conversation today is about grief and loss, especially to help people around the holiday times to navigate some really complex emotions that can come up during the holidays when we're missing our loved ones. So is there something in that realm that I can help with?
Yes, I have many people and also pets and spirit. I'll go to see what you pick up on.
Yeah,
there's many.
It's really hard this time of year to be without our loved ones and without especially our fur babies.
I'm managing very well. It's my parents have been gone 20 years, so, but I still get teary-eyed, but it's okay. I'm fine.
Okay, of course. And because I do try to sprinkle in a little bit of mediumship with the work that we're doing here on Beyond the Loss, would you be kind enough to tell me your parents' names?
My father's name was Wilfred Krause, and my mother's name was Betty
Just
Krause.
first name. Okay, great. Just first names. We don't ever want anybody to think we're over here, looking anything up on the internet. So I always ask, and that's just good advice for any medium that you're working with. If they ask you for give them the first name. Okay.
He went by Will. People called him Will, and my mother Betty.
Of course. Well, they sound like wonderful people, and how lucky to have had them with you for, such the majority of your life. So many people lose their.
Well, they had me late in life. Yeah. My dad was almost 50 years old when I was born, and my mother was 43. They had me late in life. That's why they've been gone so long. So
they must have really wanted to welcome you in. So what a gift.
Oh, yeah.
What a gift. Yeah. And you have siblings, yes?
One.
Okay. And you also mentioned that you had some pets in the spirit side as well.
Yes, I got about a zoo. All kinds of creatures. Prairie dogs, birds, cats, hamsters, lizards, lots of cats, a dog, yeah.
I love it. Because the image that does come through to me, and you have a beautiful Christmas tree in your home, yes? So the image that does come
yes.
is, you got a very tall one.
I'm into decorating. Oh, yeah.
Love it. Well, the image that's coming through to me is about multiple pets that are gathering under the tree, because it does feel like you have some mischievous felines that would be under the tree, and it seems like
yes,
maybe
I do have a mischievous feline right now. Yes,
trying to go up the tree as well. So
yeah. This one doesn't because she's a miniature, but the others did. Oh yeah, they did. They broke broke the trees, the other ones. But this one, I have a miniature cat. She doesn't do much harm. She'll climb it, but it doesn't hurt anything because she's little.
Well, this is not mediumship, but as one cat owner to another, we do put our less breakable ornaments at the bottom, and we do try and put ornaments at the bottom that are cat friendly, so that I figure if I can entertain them at the bottom, maybe they won't need to climb up. So, and definitely no tinsel.
Too.
So, Carol, how are you honoring your loved ones this time of the year with your parents and
I am going to, as a matter of fact, my mother did a lot of writing, poetry, thoughts, just all kinds of stuff. And I today am going to go get out all of the things she wrote about our family and when I was growing up. And I'm going to go get them, and I'm going to read them today to just to make me feel closer to them. Yeah.
What a beautiful way to honor your mother's legacy.
Yeah, she was a writer. She had poems published in poem books, so she's got a lot of stuff written down. I want to go read it.
That is,
I never read it yet.
One of the things that you've never read it. Oh my goodness!
And no, because I got choked up. Yeah, but I'm okay. Just like I said, I'm doing better now. Yeah, it's because my mother was like my soulmate, and we were very, very connected. We could read each other's minds and what have you. So yeah, she took a part of my heart, and it's still missing, but I'm okay.
Well, now you've said that a couple of times, and there's two things I want to make sure to touch on with you, because you said that a couple of times. I'm okay, but I feel like, and not to get too personal, on a radio show, but it does feel like you're dealing with a few health challenges your own self. Yes.
I had the flu, but I'm just got a little bit of mucus, but I'm fine. I had a pretty good case of the flu, but I'm getting better. I do get depressed sometimes, but I'm happy today. Sometimes I do get depressed, but not. It depends on the day and what's going on.
Yeah. Well, in my opening today, I shared a statement that was shared with me by a girlfriend who said, grief is a ninja. And I thought that was so appropriate, because it really can sneak up on us and we're fine. And then all of a sudden it's like, whoa. And so there's a couple of things I want to share with you as far as things that can help you with that depression. But I want to go with your mom's writing first, because I'm so overjoyed for you and proud of you for you to take this space for yourself to look at your mom's writings and use that as something to bring her close to you, because that is so beautiful and so powerful. I would like to suggest, if I may, while you are doing that, of course, have some tissues, because it's normal to be teary, right?
Oh,
but
yeah.
If there's a piece that you that are really strikes you as something that is just really stands out for you, and maybe not something so long, you might consider taking that to a place like Vistaprint or Blurb or something like that. These are websites where you could, or Canva, where you could put her words into something artistic and make it into a beautiful wall hanging. And what an amazing way to honor your mom's work and be able to see her poetry hanging on your wall every single day. What do you think about that?
That's a great idea. Yeah, that's a great idea. There's one in particular that I remember that actually that was published that I can do that with. Yeah,
that's beautiful. That's really.
It's because it's short. Yeah, I think it's got like 10 lines to it, but it's beautiful.
And none of that is expensive. And, I'm easy to find. You can see my website up on the screen. And so if you if you need me to remind you of those websites, or if you need a little help with that, please don't hesitate to shoot me a quick email. I'm happy to help. But putting something together that, of course, but putting something together that will help you honor your mom, where you can see that, to see her with you all the time. One of the other things that I do like to suggest with people is perhaps you make that into like an 8x10, and then you could have a smaller picture in the, you could just tuck into the frame in the bottom of maybe together so that you can have, that visual as well. But just those kind of things.
Oh, I've got a visual. I've got a great visual. She visited me in a dream, probably a week ago, and she was dressed. I could tell you what she wore from head to toe. I could tell you the earrings were so vivid. I have prophetic dreams. I'm psychic through my dreams, and I have this vision of her dressed up on a sunny day, looking out up into the sky, and I can tell you the color of glasses she had on her hair, and that vision pops into my mind off and on. So I have a visual and I got that, and it was probably 2 weeks ago, a visual of her, a good visual in my dreams, and every now and then it'll pop into my head. So I
So you
already
don't
got
need
the
another
visual.
medium.
I just need the words now.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a great idea to put all that visual information into a journal so that, sometimes when we're stressed or we're in that place of depression, when it's a down day, we need these little things that can help us lift out of it. And so if you can put that visual reminder into a journal page, I know for me and for my clients, I suggest that they have something that's like a Brighten book and not Brighten the brand, but like a book that brightens, so when you are feeling blue and you feel those waves of grief come in, you can grab that book and you can look through those things of memories or dreams or visitations. It sounds like a visitation that you've had.
Yeah.
Help lift your spirits that allow you to feel connected to your loved one and feel close to them without the heaviness of the grief, where we want to honor.
That's a great idea. Yeah.
We are trying to bring that from a heavy, sad emotion into a happier, some grief is it's just going to be what it is. But if we can bring it into a happier place and we have those tools that can help lift our spirits and lift our energy, they can go a long way.
Yeah, I use crystals too.
Love it. Absolutely big fan, of course. So, well, Carol, thank you so much for sharing a little bit about your mom, Betty, and your dad, Will. And I am so pleased and just so joyful for you of the ways that you are choosing to honor your parents and to bring your mom close into your life and into your space for the holidays. And I can't wait to see the picture that you develop of your mom's poetry, because that sounds like it's going to be absolutely incredible. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Oh, well, thank you. Have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. It looks like we're going to stick with C names today. So we're going to go from Carol to Connie in Toronto, Ontario. Connie, welcome. Thank you for being with us.
Oh, hi. Yeah.
Hi.
I'm just calling. I'm calling because my granddaughter just had knee surgery, and I just want to know if you see her coming out of this okay.
Yeah.
Because she got hurt in volleyball at school.
Oh,
she hurt it at volleyball because they didn't have the proper equipment and shocked her knee, and she chipped it, and she had to have major surgery on her knee, and she's only 12. Mm-hmm. I want to see if you see her coming out of this okay, because I'm worried about depression.
Yeah. So what, and you said this is your granddaughter?
Yeah.
Okay. And what's her first name?
Maya.
That's a beautiful name. Okay. So here's what I can say is, as from one young athlete back in the day to another, okay, she's going to be fine. She's going to be fine. Now, it's really important. And volleyball, that's a tough sport, right? Very hard on the knees, for sure. And with girls, especially as girls are getting into puberty, their body is changing. And as the hips are widening, the center of balance is different. And so it's going to be really important for her, being the age that she is, in between that 12 to 16, where the body is really changing. It's going to be really important for her to do all the physical therapy things that are going to be for her to get equal strength back in her knees. But she is going to be fine, physically fine. But let's take a minute and talk about that depression. So I'll tell you, when I was 17, I blew up my knee playing soccer in high school. I was a goalkeeper. And so I definitely know exactly where she's coming from and where your concerns are. And so I'm so grateful for you to be able to voice that concern, because sometimes depression is a thing we just don't talk about. We just kind of brush it aside. And
well, she's a very high anxiety child. Like, she has high anxiety because she had to have her knee like split right open. She's got stitches. She had to have major surgery.
Yep. Yep. Well, if she continues to be a female athlete as she gets older, she's going to be in good company, because there are very few female athletes that I know that played, ball in, middle school, high school, college, that don't have some kind of markings on their knees. So if she's serious about her sport,
Okay.
that's unfortunately not an uncommon situation. But let's talk about the anxiety and the depression here for a second, because you, being wiser and seeing this ahead of time and knowing that she's going to need some things to hold on to, may I suggest some things that can help her to keep the negative feelings at bay? And one of the things is perhaps the two of you could create a playlist of music. Now, you may not like the same music, and that's okay, but perhaps the two of you could create a playlist of music together that could help calm her when she's feeling anxious, and also to help lift her energy back up so that she would feel more happy. Music, we know, stirs the soul, and it can be really powerful. One of the other things that I would suggest, as someone who has battled depression as well, is some crystals. And Toronto is an amazing town. I know you've got some great shopping up there, and perhaps you can find a metaphysical store where maybe you could go together if she's near you, but to look for a crystal that's called lepidolite. And I'm going to try and spell that for you, but I got to write it. Lipidolite. Lipidolite. Now, lepidolite, it's kind of a pinkish purple stone.
Lepidolite?
Mhm.
Lepidolite.
Yeah, weird name.
I don't know if I say it right. Yeah.
Yeah, you got it. Weird name.
Okay.
Lepidolite is really great for, really great for depression. And I'm also going to give you another one. It's called kyanite. Kyanite.
Kyanite. Okay.
Kyanite. Kyanite is also really great for anxiety. So these are crystals that you can give her that she can work with. And your crystal store person can guide you in more specific ways to work with. But basically, we want to remember that our crystals are sentient beings. So we can talk to our crystals and say, hey, this is what I need your help with. And it's so important that we say this or something more, so that whatever power the crystals and our loved ones and angels and guides can do more than what we've asked for, we keep that door open for them to be able to work with us.
Okay.
So
I will try that. Yeah.
She may be dealing with some things called anticipatory grief as well as the anxiety. And in her situation, anticipatory grief is thinking about what happens after, right? What's going to happen next? I've had this surgery. I've got stitches. I'm on crutches. I can see a long road of recovery in front of me. That can be very daunting. And the thoughts start to creep in of what if? What if I can't do it? What if I can't play? What if I can't? Right? And those can be so
I don't think she's worried about playing.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think she's worried about playing. I think it's more about like people seeing it.
Okay. So what can we do to help her? Because scars can be, that can be gnarly, right? Scars can be gnarly. My son fabulously broke his humerus, and his scar went keloid, and it was a thing. But we took some permanent marker and we dressed him up, and we told people. Now, I'm not advocating lying, but my son was about 14 when he did it, so similar age. Needed a few surgeries, and he took great joy. We had a lot of fun in telling people crazy stories about what happened. He got attacked by a shark, or he fell out of a plane, or, so I'm not advocating lying, but it was definitely something that took the anxiety out of this big scar that he had that was really, kind of front and center, and really, don't want people to be grossed out, right? So there's things that we can do to play that we can reduce some of that stress and anxiety. And the most important thing, of course, is that she's okay, right? Oh my gosh, you've got this great scar, this big scar. What a story you could tell. What kind of a story could we tell about this, about this scar that happened? Because everyone assumed my son, oh, he broke his arm playing soccer, right? Which actually was not how he broke his arm. But so everyone's going to assume she broke her knee playing volleyball, right? So what kind of fun stories can we think up to help her? And this is an activity that the two of you could do together. And honestly, the sillier, the better, because it really takes some of that scariness off of it. Because, scars, especially while the stitches are still in there, it can look kind of scary. And, with kids, we have so many magic markers that kids can draw on, and we had great fun drawing and decorating, so it'll all wash off in the end. So those are some things that can help take that anxiety away, is to just go towards the silly, right? We don't have to be so serious about everything. Thank you very much. You are very welcome. I thank you for spending some time with us. And if she is having concerns about what happens next, remind her how lucky that she is to have such supportive family around her, and that whether she goes back to playing volleyball or not, that it's these kind of experiences that build strength and character, and that build our courage to handle tough things later in our lives, because we've already handled something that was really difficult. And that her track record right now for handling things is 100%. Sometimes we need to remind ourselves of that. Thank you very much. I wish you a very happy day. Thank you. Happy holidays and Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Okay. She's going to be okay. And so are you. Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for being with us, Connie. So we still have a couple minutes left, and I want to share that as we go forward in the holidays, and we have time to spend together with family, it can be a little overwhelming, especially if, like me, perhaps your home is the center of the attention, or if your family is large, it can be a lot. And it's okay for us to step away. It's okay for us to say, I just need a few minutes, or to speak what is needed for us. And I think that's one of the places, especially with the holidays, that we tend to shy away from saying what it is we really need, because we don't want to bum anybody out, right? We don't want to bring anybody else down. But it is okay for us to say, I just need a few minutes. I just need some time, some space for myself, that it is totally okay. And honestly, because we have been saying today how grief is a ninja, thanks to my friend Amy Hale in California, that we can be happy and enjoying the festivities in 1 minute, and somebody may say something, a memory of our loved one, or a picture or a song comes on, and all of a sudden it's like with the brakes, and we just have to take a minute, and that is 100% okay. We do not have to justify our feelings to anyone else. And if you are feeling that roller coaster through the holidays, because we've got Christmas, but let's also remember we're going to go right into New Year's Eve, which is all happy, happy, right? And then a mere 6 weeks later, we have Valentine's Day, which can have its own landmines as well. So it's important that we are putting those things in place, like songs that help us remember the wonderful things about our loved ones around the holidays, or pictures that bring us joy. And as you heard me talking with Carol about perhaps elevating something that is a memory, a special picture or a poem or some kind of keepsake, that we can turn some of these things into a keepsake with a shadow box. If we have mementos that we would like to keep more front and center, so that we're reminded of the happier days and not so much about the struggly days or the sad days. It's an idea to create something for our arts and crafts minute, to create something that is going to remind us of the happy times with our loved ones, whether they be two-legged or four-legged, that we are remembering the happy times. Because so often we just assume that any kind of reminder is going to be a negative, heavy grief feeling and emotion. But when we are reminded of our loved ones and our grief comes in, we have the ability to shift that into something positive. Now, if you're struggling, please do reach out for help. The holidays can be difficult, and I would be so honored to work with you. You can find me on all the socials. You can find me on my website at sharidworkinsmith.com. That's SHARIDWORKIN Smith, SMITH. Let's set up a time to talk and see what's going on and see how grief education and coaching could help you. If you want to know more, we can schedule your New Year exploration psychic session or mediumship session, or if you're ready to make real changes in your life, let's talk about a free hypnotherapy consultation as well. You can find me live on my Facebook page on Mondays at 4:30, starting again in the new year. And for Mondays for channeled information and collective card readings for the week, where I share channeled information and card readings for the collective to help us get through the week. And all of the videos are posted on my YouTube channel as well. If you've enjoyed the podcast, please share it with your friends and anyone else you think might benefit from listening. Thank you for spending this time with me. Thank you for being part of our mission. I wish you a happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and I'll see you before New Year's. Please take care of yourselves, and Merry Christmas.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. Happy almost Christmas. Oh my gosh, we are literally a week away almost, right? About-ish. So I hope you guys are ready. Hope you're ready for the holidays. But I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. I am so super excited for tonight. So I have a beautiful guest that I can't wait for you to hear her story and introduce you to her here in a moment. Just her story is incredible and touched my heart, and God, I'm already getting choked up. I felt with the holidays and just kind of the warm fuzzies that we get during this time, and especially when we have loved ones in spirit, how hard it can be during these times. So I'm always always a sucker for a good, like, Hollywood, like Christmas, mushy story. So we're gonna get into that and talk to Raquel, who is this beautiful lady to my left. You're welcome. You're welcome. We're gonna actually, we were sitting here chatting, and I thought, let's pull an affirmation, but I'm going to have her do it here in a moment, because I've thought, if anything, it'll be her beautiful affirmation for the week. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce my beautiful friend. I consider you, if you come in and have a reading with me, you are my friend. You are stuck with me. Sorry, but yep. That might be good, that might not be so good, but I'm so excited. This is Raquel Bott, and beautiful name. Matter of fact, I love your name. So do they call you Raquel, or do you like more of like Kel or Beck, or you know how there's always short names,
Yeah. In like the professional world, I go by Raquel. My close friends call me Kel. My mom calls me Brick.
Oh, so so it just depends on who it is.
Yes.
Well, I think I'm a bit of a good friend. So,
yes, of course.
Well, good. Well, so Raquel is here. We're gonna have her pull an affirmation, and then we're gonna go into her beautiful story. So I'm gonna spread these out really quick. Now, for those of you who don't know what an affirmation is really kind of a promise to yourself. So you're affirming whatever this says, you're going to do it and promise yourself that you will stick to whatever it says. So pull one card. No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure. Beautiful. Okay. All right. So the beautiful affirmation. Now, this isn't just for beautiful Raquel. This is for everybody else out there as well. So the affirmation says, I love this.
Gosh.
I know. Did you just read that? Oh, we're going to all cry. Everybody get your tissue. Life doesn't have to be perfect in order for me to choose happiness. Today, I choose happiness.
Wow.
Okay, what a beautiful segue into your story, right? So,
that's perfect.
Yeah. So again, life doesn't have to be perfect in order for me to choose happiness. Today, I choose happiness, which I know your story, and I know that obviously, I don't think anyone's life is perfect. You've definitely had your own struggles, even as young as you are. So, if anything, that card is, I know, from your dad, and I'm sure that everybody listening is going to be like, what is that about? So I'm going to just kind of turn it over to you, and if you want to share with everybody, first how we met. You came and got a reading with me. So
I did.
How was that? How did you feel about your reading?
Oh my gosh. So I've seen you 3 times now.
Yeah.
And the first time, my mom, she was like, you need to go see Stephanie. And I was like, okay.
Her mom is amazing, by the way.
And the
apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Oh my God, she's amazing. And then I was at a point, I just barely got out of treatment, and I was starting to get back into my spirituality, and I was just barely starting to heal from my dad's death.
Yeah.
And I just knew that I needed to come to somebody to try to get in touch with him to see what was next, or not even what was next, just I wanted to hear from him, and I just kind of wanted that comfort. And so I booked our appointment, and I came, and I brought something from my dad, but you didn't know that it was from my dad, and I just barely got my tattoo from him. And he came through, and he said, like, everything that you said about him was exactly the things that he said to me when he was here.
Oh.
And
so what was it that Dad would say?
He said, that's my little girl. And he said, he said, baby, I'm always here with you.
Oh.
And then he just kind of, when he was here, he was such like dry humor. Like, he didn't laugh at his jokes until everyone else started laughing at his jokes.
Yeah.
And so he said like some things that were just really like dry, and then you were just like, he's funny. I'm like,
he's quite a comedian. Yes. He was quite a comedian.
And I was actually 8 weeks pregnant when I came to see you the first time, and I didn't realize at the time, but I had miscarried. But my body didn't realize, so I had a miscarriage, and you were like, honey, have you lost a child? And I was like, no. And that's kind of when I was just like, what? So then a couple weeks later, that's when I found out that I had a miscarriage. And that was so hard. And I got through that physically. I had to get surgery and everything. And I came back to you a few months later and told you about the miscarriage, and you said, we talked about it.
Yeah.
And then you said, but there's going to be another baby. And
I think I remember you going, maybe way down the road. Like many years down the road.
You said, I can't tell. And you said, it's either going to be in 4 months or 4 years.
Oh, okay. So we were maybe thinking 4 years.
Yeah. And so I was like, that's perfect.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Yeah.
I was 21 at the time.
Oh, yeah. 4 years. Yeah.
And
perfect.
So 4 months later, that's when I found out about AC, my baby.
Yeah. Wow.
And just like, and then we also talked about my baby's birth dad too, and about how we can go one of two ways.
Yeah.
And you said it's all up to you though.
Right. Always free will.
Yes.
Always free
and will. It ended up going exactly the way that one of the ways, like he ended. So I met him through treatment.
Oh, that's right. I do remember this now. Yeah.
So he has been in active addiction for over a year now.
No.
And so like all the stuff that like we talked about seemed to happen, and it just is crazy to me. And like it's helped me like get more in tune spiritually than I was even before I met you.
Oh, I love that.
And
I love that.
I'm so grateful, because like knowing about AC was like, I don't know, I just felt like comfort that like, okay, like this is supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Like
right.
he's supposed to be here.
Right. Yeah.
And so that's kind of when I was like, okay, like
it's going to be okay.
It's going to be okay.
Yeah.
And I knew that my baby's birth dad wasn't in a stable place, because he just barely got out of rehab again.
Yeah.
When
you found out you're pregnant,
yeah.
Right? I remember that now. That's right.
And he relapsed a couple times just in my first trimester. And so I knew that I was going to be alone.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, I had a ton of support.
Oh, yeah.
Like, an immense amount of support.
Yeah.
But I knew that, like, it was all on me.
Yeah.
And so I made the decision. I was 13 weeks pregnant when I matched with my baby's family.
Oh.
And so they were with me the whole time.
Oh, so you made the decision to put your son up for adoption.
Yes.
And you chose the family.
Yes.
And her little boy's name is AC.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. And I've seen a picture, and he is freaking adorable.
Oh my gosh.
He's so cute.
I like to say that he's my little twin.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's just like the mom naiveness of me, but I'm like, I took a lot of time.
Yeah.
You took a lot of time to get here. You have to look like me.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm sure that dad on the other side was like, all right, I'm going to make sure this little boy has some of my side, you know?
And actually, I don't know if you remember this, but you told my mom that she was going to be getting another grandbaby too, because you saw her right before me.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah,
like
that's
a
right.
week before me.
Yeah.
And so.
But didn't she think it was someone else?
She thought
right?
it was my brother.
Your brother. That's right.
And
that's right. Surprise.
Yes. And so I was like, oh, sorry. It's fine.
Yeah, it's good. It's all right. We got this.
But so like just a lot of stuff aligned so perfectly, and I guess like my big thing was that I had to do a lot of the research on adoption by myself, because it's not talked about.
Yeah.
Like it really, like I didn't really know anything about it, so I had to do a bunch of research. Wow. And thankfully I did, because like my doctor, when I told him that like this is what was the best thing for AC, that he set me up in counseling.
The doctor did?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And I love that. I love that immediately you had the resources.
Yes. And so he set me up in counseling, like trying to, I don't think that there was any bad will.
Yeah.
I think that he just knew that like I was in a hard place.
Yeah.
But
well, for anybody, right? Anybody that makes that selfless decision of carrying a baby and then deciding to find an adopted, family, and and knowing that, you know, the whole time you're carrying this beautiful baby, you're like, all right, well, I don't want to get attached.
Yeah.
But yet you do.
Yeah.
And then knowing that when this cute little baby, this beautiful gift is here, you're like, well, I'm going to have to hand him off.
Yeah.
You know? And
oh my gosh. And he is like the biggest blessing. Like, even though like he'll always be my son, but like I'm not his mother.
Yeah.
Like, I'm his birth mom.
Yeah.
And I'm so grateful. Like, I get to watch him grow up.
I love that you have that open adoption, that and I saw some pictures of the adopted family and your cute little boy, and the pictures of you sitting with them, and how this family includes you in their stuff, you know, in their family stuff, their pictures, their, you know, their celebrations, I mean, how beautiful to be a part of that. And,
oh my gosh.
And I saw the family, I saw the mom and the dad, and girl, you did good.
I know, they're so amazing. Oh my gosh.
I'm always a good judge of character by pictures, and I looked and I went, okay, Mama Steph is okay with
yes. And the crazy thing, like, everyone says that me and his mom look like sisters.
You do.
And
you do.
His dad and my dad look like they could be blood related.
Really?
Blood related.
Okay,
and
but
they have the same like energy too, like the same soul, like so safe and comfortable. And oh my gosh,
that's why you were drawn to them.
I know, because I got told, like, when you go to pick your family, you'll know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I was just like, that's ridiculous. Like, how can you know through a profile?
Yeah.
But the second I saw like their profile, it felt like I knew them.
Well, and do you feel that your dad was right there helping guide you?
Oh my gosh. And so when you had a reading with my mom, she actually showed me the recording of it.
Yeah.
And she got this from another medium as well, that like they could see my dad holding a little boy's hand on the other side.
Oh.
And this was before AC came.
Yeah.
That we knew about him.
Yeah.
And I just know that he held his hand till the moment he got here. Oh. And he has like the best guardian angel protecting him.
Oh yeah.
And
for sure.
I had a really traumatic birth, and so I had to get put under anesthesia for my C-section because it was an emergency C-section.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And because they lost his heartbeat during my labor. And right before they put me under, I was hysterical. Like, I was just like, get him here safely.
Oh yeah.
So right before they put me under, I remember I could like feel like an overwhelming, like, not bad pressure, but pressure on my right side. And I just heard, I'm with you, baby girl.
Oh.
It's gonna be okay. Like, that was like one of the first things I said when I came out of surgery. I was just like, I heard my dad.
Yeah.
I heard him.
Yeah.
And and like, I was okay. Yeah. Everything was gonna be okay.
Oh.
And so when AC's parents came in to meet him after he was born, like, this is how I know that, like, these people, like, I was meant, like, something new that I was supposed to know these people. I owe so much to them. They came in to meet AC, and they obviously checked on him. I was holding him.
Yeah.
But they came straight to me. Like, they've taken me in as if I'm their own.
Oh my gosh. So they really were like, you know, knowing how, and empathetic with how the process was going to be, but really thinking about you first. Yes. And going, well, we love you so much and we're so grateful for you, but we also know that this isn't easy, but now let's focus on you first.
Yes. Because during the pregnancy, like, we did a baby shower, we did a gender reveal, like, together.
Oh my God.
And they met me at the hospital that morning, and
wow.
Now we get to celebrate, like, our families together, like I'll say like we all gained another family.
Oh yeah. And for sure.
Like, I just spent this last Saturday with them all day, and I got to see both sides of their families. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
So
I love that.
Like, this situation, like, should have taken me down, but it didn't. Especially with, like, I am in recovery.
Yeah.
And I know that this would take a lot of people I know out, and I refuse to be a statistic.
Yeah.
And like, I got told, one thing that really stuck with me that I learned in treatment was, if your dad was sitting right in front of you, how would he feel if you were using him as an excuse to go get drunk?
Wow.
His death.
Oh.
And so now I have a baby that I have to think about too.
Right.
And like, I want to know him, and I want to know that like I didn't give him away because I wanted to go out and get drunk or get high or whatever. And I did this because I wanted him to have the best life. Yeah. And I want to be there.
Yeah, and I think that absolutely. And I think that I've shared my story too, and I think I'm 17 years recovering addict, and I know what it's like after every hour for an addict is work. It's the once you're an addict, once you're an alcoholic, whatever it may be, whatever addiction it is, you're working at it every day. Every day it's a struggle. And when I decided to get off all of the medications I was on, once I was clean for the most part, after about 3 months, I couldn't believe how clear my mind was and how it was incredible. But it was the moments of pain or sadness or stress that triggered me where I wanted to go and start, taking meds. And so I can't imagine where you were at, being still coming out of recovery, fairly new, and then having such a huge decision and traumatic even, with what you went through, and not wanting to go back to your old ways.
Yeah, I fell in love with being sober. Like I
love that.
I found a new sense of self, and I learned what self-love really meant. Yeah. And I took everything that I learned in treatment and didn't apply it just to not drinking, but I applied it to like life in general. Like I probably gained 10 years of emotional intelligence just in 6 months.
Wow.
And I have so many giants that I have to thank, that I get to thank, that I get to see every day. And
I love that.
I couldn't, I put in the work and I did everything, but I wouldn't have been able to put in that work if I didn't have the support that I had.
Right.
And I had to borrow so much love until I found it for myself. Oh, and that's the biggest thing, is that I was able to lean on these people that gave me so much love and support when I could barely get out of bed.
Yeah. Unconditional love too, right?
Love, yes. Yeah. And because when I fell into addiction right after my dad passed away, it was just because drinking was all that I knew. Mm-hmm. And my family and my friends, when we drink when we celebrate, when we're sad, when we get home from work, when we're mourning, grieving, that's just what I knew. And I fell into it too deep, sadly. I am actually grateful for everything that I've been through, because I wouldn't be right here today.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. And I'm the same way. I think that if I wouldn't have went through the struggles I did, and had my one moment, I woke up one morning and was like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to wake up tomorrow if I don't, get my what together. Yeah. And I thought, I have 2 children. So just like you, I had something more to live for. And, I thought, well, all right, I can do this. And I actually detoxed myself by myself.
Oh my gosh.
Right, yeah. And if anybody understands and knows what it's like to be in withdrawal and try to detox yourself, for one, I shouldn't have done it. I should have been in a center. I should have been under very close, watch and care. But I was so stubborn and I was so embarrassed that I just wanted to do it myself. And 3 months of hell. It was awful. It's so sick. And there's so many things that you go through in withdrawal, right? And I've heard actually to go through withdrawal when you are an alcoholic is worse. Yeah. I've heard alcohol is a lot worse than, pain meds and anti-anxiety meds and,
So alcohol and benzos can kill you from withdrawing and detoxing off of, so you have to be in a hospital or a facility to come off of it. So I was somewhere being medicated to get off of it, because if you don't, I've actually known people who have died from trying to detox and trying to get clean. But opiates and that kind of those drug choices, those are the most painful.
Yeah.
So those are the ones that are gonna make you wish you were dead. Sadly, like it's awful.
It was. Well, that's sadly.
So like it's never gonna end.
Yeah. Oh no, it was like it was hell. I'll just say it was hell.
Yeah.
But you know, I was grateful, and I'm glad that I woke up one morning and had this epiphany, because I mean I wouldn't be where I am now with sharing my gifts, because I was numbing myself, and when you numb yourself, you numb your soul, right? You numb your energy, and you're so oblivious to your purpose in life.
Yes.
Right.
And you aren't capable of love in those times. Like you're not capable of like giving out or giving love. And like I think the biggest gift in life is to help other people.
Oh, absolutely.
And so that's like the biggest message, is to like have gratitude every single day and happiness, and give back to people.
Yeah.
Because like if those people didn't help me, I wouldn't be here today.
Yeah.
And so if I can help one person in my lifetime the way that I was helped, that's the goal.
Oh, I love that. And I echo that, just because I know I always say it's like the butterfly effect, or or it's kind of like that ripple. Once you throw that pebble out into the into the lake or whatever, and it causes that ripple effect. Well, all you needed to do was throw that one pebble, and then everybody else kind of feeds off of that, right? And that's one thing I know with coming out about my gifts, 5 years ago, is just the magnitude of energy that I feel has been spread, and the love, and it started out with me just stepping out of my comfort zone and going, all right, I'm going to just do this. And for you, it was stepping out of your comfort zone and going, all right, I'm just going to make sure that I live for my son. And so, I mean, even your son is such a blessing.
Oh my God.
He saved you.
He did.
He saved you.
He did. Like, in ways like I can't even put into words. And he is just incredible. Like I've always heard about mother love, the motherly love.
Yeah.
I never understood the intensity of it.
Yeah.
And like I don't even get to see, I get pictures of him every day, but I'm not with him all day every day. I'm not the one raising him, and I would die for him.
Yeah.
And like the second that like I had him in my arms, I've never felt something like that in my whole life. And that week, those 5 days that I had with him in the hospital, I'll never take for granted.
Oh yeah, I just that. Yeah.
Like the second that I woke up from surgery, I knew that I was on a clock with him being mine. And so I took in every second. I slept for maybe like 6 hours in the hospital.
I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either.
Like, and
I wouldn't either. I'd be like, I just want to be awake, just every waking moment. Now, for me, of course, when I had mine, and my third, I had a C-section too, so I was in the hospital 5 days. I was like, please take her. I need sleep.
That's not what I definitely probably would have been, because I was like lethargic.
Oh, of course.
And they gave me so much medication before I went under surgery, because they didn't want to put me out if they didn't have to, that I didn't remember like the first 3 days. Wow. And I don't know if it was from shock or that.
Yeah. Probably maybe both. Maybe both.
Yeah. And it was a traumatic week. I'm so blessed that I got to experience it, but it was traumatic. It was a lot.
So do you feel, my mind just went to kind of this, do you feel that, I believe in karma, good and bad, and I never ever wish bad karma, nor do I tell people never wish bad karma on anyone, because it'll come back and bite in the butt later. But do you kind of feel like that your delivery and how things went was kind of your karma, good and bad?
Oh, I've never thought about that.
I put her on the spot. She wasn't ready for me.
Well,
I wasn't even thinking about it till now.
Honestly, yes. Like, I do think that, like, good karma, because I needed that extra time with him, because I only had the time I was in the hospital with him.
Yeah.
And I do think that it was also bad karma, because I was talking to his mom a few weeks before, and I said, well, what if I had a C-section?
So you kind of manifested it.
I put it out into the universe, but I was just like, I hope that nothing happens with him.
Yes, for sure.
Like, I need him to be okay.
For sure.
But what if I had a C-section so that I could have more time with him?
You could, yeah.
And so I think that was kind of
kind of both, right?
Yes,
Like,
I think that it was like a mix of both those, kind of just like, hey, watch what you say. Watch what you say.
Oh, I tell people that all the time. I always say, this is where I tell people, just whatever you put out in the universe, whatever you say, think, feel, and do, it's energy, and it'll come right back. And karma is no joke.
Oh,
and,
for sure.
I know we've got about probably less than 2 minutes, but I love this, where I feel like we could be on for an hour. But one thing that I wanted to ask you too, and maybe for others who are out there really struggling with addiction, and regardless of being pregnant or having a child, but anything with addiction, what would you say is the number one piece of advice that you would give those who are struggling with addiction, and that are thinking about going to recovery?
I would say that your value is always 100%. And like, if you think that a newborn baby has the value of 100%, I promise you do too. Like, that baby hasn't done anything. That baby hasn't. It's almost like stepping on a dollar bill. Like, the value doesn't change. Like, even though you've been through hard things and that you're going through something hard, like, your worth is 100% always. Like, you've had so many accomplishments, but like, don't doubt yourself. And it's okay to borrow love while you're finding it for yourself. And I promise you can do it.
I love it. Beautiful. Perfect way. And what a perfect ending for everybody. So I just thank you so much, Raquel. Thank you for coming. It was so
much
great.
For having me.
Oh my gosh, you're so welcome.
So grateful to be here.
I'm so grateful that you're here. And thank you guys for listening again. And we will see you next week. And it'll be Christmas Eve.
Oh my God.
That'll be a fun night. Fun podcast. All right, guys. Much love. Bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Oracle Buffet with Heather Carmona. Arizona. Live from PsychicAstrologyWI.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Oracle Buffet on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Bienvenidos al Buffet de Oráculos. I was challenged by the producer before the show started to say word up. So, word up. Word to your mother. And word to Santa, I guess, because it's about to be Christmas. But we were just talking about Vanilla Ice. And he said that I'm probably too young to know who Vanilla Ice is. So I'm going to take that because I appreciate that. And I know very well who Vanilla Ice is. I may have you know Dave, because I did the lip syncing contest to Vanilla Ice in middle school. So I'm very familiar with Vanilla Ice, but I appreciate the compliment. So coming off 6 weeks in a row, or 6 days in a row of being on the road. I'm a little fuzzy today, a little tired. But anyway, I made it to El Buffet de Oráculos. You know why? To give you a reading. And I was thinking about it this morning, and I think this reading is going to be a reflection of this year and what's happened and where you're at right now. So this reading we're going to do from El Buffet right now, it's going to be representative of this year for you, kind of the main message of the year. We'll talk about a couple sponsors quick. First sponsor of the day, High Class Grass, dedicated to helping making plant-based living more convenient and affordable. I'm super tired. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm drunk, but I'm not. I swear. Quit drinking 6 years ago. But anyway, enough about that. High Class Grass, and then the Lighthouse Center. LighthouseCenterInc.org, Grandma's Meditation Center, Whitmore Lake, Michigan. Stop by and see them if you're ever in the area. And then also, we're just going to move on to the Oracle Buffet because apparently I just can't think straight anymore. It's been a long stretch. All right, so let's start with Aries. What does the universe want you to know today? What does the universe want Aries to know today and for this year? Aries, the 8 of Fire card. Events moving at a fast pace. Delays are over. Many things happening at once. As an Aries, I feel that. We're going to draw a clarifier card here. What else? Ooh. Dear you, check in occasionally with yourself about your motives behind actions you plan on taking, especially when you have an end game in mind. Is the source of your motivation desire or entitlement? Maybe you're drawn to a certain path because you think it will bring you a feeling related to the outcome you seek, like safety or wholeness. Know that you will see a reflection in the outer world of the motive that drives you forward. Do you need a motive? Can you simply be pulled in the direction of your soul, calling you toward joy, discovery, growth, or adventure? Participating in something compelling and meaningful without trying to define it. If you can step forward, surrender to whatever spirit has in store for you, you will be amazed at how things turn out. Check your motives, then hand them over to spirit. Everyone here wants the best for you. There you go, Aries. What about Taurus? What does the universe want our little bull friends to know today? Taurus, the heavy head. When your mind is consumed with a great deal of thought, especially worry, it can actually feel as if it's physically heavy. Heavy, worrisome thoughts produce this internal feeling in our mind and body. Self-compassion can show up as the helper and healer to the heavy mind. It can show up with words such as, I'm sorry you are so worried. I hope these thoughts can ease. Or I know you've been thinking these things for a long time. The heavy mind needs gentle reactions to help lift the burden. When you meet heavy thoughts with the lightness of self-compassion, they immediately ease and lift. Your body will sense this as well as your nervous system releases the load. Practice embracing the heavy head. Take a comfortable seat and release a few breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth. Notice your heavy mind and head. Allow your hands to embrace the sides of your head, and then see what it's like to simply allow your head to softly rest in the palm of your hands. Feel the warmth that your hands have to offer the heaviness. Feel the stability they offer and the strength to hold the heaviness. Take a deep breath and release some more, quieting the heavy thoughts. Notice what this release feels like. Taurus, you're overthinking again. Stop being stubborn. Get out of the heaviness. Get into some lightness. Speaking of lightness, let's move on to Gemini. What does the universe want you to know today? Gemini. Ooh, the beautiful path, Gemini. The mind can go in 1,000 directions. But on this beautiful path, I walk in peace. With each step, a gentle wind blows. With each step, a flower blooms. You walk in peace, Gemini, on this beautiful path. Stay in the present. I think that's what the universe is trying to tell you, and that's kind of what this year has been about for you, learning to stay in the present and walk on this beautiful path. All right, Cancer, what does the universe want you to know today? Big money, no women. Cancer. Choose a new direction. Uh-oh. Wrong way, Cancer, wrong way. And courage. Interesting. You got 2 short cards today, Cancer. So you need the courage to choose a new direction. So I don't know which Cancers are watching this. Sure, there's millions. But anyway, you need to get some courage to choose a new direction in your life. Are you holding on to something out of fear of losing it or fear of disappointing someone? That's what that feels like to me. All right, let's talk about Leo. What does the universe want Leo to know today? Leo, tú tienes que saber, you need to know this. Oh, the dabble card. The mallard duck. What would help me feel safe in opening up? What else does the universe want you to know, Leo? The universe wants you to know, protect your dreams. You are the guardian of your precious dreams, and they are safe in your care. Keep them close to your heart until you're ready to release them. Okay, it feels like you need to not only protect your dreams, Leo, but figure out what's going to have you feel safe in opening up. So why are you holding back? Is it fear of being ridiculed or fear of looking stupid? Don't worry about that. Just move ahead anyway, but protect your dreams on the way. That's what the universe wants you to know for the end of this year. All right. What's after Leo? Virgo. Virgo, you need to know this. All my Virgo friends. What should I finally face in my life? What truths or realities are preventing my growth and happiness? What can I do about it right now? How can I better connect with this moment so that I can master what the hour demands of me? That's what the universe wants you to know for this year, Virgo. There's a couple Virgos out there who I know are listening. So listen. All right. That's your message, Virgo. All right, Libra, what does the universe want you to know today? Libra, you need to know support. The right help will come. Allow me, divine beloved, to let go, relax, and enjoy the process, knowing that it's safe to offer all to your capable hands. The right actions are always shown, and the right help always comes. So you don't have to do everything on your own, Libra. Help is on the way if it's not already there. That's what the universe wants you to know. So relax, know that help is on the way if you haven't seen it already. All right, Scorpio, what do our little Scorpio friends need to know today? Be yourself. Be yourself, Scorpio. Be yourself. Even if that is Dracula, be your own Dracula self. I joke with my Scorpio friends that Scorpios are kind of like the Draculas of the Zodiac, which is okay. I admire Dracula. Anyway, be yourself, Scorpio. Sagittarius, what does the universe want Sagittarius to know today? Sagittarius needs to know this. Live life to the fullest. Live life to the fullest. Lots of short cards today. That's what the universe wants Sagittarius to know. We're winding down there. Capricorn, what does the universe want Capricorn to know today? Capricorn needs to know this. Every relationship I establish is eternal. It is our desire that you come to remember that every relationship is eternal, and that once it has been established, it is a part of your vibrational makeup forevermore, and that in your powerful now, where all that you have become converges with all that you are now becoming, you hold the power to create. And so your observation of a situation, wanted or unwanted, no matter how remote you believe yourself to be, makes you a co-creative partner of the experience. So choose your relationships wisely, Capricorn, because they're all eternal and you're stuck with that person forever. I'm kidding, not really, but the card kind of makes it sound like that. And anyway, that's what the universe wants you to know right now, especially regarding this here. All right, Capricorn, Aquarius. What does the universe want Aquarius to know? All my Aquarius friends, you need to know this. Ooh. Oh, I got two. Oh, and they're from the same deck. This is a good deck, this deck. I can't remember what it's called. My breath connects me to life. And devotion unites me with the infinite. My breath connects me to life, and devotion unites me with the infinite. That's what the universe wants you to know. Breathe, be still, know that your breath is your connection to life, and as long as you're breathing, you're alive. Sounds pretty obvious, I know, but when things feel overwhelming, if we just return to our breath, a lot of times that just takes everything away. It's kind of like an ecstatic feeling. I can't think of the word. Euphoric feeling when you just return to your breath. Because it's simple, just breathe in and breathe out. We get so caught up in our heads that we forget to breathe, myself included. So breathe, Aquarius, breathe. We don't want you suffocating here. You know who you are, Aaron. Okay, last but not least, we're going to go with Pisces. Pisces, let's make it a good one. Pisces needs to know this. Creativity. I honor my passions. Change me, divine beloved, into one who honors my deepest creative passions and needs. Help me value the talents you have given me, both known and unknown. What are you passionate about, Pisces, and what are you doing about it? Are you diving into your passions or leaning into them, or are you ignoring your passions for fear of judgment or just not wanting to do anything with them, or what? But universe wants you to honor your passion. So whatever it is you're passionate about that you're thinking about acting on, you should act. Less thinking, more acting and moving forward. All right, so that about wraps up the old zodiac here. Just want to say on behalf of myself, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy all the other things. I really appreciate each and every one of you who watch my show, who I know in person. You're all amazing, and you've made my time on Earth here much more enjoyable, and I hope to continue our time together in the next few months here. But anyway, with that being said, we're about to wrap up. I just want to thank you for tuning in to my Oracle Buffet reading. I know it was a little sloppy today, but that's okay. It's been a long week, but now it's almost over. So anyway, on that note, have a happy Christmas, and we'll see you next week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Site with Jax Potter. Jax Potter. Live from the psychicsite.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Site on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to the Psychic Psych Jack's Potter Radio Show. I am in Brisbane, Australia. It is unbelievably hot here. There is a lot happening in Australia at the moment. And I wanted to talk today about how we can all be in the same experience of life, but experience it very, very differently. For example, some people are in freezing cold weather at the moment. Some people are experiencing great highs in their lives. Some people are experiencing really low lows and really difficult times. And what I've been channeling lately is around compassion for ourselves and for other people, because although we are all having this human experience, and although we might be in the same end of year experience, it is so vastly different for each person. And our experiences are necessary to be different. The way that we see the world, the way that we see ourselves, the way that we experience things is innately different because of our own level of growth, because of the part where we are in our journey, because of our childhood experiences, because of past lifetime experiences. There's so many factors that contribute to how we experience the world. And what the spirit realm is talking about is great compassion if other people don't necessarily understand where you're at, or you're experiencing something very differently to someone else, to allow, this means still having strong boundaries and not being railroaded into things, but allowing compassion for where other people are at, or allowing compassion for yourself for where you are at. If we had 5 people in a car doing a road trip, straight down a highway, all 5 people are in the same car, eating the same snacks, on the same road, they're cycling between who's driving and who's passenger and who sits where, so everyone has this equal same amount of time in the same seat with the same experience. At the end of that road trip, I could ask all 5 people, how was that road trip? And I'm going to get 5 completely different responses, purely based also on our own inner world, because their external experience was very, very similar, but our inner worlds are all very different. So if you are struggling with where someone else is at, or you're struggling with where you're at, please offer yourself far more compassion than where you are at the moment. All right, Judy, can you hear me?
I can. How are you?
Hi, well, I'm so great. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have particular questions or things that you'd like to talk about?
I do not. I just wanted to see if you had something for me.
Perfect. Great. I love when people are open. It allows me to go rogue, allows your spirit team to really pass on the messages that are important for you. I was talking, I don't know if you just heard, I was talking a little bit about compassion for other people and compassion for ourselves with where we're at. And that's something that's absolutely coming up for you, is that self-compassion. What I'm being shown is the last 2 years have been very divinely orchestrated for deep reflection and deep transformation for you. I'm sure you've noticed that things are very different now than what they did 2 years ago. And I really want to give you credit for how you've sat with some things that recently in particular, that a couple of years ago you wouldn't have looked at it in the same way, or you might have sort of dismissed something, or you might have felt very differently. Whereas where you are in the moment in your life is really reflective, and you're offering a lot of grace to other people. You're being asked to just offer a little bit more grace to yourself. You started doing that more and more. You've really started working on your self-confidence and trusting yourself and believing in your own self, which is incredible. But just a little bit more grace is needed there. There's no time frames on any of this. You're not meant to be more advanced than where you are. You're not meant to be doing something different. Allow yourself more grace with where you're at the moment. They're really showing me you've worked on your expertise. So what does that mean that you've really worked on your own expertise?
What does it mean? I'm trying to get myself self-love. I'm trying to teach myself to do self-love. Yeah, so you're
Beautiful.
right on target.
Yeah, beautiful. So I've pulled two cards, self-mastery, which is exactly what you're working on, and feelings of guilt. And the guilt is just, they're talking to me about the guilt is just old patterns from your childhood. Obviously, I'm not going to go into detail on your childhood stuff on here, but the old patterns of feeling guilty for things that you don't need to feel guilty for. It was kind of a generational thing that's been passed down for you, that you hold on to things and you need to sort of address things or feel worried about things or feel guilty about things, that you're really been working on letting go of that and recognizing your own worth, your own self-mastery. So that's the other card that I pulled for you. And it's what they're saying is self-mastery for you means, I'm hearing identification of your true strengths. So I want to talk a little bit about your psychic gifts. So identification of your psychic gifts and your really strong intuitive knowing about things. And the other aspect of self-mastery for you is saying no to people who are putting their burdens onto you, putting their stuff onto you. That's something you should be so proud of yourself for really becoming more clear and becoming more firm when people are not meant for you, when people's voices and dialogue and the things that they're saying about their life or the things that they're saying about life, where you're able to stop and go, I don't actually agree with that. That's not my belief. I don't feel the same about that. And you're allowing yourself to really trust that more. Instead of feeling guilty that you should feel the same or you should be doing something this way, you're really trusting yourself more and understanding yourself more. And it's really, really great. And going into 2026, you're going to notice it even more. They're showing me there's going to be moments next year where you actually stop yourself in your own tracks and go, oh my gosh, I've never felt this great about myself. I've never felt this strong about my own values and my own morals. It's so brilliant, Judy. It's really well done for the level of self-reflection and healing that you've done.
Oh, this is so beautiful. I think I needed to hear this. Thank you. Now, you talked about my psychic ability. Do you think that I do have psychic ability?
Oh my gosh, absolutely. Okay, so there's a few things coming through. So one, as you were talking about that, I had to take a sip of water because I got a bit dry and my mouth got dry, which is like it's not your gifts that you're hesitant on, like you're willing to step into them and accept your gifts. It's more like, how do I share it and how do I say it and how do I trust myself to share what I know and to really kind of make sense of it all. So 2026 is your year of esoteric connection, so connection to the spirit realm. You're being asked to read up on things that are of interest to you. So if you kind of, when things pop up in our lives, whether we see it on social media or someone talks about it, it might be astrology or it might be human design or it might be tarot cards, whatever it is, and you find yourself going, oh, that sounds so interesting. Follow that. Where you feel interested and it sounds fascinating to you, you're being asked to follow that because that's going to lead you to where your greatest psychic gifts are. Your gifts are a little bit of a combination of everything. So using tools like cards or divination tools, you'll get lots of channel messages when you meditate. That's your best time for receiving downloads is when you're in meditation. And also just when you speak. So a lot of your gift, and you'll already have this happen in your life, you'll be talking to someone and you'll find yourself saying something and going, oh, that was profound. Where did that come from? So have you noticed that one in particular, that you just say something like someone asks for advice and you say something and you kind of said it before you even thought of it and it just feels really wise or really profound?
Yes.
Yeah, that's one of your greatest gifts so don't overthink it. That's the whole point. That's why it's so easy for you to do it. When you don't overthink it, you're channeling messages straight away, particularly when they're saying when people are in need. So if someone comes to you and says, I'm worried about this, or I don't feel good about myself. So people's self-worth and self-esteem is something that you are really great at helping them with. That's why you've had to do so much work over the last couple of years on your own self-esteem and your own self-worth, because one of your gifts is being able to kind of look at people and go, I can see where they don't feel good about themselves here, and listen to how they're talking, and I can hear kind of how they're talking to themselves and how it's making them feel bad about themselves. That's one of your greatest gifts. And that's why when you're giving people advice or just talking to people, you're able to just give advice without having to think about how to respond or what they need. You just intuitively know what they need, because that's one of your gifts. So that's going to get even stronger. You're also going to get much stronger in your claircognizance and clairsentience, so sensing and knowing things. You know, you can walk into a room and just know what the energy is like, or know if it's not your space and not your people, this is not for me, I'm going home. That's getting even stronger. You are being asked, though, to stop paying attention to other people's self-doubt and other people's low frequency dialogue. So, you know, if there's people in your life who are like, everything sucks and nothing gets better and the government's bad and there's war everywhere, if there's people really running that, like not just general life stuff, but they're really running that narrative of life is too hard and things can't be good and nothing gets better, to really remove yourself from that. Even if you can't remove yourself from them, to not get caught up in that dialogue, because that's been something that happened earlier in your life, and you've done way too much self-healing work and self-worth work to pay attention to that anymore. And you know that it brings your energy down. You feel it takes a lot to kind of get you back into your own energy when you get caught up in other people's beliefs that aren't aligned with your beliefs.
Wow. This is so
sense?
beautiful. I couldn't ask for a better reading. And you nailed everything. So thank you so much.
My absolute pleasure. My absolute pleasure. Do you have another question? Because I feel like there's something else sitting here that I want to talk to you about. So do you have anything else that you wanted to ask about?
No, you feel like I have a question for you, or there's something you want to tell me?
Okay, let me just have it, because there's something else I want to talk to you about. So hold on. Let me just see. Okay, so because you've done all of this work and because you're really learning to set those beautiful boundaries of that's your opinion, that's okay. We can agree to disagree, but I'm not taking that into my life, and I'm not having to make it better. I'm not having to agree with you. I'm not having to make your world better. This is it. Stop trying to make other people's lives better. Stop trying to, if someone's feeling really down, like you feel what everyone else is feeling. You feel when people are struggling in their lives, especially when it comes to people's self-worth and self-esteem. You really feel it, and you try and make it better for them, but it's actually just draining your energy, because the people who you're feeling that really strongly with are the people who are wanting to stay in that. No one wants to feel bad, but there are certain times in people's lives where they're like, I actually don't want to move out of this. This is serving something for them. It's staying in that loop of negativity, feeling bad about themselves feels like it's keeping them safe. So they're not ready to do that inner work and that healing work of moving out of the safety of having the walls up and feeling negative and kind of protecting themselves by feeling like things can't get better. And what's happening is that you get a little bit drained, because you can see how they could feel better about themselves. You can see how they could change their lives, and you think about it and you worry about it, particularly for the people that you love, and it's actually not doing them any good, and it's not doing you any good. So yes, you're here to support people, but only when the people are ready for it, and only when they're asking for your guidance and support.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So don't, you know, it's really hard, particularly when it's people that we love. We want to jump in and kind of, especially if we can see how they can be doing it differently, but it's not time and they're not ready for it. And don't drain your own energy trying to give them the answers. So the more you step back and really just focus on you, you're actually going to find that the people who want support and the people who want your guidance and your knowledge will come to you and ask you for that support.
Awesome. Okay. You nailed it. You nailed it.
Thank you. And that lifts your energy even more. So if you focus your energy on you and allow the people to come to you that want support, it's actually going to lift your energy even more, as in day by day, you're going to have more energy, you're going to feel lighter, but it's also going to allow you to connect even more into the gifts that I've talked about. So you need more meditation time. It doesn't have to be an hour a day sitting there in total silence. If it feels meditative to you to go for a swim in the pool, then do that. If it feels meditative for you just to sit in nature for a little bit and enjoy the quiet and just quieten your mind down a little bit, that's perfect. It doesn't have to be you sitting in a room silencing the whole world. It can look different for you, but meditation is really important for you, and you really focusing on yourself, stepping back from other people's stuff so that the right people can come forward so that you can support them and give them guidance. That's why you've done all of this work that you've done, so that you can guide and support the right people, which is so beautiful, and it's going to feel amazing for you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. That was
beautiful,
awesome.
Beautiful, peaceful holiday.
You too. Thank you so much. You have a great night.
Pleasure. Hi, Kathy. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, how you doing? Do you have questions for me?
I'm fine. Do I have questions? No. Just is anybody trying to get in touch with me?
Okay, beautiful.
Side?
Yeah, you've got quite a decent sized team. You know this. You've got multiple spirit guides. You've got quite a few loved ones who have crossed over. Plus, you've got angelic team. You've got quite a decent team. Have you had readings before and they've told you about your spirit team? I feel like you know this, or you can just feel that you're surrounded by energies.
I definitely feel like people are watching over me.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Like, you know that they're there with you. It feels like there's never, the way I'm hearing it is there's never an empty room. Like, there's always someone with you throughout your day. There's always either an ancestor or a spirit guide, or there's always someone with you, which is amazing. They're asking you to remember that so that you stop hesitating to take action in your world. Like, if there's a bit of a pause, you're a pretty decisive person, but sometimes there's a bit of, oh, can I do it, or should I do it, or should I talk to this person? You know, it's not indecisiveness, it's not self-doubt, it's more just a little bit of hesitation sometimes. And your team's like, remember that you are absolutely surrounded. You cannot mess any of this up. You cannot mess up what's for you. If you take a path that's not for your highest good, they will just move you back onto the right path. They'll move people out of the way, or they'll change the situation. So please remember that, and just don't hesitate. They're just saying no hesitations. Just make decisions like this. You've been through so much in this lifetime, so much in this lifetime. You've had lots of really high highs and lots of blessings, but you've had a lot of very intense loss and deep traumatic moments, and moments that, you know, you kind of look at and go, this would break anyone. How have I gotten through this? That's how they're showing me. And it wasn't to break you, it was to remind you that of your own inner safety, and that you are safe no matter what your external situation is, no matter where you're living, no matter what people are around you. You have gone through everything you've gone through, so that you can say, look, I've gone through all of this. I know myself really well. I love doing this reading for you, because it's rare that I'm able to read for someone who's really, really knows themselves really well, and you do. That's why they're saying no more self-doubt, no more hesitation in anything. You know yourself really well. You know your strengths and you know your weaknesses. We've all got things that we're not particularly strong at. There's nothing wrong with that. That's part of this experience. And you know yourself well enough now to know that you are capable of getting through anything, that you will always be really strongly supported by your team and by your ancestors. So just allow yourself to move through life with more ease and less hesitation. I keep hearing ease and play, ease and play. So that's what you're moving into in 2026, is more ease and more play. I'm being shown a tall gentleman. Is that someone who's in your life now, or someone who's crossed over? He's a tall, like not skinny, but like tall, lean gentleman.
I do have somebody in my life now, a friend that is tall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask his name? Are you happy to share that?
His name is Mike.
Mike. Okay.
I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry for interrupting.
Oh, no, that's okay. You're wondering why Mike's come up?
Excuse me?
Are you wondering why Mike's come up? Is that what you're about to say? I don't know why Mike's...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea why he would come up now.
Let's make sense of this, because I'm being shown this person that I'm being shown and a connection with someone who's crossed over. So is there someone in your life and a connection with someone, a tall man and someone who's taller than you for sure, but someone who's crossed over and a connection with a tall man?
Not that I can think of.
That's all right. I'm going to leave that there and I'll come back to it. It might not be Mike.
Okay.
Let me just back to it. I'm just being shown there's a connection between someone who you love that's crossed over and someone in your world now. So I'm just trying to make sense of who that is. With the people who have crossed over in your world, who the most recent person that has passed, what was the send-off like? Talk to me a little bit about the send-off, the funeral or the wake or whatever, the celebration.
The most recent or the most significant?
Significant. Thank you. Yeah, significant. Yep.
Oh, okay. That would have what impacted me most would have been my husband.
Yeah. Beautiful.
That was 5 years. That was 5 years ago, though.
Beautiful. What's hubby's name?
Stephen.
Stephen?
Yes.
Beautiful. Okay. So there's something about his send-off. What's memorable to you in the send-off? What do you think of when I talk about his send-off that you had for him? Or you saying, like how you said goodbye to him?
It was very sad. I didn't have an opportunity to say goodbye.
Okay, so this is what it is, because I'm seeing him go and hesitate a little bit waiting because, okay, so what he's showing me is he waited and he hesitated a bit, but because he had passed, you felt like you didn't get a chance to say goodbye. But he's really aware that you did say goodbye because he was still in your presence, if that makes sense. So
okay, yes. Yes, it does.
Saying you got to say goodbye. You got to say goodbye is what he's saying. Just because he had left his body, he hadn't left this plane, like he was still here. So he's saying you did get to say goodbye. You did get to say goodbye. Okay, so it's your hubby connection with someone here. So is it a family member or it's another man? So is it who else in your life is that connection to hubby? Is it like a brother or someone else that there's a connection that he's trying to talk to me about?
I don't know.
Okay.
Could it possibly be my son-in-law? That's the only other male. I have Mike in my life. He's just a friend. Many years my junior.
I really like Mike's. I really like Mike's energy.
Okay.
Beautiful energy. Yeah.
Okay, or my son-in-law. That would be those are the only two males in my life, really.
So, your son-in-law. Okay, so what's his strength? This is how I'm being shown. What's your son-in-law's strength? What would you say is his greatest strength?
Working with his hands.
Okay, and what would you say is Stephen's greatest strength?
Stephen's?
Sorry, his greatest strength. Yeah.
He was a Renaissance person. His strengths were. He was a people person. That was an absolute strength of his. People person. And he also enjoyed working with his hands. His mind was, he had a phenomenal mind.
Yeah. He loves that you've acknowledged that, by the way. He loves that you've acknowledged his mind. They're showing me the connection of working with hands. That's what he's trying to show me, the connection. What he's trying to show me is that you are all safe. You are okay. He's also saying you did get to say goodbye, even though it felt like you didn't. And he's asking you to breathe through the days that feel tricky, because there is days that feel tricky. Breathe through those days and know that you are now safe, and it's time for the freedom that you were hoping for.
Okay.
So, freedom. Yes. Tell me.
There was a male that my husband was connected to that is in my life, and is still here. So I think I know who that would have been. His name is Lane.
Yeah. Does it make sense why he's bringing him up?
Absolutely. Because my husband was very involved. He enjoyed trains, model trains. We just gave a bunch of his old train sets to my friend Lane.
Okay, that makes absolute sense. So he's because the way he's showing me, he's saying to me, it's time for freedom now. Like, you're ready for the freedom that you've been craving. And what that means is like easier days, breathe through the hard days. There's no big lessons anymore. It's not hardships for you anymore. There's been lots of challenges in this life, but it is now more about ease and just being able to be in the moment, to be present, to drink your favorite drink, to go and laugh with family if you wanted to lie in bed and watch TV, just to have more ease and to have more freedom. And that makes sense of like you gave that train kit, which is like sharing his legacy and his life and the things that he's passionate about, and allowing you to be focused on the things that make you happy now. It's really important to him that you now take care of your own peace and your own happiness, and really allow yourself to feel the joy and to be loved and to be looked after, and to have moments of play and moments of peace, and it's really important to him that you let yourself have the freedom that you've been craving. You talked about it for a long time. He said you both sort of talked about, when you'll be able to, it'll be easier and it'll feel good and all of that sort of thing. He's like, let yourself do that now. Let yourself have that now.
Oh, thank you. I took care of him for so long. He was not well for many, many years. And I took care of him. And to hear that he wants me to now spend time on myself is just wonderful.
Yeah, it's about you now. And you've got his support, and he's full love with it. He's so grateful to you, and he really sees how ready you are to make it about you and to really enjoy it and to feel blessed and to just have far more time to yourself doing what you love. And he's so, so thankful and so grateful. He just wanted to share that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
My absolute pleasure. You're very deserving of this.
Okay. Thank you. And you take care of yourself. I cannot thank you enough for this.
Oh, I'm so pleased. My pleasure. All right, everyone. Thank you so, so much. Have an incredible holiday, and I will see you next week.
Every generation has a voice that cuts through the noise, a truth teller who reminds us what we've forgotten. Christina Elliott isn't just another psychic. She's the woman redefining awakening itself. Through her show, Instinct Reclaimed, Sanctuary Sessions, broadcasting live Thursdays at 5:30 Pacific, 6:30 Mountain, 7:30 Central, and 8:30 U.S. Eastern Time on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She takes you beyond prediction into transformation. This is where illusion ends, where instinct rises, and where your soul remembers its unique power. Visit ChristinaElliott.org. Because you weren't born to survive the story, you were born to rewrite it.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Zodiac Zone with Melissa Marco. Live from MMAstrovibes.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Zodiac Zone on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Just wanted to kind of talk about a couple of things that are going on this week. The first thing is that the moon is going to move into Virgo. And so the moon changes about every 2.5 days. It changes signs about every 2.5 days. It's going to happen at about 11:20 p.m. Eastern. So if you have a lot of Virgo in your chart, you would definitely feel this more strongly. And a really interesting thing is happening on Wednesday. It's when Neptune goes direct. It's been in retrograde the last few months. And how it works is the outer planets, and when I speak about outer planets, I mean the generational planets, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. So they spend about 50% of the time in retrograde. So that's why sometimes, you can feel a little bit different. And when a planet goes into a retrograde, especially something like Neptune, it brings a tremendous amount of fog. And we just feel Neptune's one of those planets that can cause confusion, where we're not really feeling clear about something. So as Wednesday, and I'm looking here, it goes direct at about 7:21 a.m. So some of the things that you might notice is your intuition might sharpen, your creativity could start flowing again. You're not going to feel so emotionally overwhelmed. You feel connected to inspiration, dreams, and higher guidance. It's not if you've been having like, oh my gosh, why is my intuition off? Could be because Neptune has been in retrograde. So, and finally, I wanted to say a lot of interesting things are going to happen with Neptune in 2026. It has been in Pisces for the last 14 years. So it's going into Aries. And when it enters Aries, it's going to be a whole new energy. So it's going to enter Aries March 30th of 2025. It's going to go retrograde back and forth until about 2027, because it'll go back to Pisces. Like I said, these planets spend back and forth into the previous planet. So it will be in Neptune from 2027 until 2039. So I think we're going to see a lot of great things in the next 14 years with Neptune being like that. I think we're going to see this true spiritual warrior. I feel like there's going to be an amazing amount of social work, as far as we're going to see a lot of different things that we haven't experienced, different energy. And for people like me and my other associates on this broadcast, I feel like we're not going to be just the woo-woo people anymore. We're going to be people that are going to be very much looked upon in health and healing. So the fact that you're tuning into all this, you're ahead of the curve. And I just wanted to make that statement. So anyway, I want to do my reading for today. I have Kelly from Naples.
Yes, hello.
Hi, how are you, Kelly?
Okay.
Have you had an astrology reading before?
Other readings, but not astrology one. This is my first time.
Okay. Do you have your birth time?
Yes, it was 5:07 p.m.
Okay, let me go ahead.
And my birth date is March.
Okay, March. What is it?
23rd, 1981.
23rd, 1981. You're in Aries. I'm sorry. What is your time again?
5:07 p.m. Central.
5:07 p.m. Okay, and the place, city, state.
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Tulsa, Oklahoma. Okay. So I am an evolutionary vibrational astrologer. So I'm going to look at look at something called the lunar nodes. We all have them in our charts. And what they do is we come in from the south node energy and we're trying to get to the polar opposite of the north node. So when I look at your chart, let me see. I'm going to look, you have your south node in Aquarius in the 5th house, and your north node is in Leo in the 11th house of Aquarius. So it's like this polar opposite nodes. And I would say, with the south node in Aquarius, Aquarian energy is very much about group energy, but since it's in the 5th house, it's kind of more hidden in the fact that, you're the type of person that probably has goals for things. I would say a little bit of a people pleaser. Aquarians like to, make sure that everybody's people in their lives are happy. But I think in this time, it's not about the collective and what's expected of you to accomplish. It's really about you thinking with your heart and really doing something heart-centered and fulfilling, because it's in the 11th house, I feel like it's fulfilling some kind of dream, something that you've always wanted to do, a dream that's probably very personal for you. And it could be something that's involving group dynamics. Something where you're doing something that you love in front of a group, or you're sharing something that's near and dear to you, that you're like, wow, I just love doing this. I feel for you with Saturn in the 1st house, you grew up like you were born an adult and had probably a load of responsibility on you. And I just feel for you, it's something deep with that moon in Scorpio in your 2nd house. It's, again, moon in Scorpio. Scorpios, I always say, are like the zodiac, the elephants of the zodiac. They really remember everything, and so everything for you is your subconscious is very deep and intense. And with Pluto in the 2nd house, you're very nostalgic. And in other words, things mean something to you. They have meaning. I also wanted to look at Chiron. So Chiron, you have Chiron. Chiron is the wounded healer. It's the wounds of our lifetime that we bring into this, wounds from the past that we bring into this lifetime. And it could be from early childhood. I feel like with Chiron in Taurus in the 8th house, it's, and I have my Chiron in the 8th house. It's not in Taurus, it's in Aries, but it's the place where you feel stuck, It's almost like you want to make these changes in your life, but something keeps you from doing it, And it's really like, almost like taking a step to say, you know what, I'm feeling this, and I'm going to listen to my intuition, and I'm just going to do this because I just know that it's going to be the best for me to do this, whatever this is, I'm just kind of reading it off the cusp here.
Okay.
You know, and that's what I want to really say to you is just to do something that's very heart-centered, not something you have to do because it's expected of you. Does this all make sense? Or
Yes.
you know, because I think you're a really positive person. You have Jupiter in the first house. Jupiter in the first house is a very positive person. And it's really just finding that, you know, finding your way to be the best version of you for you, not for everybody else, or not for, not because, you know, a lot of this could be too from ancestral energy too. It's like, you know, well, my father was this, my mother was this, my sister was this, or whatever this is. If that makes sense to you. I think partnership and relationships are very important to you. You have the sun in the 7th house, and you have Venus right next to it with Mars. So I mean, that's what I see here. I could go into a lot more and a lot deeper here, but for the sake of, you know, my time here, I just wanted to kind of give you a little snippet. And if ever you wanted to go deeper, we can definitely look at your chart and go even deeper into all this. So,
all right. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, and have a great night.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, so these are the kind of things that I do. I'm just looking at a chart and just kind of giving a snapshot of what things that you can work on, what things provide, you know. I look at the chart as an energetic blueprint, you know, and the way the natal chart works is these are the lessons of a lifetime. And then I do something at the end of every year for next year called a solar return reading. And that's going to be the lessons of, you know, for 2026. So that's why 2 years are never quite the same. So if you feel called to, please reach out to me, mmastrovibes.com, and I look forward to next week's show and talking about the transits and some of the things that are going on next week. So thank you so much for tuning in.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Stellar Parenting with Brandy Kahn. Live from brandycon.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Stellar Parent on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Happy Tuesday, everyone, from Houston, Texas. Welcome to Stellar Parenting. I'm your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. If you're interested in working with me, please visit my website at brandycon.com. So for today, we've got two important transits that I'm going to be telling you about so that you're able to prepare yourself energetically and set your intentions for the week. On Wednesday, November 5th, we will have a super full moon in the sign of Taurus at 13 degrees. Now, this super full moon is going to bring attention to money, resources, and personal security. And if you've been watching the news, you already know this is true. Many people are not receiving their paychecks, and many more are not sure where their next meal is going to come from. So this is a culmination point. And under this full moon, the focus will be on what we own, what we earn, what we value, and how we are able to sustain ourselves physically and emotionally. And this is going to feel amplified because it is a super full moon. And those of you with planets or angles around 13 degrees of Taurus, Scorpio, Leo, and Aquarius, you guys are up to bat. Okay. Now, this moon, this full moon, can reveal where we've been overextending ourselves financially or emotionally investing in situations that don't give back to us equally. And for others, it might be that this full moon really marks a breakthrough moment of financial or personal stability. It could be the harvest after months of disciplined effort. Now, because this lunation is going to oppose the sun in the sign of Scorpio, we are being reminded that true security isn't just material. It's also emotional and energetic. Scorpio digs deep beneath the surface to expose the fears and attachments that keep us clinging to what is familiar, while Taurus seeks peace and contentment in what is simple and steady. So the balance here, the balance in this situation is going to really lie in honoring both sides. So we need to trust the flow of transformation while also anchoring ourselves in the present moment. Now, there are some themes that you might notice with this full moon in Taurus, okay? And those themes might be around money, budgeting, and long-term investments. Those may be taking center stage, not only in our personal lives, but in the collective. Also, banking, markets, and investments may be right up front, okay? And we may also see themes emerging around food, nourishment, and ensuring that everyone's basic needs are met. Also, there could be references to nature, spending time in nature, or taking care of Mother Earth. There may also be questions around financial independence or shared resources and an increased awareness of how your self-worth influences income and your choices. Now, the best ways to work with the energy of this full moon, I want you to review your finances with calm clarity, okay? So set intentions for sustainable abundance. Also, ground yourselves in your bodies, okay? And that can be through spending time in nature, through making sure that you're eating nutritious food and moving and exercising your body. And let's release scarcity thinking. Gratitude practices are especially potent right now under the full moon. And it's a great time to simplify and declutter your physical and emotional space so that you feel lighter. For those of you who are parents, your children may really crave comfort and consistency under the energy of this full moon. So creating soothing routines such as a favorite meal, having cozy time together, or just doing something sensory like baking or crafting, that might really speak to your children on a deep level. If you have teenagers, your teenager may be expressing concerns about money or their future. And this is a really good time to model calm and practical decision making. And it's a great time to teach that true wealth begins with self-worth. This is a lesson that this full moon will be amplifying beautifully for all of us. And finally, on Friday, November 7th, Venus will be at the first degree of Scorpio, squaring Pluto at the first degree of Aquarius. So when Venus in Scorpio is forming a square to Pluto and Aquarius, it's almost like the heart goes through an alchemical process, okay? And I just want to warn you, okay? This is not light or easy energy, all right? This is intense and it's deeply revealing. So it brings to the surface things that may be hidden in our relationships, in our finances, and also in matters of self-worth. So those of you with planets or angles around the first degree of Scorpio, Aquarius, Leo, and Taurus, you guys are going to feel this the most. Now, at its highest expression, at the absolute highest potential of this transit, you can experience a really profound emotional awakening, and you could have a transformative experience of love that shifts your consciousness and really deepens the sense of intimacy that you feel in your relationships. But, however, the shadow side involves control and manipulation and a fear of loss. And you may become hyper aware of changes that are taking place within one of your close relationships. And these will be changes that can no longer be ignored or glossed over. Okay. Now, this energy is really asking you for emotional honesty. If something is changing, forcing it to stay the same only is going to create pressure that will eventually explode. So let me repeat that. If something is changing in your relationships, trying to force things to stay the same is only going to increase pressure that is going to eventually explode. Now, the challenge here is to surrender control and allow transformation to take place, and to trust that love is going to evolve through truth and not through possession. So some of the energetic highlights or the themes that you may notice around the time of this transit. Relationships may feel more intense. They may feel more passionate. There may be more revelations. Okay. And you might also notice old emotional patterns of control, jealousy, or fear of rejection that surfaces. Okay. And also you might notice more power dynamics when it comes to love, when it comes to money, or when it comes to self-worth. There are some things that you can do to use this energy to your benefit. So here's what I want you to do. Here's how I want you to use this energy. I want you to be honest with yourself and others about what you truly feel. This is the time to do so. And allow change, okay? And trust that transformation creates deeper authenticity. I also want you to remember to practice emotional regulation. So make sure that you're taking a deep breath before you're reacting. I want you to respond rather than react. Here are some things I want you to avoid during this transit. Don't try to control or manipulate someone out of a fear of losing them, okay? That's going to backfire. And let's avoid guilt tripping or giving people emotional ultimatums, okay? Because all that's going to do is just erode trust in your relationship. And let's avoid financial power plays or overspending to soothe a sense of insecurity. And please remember not to confuse passion with possession, okay? True love honors freedom. For those of you who are parents, your children and teens may really feel extra sensitive under this energy. They may be reactive and they might feel overly possessive, not only of their things, of their toys, their belongings, but also in their friendships or in relationships and in sibling relationships. So we want to encourage healthy emotional expression instead of suppression or blame. Now, if you have younger children, here's what you can do. You can offer reassurance and structure, as this transit can really bring up and stir up a sense of insecurity. And also teach that love does not mean control. Love is not equal to control. It's all about trust and respect. And it's a great time for heart-centered conversations about how to navigate emotions without letting them dominate our behavior. So that wraps up our transits for this week. I want you to set your intentions for how you're going to use this energy to create something amazing. Okay? And as I like to remind you every week, the stars may guide us, but we ultimately hold the power to shape our own destiny. So keep shining your light bright, and I'll see you here again next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Tales from the Other Side with Chris Clardy. Live from Terrell and Lenormand by Chris.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Tales from the Other Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for joining me tonight. We're coming up on the holidays here really quick. I'm sure, like myself, most of you are extremely busy right now. So just kind of make sure you take a moment to stop and breathe and take a moment for yourself. Things just fly by so quickly. Just make sure you take care of yourself. And I wanted to make sure that you all knew how to get in contact with me. I've had a couple of people reach out, and sometimes I don't get to do that at the end of the show. So I thought I'd just make sure that you all had my contact information tonight. My website is tarotandlenormandbychris.com. And you can also email me at mediumchrisclardy@gmail.com. And I am very reactive. I get back to people pretty quick. So don't hesitate to reach out if you have questions about anything on the show, or you just have a general question about your pets or need a reading. Just feel free to reach out. It looks like I have Kelly in Covington, Virginia. How can I help you, Kelly?
Yes, ma'am. Hi, good evening.
Hi, Kelly.
Yeah, I was just calling in to see whatever you picked up.
All righty. About your pet? Or
Yes,
were you
ma'am.
looking for something in general? Is this shadows, Mom?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Have you had any luck yet?
No, ma'am. I've been looking far and wide at shelters. I'm on Paul Booth, Petco. You know, I keep posting them all over the internet and asking all around town. You know.
Yeah.
So,
I still am not feeling like shadow is on the other side. I
feel the same.
I still have hope that shadow is out there.
Yeah.
And I am still getting this feeling that it is some kind of shelter, hospital type of situation where and not a like a private rescue.
Right.
So I would still kind of keep going down that path. But something that I would like you to start doing is when you are laying down, especially going to sleep, or if you have a place in your home that you can have some really, really quiet time and not have any disruptions. Meditation comes very difficult to some people. Some people it's very easy. But I think in this case, irregardless of your level of trying to do it, I think you'll be successful because you're going to do this with a purpose. And I want you to try and sit in a quiet, undisturbed place and really try to clear your mind. And what you're going to do is start doing some breathing exercises and concentrate on your breathing. And once you do this for about 5 minutes or so, where you're just concentrating on your breathing, I want you to start visualizing shadow. And when you have that clear picture in your mind, start talking and start asking what's around you. What do you see? What do you feel? What did you see in your travels to get where you are at? And see if you can't start picking up on things that shadow has seen along the way.
Okay.
This is also going to give you that feeling of connection to shadow to help you when you're really in that state of mind of being worried. And it's going to help shadow too, because shadow is going to feel that connection with you.
Okay. Yeah.
I really think that you doing this and working at it a little bit is going to start opening up the sight of being able to help locate shadow. And if you could get in contact with me and email me a photo.
Okay. Yes.
I would be happy to try to help you do this.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
I'm going to be honest, I'm not well practiced in locating, but I will give it a good shot to try to do it. I will also reach out to somebody else I know that does do that better than I do and see if they can help with doing some location for you so we can try to bring Shadow home. Because I know this is breaking your
heart.
Thank
you so much. It definitely is. He's my baby. I raised him from a kitten, and he's been with me his whole life, you know. He's my baby boy. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. Also, can I ask you one more question?
Sure, absolutely.
I had two of my cats that crossed over this year. I'm just wondering, connect to those too.
So was one of them I know there's no such thing as a medium hair length in a cat technically, but this one feels like it was had a denser coat and was a little bit lighter in color. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
This one in particular comes around you a lot. And I feel like there has been an instance where you've felt a rub up against your leg and you're looking around going, wait, what was that? Did something fall? This cat this cat is around you a lot. And also is trying to comfort you because it understands the loss that you're going through right now and the worry you're going through right now with Shadow.
Yeah.
And have you had an orange cat?
Yes.
I feel like the orange cat is different from this cat that I'm feeling comes around a lot. The orange one, I feel like is one that you've had further back in your past. And
yes, ma'am.
This one had this huge personality, was quite was just almost a jerk sometimes, but was very entertaining and funny. And this one pops in and checks on you quite a bit. And this one likes to ride around in the car with you.
Oh,
it likes to go on little trips with you. It's like your little, if you had a cat form guardian angel, this one likes to go with you places and is giving off this protector energy.
Oh, thank you.
And I feel like when this one is around, the orange one, you will hear like a slight bell noise, like a ringing. Not an ear ringing, but you'll hear like a ting, like a little, almost like a cat bell. I don't know if it wore a cat bell when you had it, but I'm hearing like a cat bell sound.
Yeah.
So note that sound and acknowledge this cat when you hear that noise. And when you feel like a rubbing, or you think you hear a slight purring noise, that's your other cat that is around you a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
But they are both completely fine and happy and still watching you, checking in on you, and giving you lots of love.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I happen to have my another cat. I'm the crazy cat lady. My ex had a colony, and he just abandoned them. And I couldn't. We had them. My kids brought in quite a few cats, and we end up having a bunch of cats. Over the years.
Wow, we all have our weakness. I'm the crazy pug lady, so.
Animals are just better. I mean, I'm sorry. They're just so much purer than people.
Yeah. Well, please try to get me a photo of Shadow, and we'll keep trying to look and bring Shadow home. And thank you so much for calling me, and I really hope you have a happy holiday season. We'll try our best. Ma'am. You're very welcome. You have a very wonderful holiday.
Every generation has a voice that cuts through the noise, a truth teller who reminds us what we've forgotten. Christina Elliott isn't just another psychic. She's the woman redefining awakening itself. Through her show, Instinct Reclaimed, Sanctuary Sessions, broadcasting live Thursdays at 5:30 Pacific, 6:30 Mountain, 7:30 Central, and 8:30 U.S. Eastern Time on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She takes you beyond prediction into transformation. This is where illusion ends, where instinct rises, and where your soul remembers its unique power. Visit ChristinaElliott.org. Because you weren't born to survive the story, you were born to rewrite it.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. Here it's getting very exciting. It's only hours away before children won't be able to sleep. They're full of excitement as Santa Claus is coming to town. Everybody's made their lists and they've got their stockings ready and whatever else. And whatever your family traditions are at Christmas time. And I mean, they vary from around the world. Here in Australia, because it's going to be hot and steamy and stormy, we tend to sort of leave Santa out something cold to drink and sort of maybe a bit of fruit cake and some grass and carrots for the reindeers. You know, you can't forget the reindeers. They've got a lot of work to do flying around the world tonight. So, and they get hungry. So, you know, I know when my children were little, it was always the longest day of the year was Christmas Eve, when they were sort of so excited and sort of couldn't sleep and didn't want to eat and didn't want to do anything. They just wanted Santa to hurry up and come. And there is many traditions around the world. And, you know, no matter what your belief systems are, no matter what your religion is, how you celebrate this time of the year, it's important to take the time to stop, look and listen, and be grateful for the things that you've got in your life, the things that you've been able to achieve this year, the people that you've shared it with. You know, like I think the years sort of fly by so very quickly once you grow up. They don't seem to go that way when you're a little kiddo and you're waiting for Santa to come. But when you become an adult, the years just sort of fly by, and before you know it, you know, a lot of years have passed and you think to yourself, gee, I wish I'd done this, or I wish I'd done that, or I wish I'd said this to that person, and now I won't get that opportunity. So make sure that you live each day as if it's your last. You know, make sure you tell the people that are closest to you what's in your heart, what's important, what you want them to know, because you may just not get that chance again. And it's a really, you know, it's a positive time of the year, but it can also be an incredibly sad time of the year. And I know lots of people have lost people this year, and it's going to be very strange to sit around the Christmas table. That particular person or persons is no longer with us. In our house, we have a tradition. We always set an extra place at the table with we have Christmas crackers here in Australia, and I was going to bring one and show you on set, and I forgot. That's our tradition in Australia, that we, I suppose, took from the English part of our heritage, that, you know, we like to have these Christmas crackers or bonbons that you pull it with the person next to you and you get a funny joke and a hat and a riddle and, you know, a little trinket to take away. But it's a tradition, and every country or every household has their own traditions. And in our household, it is an empty place at the table to represent those that are no longer with us, with a Christmas cracker and a glass of something bubbly, and we toast to them. We try and remember them. We tell funny stories, or we tell a story about something that reminds us of them. And in our house, and particularly when my children were smaller and growing up and they'd lost their father, every year at Christmas time it was, hey Dad, don't forget we've got the Christmas tree that reaches the roof, because that was a tradition in our house. Your Christmas tree had to reach the roof. Even if you had to put it up on 3 tables, it didn't matter. It had to touch the roof. And that was something my children have taken on into their adult life and into their lives, that, you know, that tradition has lived on. So traditions are really important, because it's the glue that binds us together. And I think that's what I'm trying to share with you today, that it doesn't matter what your traditions are or how silly they might seem to someone else, they're yours. They're important, they're special. It's a time of the year where we do remember those that are no longer with us, the people that were important to us, whether it's our grandparents or our parents or a close friend, or even somebody famous that we didn't really know, but they were a part of our lives because they brought such joy to our lives. It's a time to remember those sort of people. So no matter where you are around the world, here in Australia, it's Christmas Eve and everybody's getting very excited. It's very overcast and stormy looking here where I am on the Gold Coast, and they're predicting a storm. So hopefully we'll get through the show before that. But it's a nice time of the year. It's my favourite time of the year because people are happy. People sort of are looking forward to something magical sort of happening. Even if nothing magical happens, it puts an excitement in the air, and people sort of start to look forward to the new year and the opportunities of maybe something fresh and different, or a better year than what there was this year, if this year was tough for you. And if it was a great year for you, maybe the continuation on of a great year. So wherever you are in the world, please take this opportunity to sort of all join hands and sort of pretend we're opening a Christmas cracker together, and we're sharing the love and we're sharing the joy. So the Simply Tarot card of the week this week is a really special card. It's the Wheel of Fortune. Now, look, I think this is a really magical card to come out at Christmas time because it's the card of elevation of money. Some people will be taking an overseas trip, and it's completion phases. Now, hopefully we have completed a lot of things that we set out to do this year in 2025. And it's been a struggle for a lot of people. I know I've been working with people all around the world this year, and some people have really found it tough, and other people have found their wishes have come true this year. So whatever it's been for you, just let's be grateful that it's been an amazing year. We've all completed things that we needed to complete. Maybe some things still need a little bit of tweaking or to get them across the line to be completed, but just know that we all did the very, very, very best that we could do with the time and the resources that we had this year. So I think this is a beautiful card to come out just before Christmas to say that we have been able to complete those things. And, you know, for those people that are going on overseas trips, and I know there's lots of people that do that at this time of the year, enjoy yourself, have a great time. And, you know, maybe there might be a little bit of elevation in money. Maybe you've got a little bit of money left over in your bank account because you didn't spend it all on Christmas gifts. And for other people, it may just be coming up with some bright ideas for a side hustle or something new that can bring in some extra money into the coffers. So it's going to be an exciting time as we head towards the new year, that's for sure. But, you know, just enjoy what it is that you've been doing. So, you know, astrologically, of course, it's been a huge year this year. We've had lots of retrograde planets. We've had lots of things that have changed and sort of brought about different ways of approaching things. And Pluto was one of those things that Pluto moved out of Capricorn, had been there for a huge long time, moved into Aquarius. It's still sort of taking time for everybody to get used to, I think, Pluto being in Aquarius, because Pluto is the planet of transformation, of opportunity, and sort of really asking us to all dig deep and really transform our lives. Now, being in the Aquarian energy dares us to be different. It asks us to break the mold. It asks us to step out of our comfort zones, to think about things in a very, very different way and look at things in a way that we may not have looked at them before. It's like asking us to look through a fresh set of eyes. And this can sometimes be uncomfortable when we're so stuck in our routines and the ways that we do things. When someone comes along and says, hey, I want you to sort of think outside the square, come up with some fresh ideas, we scratch our head and say, why? Why would we want to do that? What's wrong with what's not working? We're comfortable with that. We know it. We understand it. Mightn't like it, but we're comfortable with it. So it's been a real testing time, not just for Aquarians and not just for the air signs, but for all the 12 signs as we're being asked to adjust. Now, Pluto's going to be around in Aquarius for a very, very long time, so we're going to have to get used to this. I still think that there's going to be more layers that are going to unwind as time goes by and we get a deeper understanding of how Pluto works in Aquarius, because it's something that Pluto's one of the relatively new planets. It's only been around, you know, a short while, and, you know, short while, about 100 years, but that's a short time in astrological times. And we haven't really had a benchmark to measure this by, to how is Pluto going to affect all of us? How is it going to work in Aquarius? None of us really know. It's a guessing game. Yes, we have the knowledge of the Aquarian energy and the Pluto energy, but when you combine those two together, is there going to be some surprises? Is there going to be different things that are going to come out of this that nobody could see coming? And, you know, maybe that's the magic of Pluto being in Aquarius, that we aren't necessarily going to see what's coming. It is going to be fresh, innovative, different. It's going to be a different way of looking at things. It's going to ask us to stretch ourselves and maybe sort of have a little bit more humanitarian interest there, hopefully, that, you know, maybe it's going to make people sort of sit back and take notice and look at things, that the terrible tragic events that have happened around the world this year, and ask ourselves what we could have done better. How could we have approached this in a different way? Instead of just getting angry after the event, what could we have done to prevent this? What did we miss? What were the signs that were there that we took no notice of or didn't understand or didn't know how to process them? So this is maybe where Pluto is going to come into its own. Maybe we're going to get different forms of intelligence that we may be able to predict or prevent massacres and shootings and school situations and things like that, where children lose their lives just because they've gone to school and some mad person comes there with a gun. Maybe we can start to understand this and maybe hopefully prevent these tragedies from happening in the future. That's my hope with Pluto in Aquarius, that maybe we're going to find some innovative, different ways of approaching events like this and prevent them from happening. So it's happy birthday time to the Capricorns. Sun's just gone into Capricorn 2 days ago, so it's their time of the year to shine. And for those that are religious, yes, Jesus was a Capricorn. He was born on Christmas Day, which makes him a Capricorn. So it's a nice time of the year. It's a time of the year once we get past Christmas and New Year and we start to settle in a little bit into the new year about what we're hoping to achieve. The Capricorn energy for all of us is about really taking a good, long, hard look at our finances, at looking at things that we can change, making sure that we've got the best deals, making sure that our future is sort of shored up, ready for the next 12 months or the years ahead, that we take stock. We look at our finances, we look at what we need to change, what we can let go of. It's sort of like a real reassessment time. So for the Capricorn in their birthday time, it's a time for you guys to shine. It's a time for you to sort of strut your stuff a little bit. Most Capricorns that I've ever met throughout my lifetime aren't really what I call flamboyant or out there sort of people, like they get excited, they've got a smile on their face, they're really excited. You've just got to work with that energy. They're very deep thinking sort of people, they're very earthy sort of people. And one of the first things that I learned about Capricorn when I first took up astrology many, many moons ago was that they are ruled by the goat, and they do literally eat anything. And Capricorns, to me, and I jokingly used to teach this, that Capricorns only have one meal a day. It starts when their eyes open and it finishes when they go to bed of a night. They graze throughout the day. They don't necessarily want to stop and have a big hearty meal. They want to just keep continually grazing like a goat, and that way that they eat when they're hungry, they satisfy that need, and then they move forward. So happy birthday again to the Capricorn. So we've got the Sun in Capricorn is conjunct or holding hands, Mars in Capricorn. So what this means is that the Sun is actually holding hands with Mars. Mars is the planet of action. It's the go-to situation. It's the one that makes us get motivated and get out of bed. So this is really going to be affecting the Earth signs, which is Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo, the opposite sign of Cancer. So there's going to be a flurry of activity over the next few days, the next week. And it's not just because it's Christmas. If it wasn't just Christmas, it would still be the same message that I'm sharing with you. So make sure that you've got everything sorted. Make sure that you're as organised as you can possibly be so that this doesn't stress you out, that you can use the energy of Mars to sort of really just get extra things done or get things done in record time and give yourself a little bit of breathing space to sort of sit back and enjoy the season. That's really sort of important. Now, Mercury, the planet of communication, is conjunct or holding hands Venus, and it's in Sagittarius. Now, I often talk about Mercury on the show. Mercury is a planet where we all need to sort of be aware, because Mercury is communication. It affects all of us, but this is going to particularly affect the fire signs, which is Sagittarius, Aries, Leo, and the opposite sign of Gemini. Now, with Mercury here, conjunct or holding hands Venus, it means each and every sign, no matter what your sign is, be very, very careful of how you communicate over this period. It means that you can get a bit fiery, you can get a bit outspoken. Sometimes when people have a little drink or two, it sort of warms things up a little bit and people sort of open their mouths and sort of the tongues become a little bit looser and they say things that might have been going on in their mind for a long time that they've always kept quiet about. And all of a sudden it comes out and it can cause friction. Now, it's not uncommon at big events, big family gatherings and things like that, where somebody has a little bit too much to drink and a little bit too much to say. And before you know it, there's a family disagreement going on. Now, I want to try and avoid this year. So think about things before you open your mouth. Think about something, how is it going to affect that person that you're talking about or you're talking to? Is it the time? Is it appropriate? And for a lot of people, this is going to be something that's very close to their heart, because we've got Venus here. Now, Venus is the planet of love and affection, but Venus is also the the area of our lives, the things that are important to us, the people that we care about. So, you know, sometimes, yes, we do need to have a conversation with somebody we care about, but let's pick the right time. It's maybe not the Christmas dinner table is the right time to pick an argument or sort of suggest that maybe they're on the wrong course in their life and they need to look at it in a different way. It's a time where I think we need to be a little bit more sympathetic and a little bit more compassionate and leave the conversation for another day. And then that way, then when you do actually sit down and have the conversation, you've had plenty of time to think about it, had plenty of time to sort of put it in a gentle sort of way that you'll get a nice response, and then maybe they will listen to you and ask you for further advice or whatever the case may be. Now, because it is Christmas, I don't normally talk about the moon because the moon moves so fast. It only stays in a sign for 2.5 days. Now, the moon is currently in Aquarius. Now, this means that emotions may be a little bit aloof at the moment. It's sort of like people are trying to sort of keep their emotions under control, but at the same time, it's sort of almost like I don't care sort of attitude. I really don't care how you feel. Really don't care what you say. All this sort of stuff. So be very aware of this. The moon is going to be in this sort of energy for another 12 to 16 hours roughly. And it's like, be very careful of how you say things. Don't come across that you don't care. If you're busy, just say to them, look, sweetie, I'm really busy. I know it's important what you want to talk to me about. Can we leave it till after I've finished X, Y, Z? Or can we leave it, till tomorrow or whatever? Don't be rude about it. Don't sort of fob them off. Don't sort of brush them off as if they're not important, but make sure that your emotions don't get out of control either. That you can give a little bit with your heart as well. The Aquarian energy is known for being sort of a little bit aloof and a little bit cold-hearted. This time I want you to warm it up just slightly. And finally, I want to wrap up the astrology with the North Node, which is the moon's node. Now, this affects each and every one of the signs. Even though it's in Pisces, the message here is that this is the time of the year where we're all trying to aspire to be better people. We're trying to aspire to be, bring peace on earth, to be gentle, to be kind, to be creative, to sort of be sympathetic and empathetic. Let's have a lot more patience than what we had. This can be a very joyful time of the year. It can be a time of the year where we can really enjoy and understand our friends, our relatives and things like that in a different light to what we had before. If we just stop being so busy and stop being so judgmental and just enjoy what's going on around us, we may just find that there's, oh, wow, I didn't know that person was so intelligent, or, oh, wow, I didn't know that they had that creative streak in them, because you've never stopped to sort of look, listen and understand that person. Now's the time to do that. And with the Pisces energy here, it's asking us to really encompass everybody, to sort of not single anybody out, but make it a collective that everybody is important and everybody is special. And that's really important. So I hope you take that message forward into your Christmas celebrations. We're going to talk with Francia in Patterson in New Jersey in the USA. Are you there, Francia? No. Oh, Franca, I beg your pardon. How can I help you, sweetie? Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
Just a general reading and what you see for me in 2026.
Okay. All right. I do apologise again for pronouncing your name wrong. It's really interesting, Franca, because what they're sort of showing me is that 2026 is going to be a fast-moving year for you. It's going to be a year of change, endings, new beginnings, opportunities coming in. It's going to be things where you can't really plan anything up. Like we've got to have a certain amount of things, I suppose, we've got on the list of what we hope to achieve for 2026. But what I'm going to ask you to do is be very flexible. Yes, have your list of what you're hoping to achieve or what, you're bringing to a conclusion and the new things that you're going to start to do, but also be aware that things might just sort of happen out of nowhere. You could be on a certain path and then sort of bingo, something takes you in a different direction and it's like, well, I hadn't thought of that or I wasn't planning on doing that just yet. Just be very, very, very flexible. It will be a year of endings, change and transformation, but I think it's also going to be a year of great triumphs too, that things will come literally out of nowhere. I think the first 3 months of next year will be sort of the quieter patch. It's sort of like not a lot's going to happen till about March, and then it's sort of all of a sudden we let the floodgates open up and everything starts to sort of move very suddenly. Were you thinking of changing residence, Franca?
Well, financially, no, I can't.
But there's a change around where you're living. So I wasn't sure whether that was a move or whether you were changing something. in where you're living, but there's changes that everything that I've been talking about seems to stem from this secure spot of where I'm living. It's like there's a lot of change to come, but I'm not sure whether it was a change of residence or whether it's just going to, you're changing the way that you're looking at things, and that's going to give a different result. But certainly money won't be as tight next year as it has been. You know, this year it's sort of, you never seem to really get ahead. You know, you'd start to make some traction and then something else would come along and take that away from you. And it's like, you know, it's been hard. You know, look, I'm not saying that you're not a tough person. You are. You're very tough, and you've done all this with a smile. But it's sort of like, gee, some days I just, you know, a little bit of a breather would be nice. You know, like how much more can one person take? And that's what I'm saying. Next year's going to be very different, and that's a good thing. But I don't want to see you sort of say, oh well, okay, in this month I'm going to do this, and in that month I'm going to do that, and this is what I'm going to do in June, because all those best laid plans might just fly out the window and everything sort of comes together in a very different way to the way that you've thought. It's the other thing that they were sort of showing me, Franca, is the fact that you are a very old soul. And for whatever reason, this last 2 years, it was like we had to sort of fast track everything that had to be sorted. You know, the lessons that you had to go through had to come at you like a speeding bullet. You know, it had to be done in a hurry. So, and that's one of the reasons why it just seemed like you couldn't make any traction, because there was so much that had to be sorted in a short space of time. And, you know, now we're coming into a much, much better time. Your dreams are going to become very important too. So if you know, I didn't feel you were a person that, you know, dreamed every night and got out of bed every morning and said, oh, wow, I had a fantastic dream last night. These dreams may not make a lot of sense when they happen. I want you to write them down, even if it's only in bullet point form. And, you know, sort of refer back to them every now and then, because over time they will make more sense. It's like the wisdom is coming through from the other side, but they're not able to control you or tell you what to do. It's like they'll give you a few little clues and then you've got to put the pieces together yourself, or you'll know what to do when the time comes. It's like we've given you the heads up on how to handle things. So that's good. There still seems to be tears around you though, sweetie. What are those in connection to?
I'm sorry, what's the word?
There was tears. I could see you crying. Is that just a release of the emotion?
No, that's unhappiness.
No, but to me it felt like a release. It was like I was just letting go of something.
I don't know. I just, you know, it's a bad spot, bad time, bad situation.
Yeah, look, they just showed me the tears were flowing, and it was just sort of, to me, it just sort of like, it was like the release or the finality of something. It's like, well, I can let those go now, and then I can sort of, you know, wash my face and get on with the world again. It was sort of like, don't stop it, I suppose, is what I'm trying to share with you. If it happens, it happens. It's meant to happen. It's not something that you're meant to sort of ignore. You know, sometimes I think as grown-ups, we tend to try and think, oh, no, I shouldn't do that, or that's a bit silly, or whatever. You know, I haven't got time for that now, and we dam things up. I just want you to sort of let it go, and then sort of, you know, get on with the next thing. It's important for the process moving forward, particularly with so much, you know, next year is going to be a year where we're really sort of clearing the pathways and sort of setting you up for a really good time ahead. So I hope that's helped you, Franca, and have a Merry Christmas, sweetie. We're going to talk with Sheila now in Dartmouth in Nova Scotia in Canada. Are you there, Sheila?
Yes. Hi.
Do you have a question? Hi, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you, darling?
It's my dad's birthday today. I wanted to know if he has any like messages for me, please.
Sweetheart, just because it's Dad's birthday and you want to hear from him doesn't necessarily mean he's going to come through with a message. I mean, usually the only time they come through from the other side with a message is usually because it's something that they feel that we're not paying attention to. You know, they're usually very happy to just watch over us in a very, you know, a watchful sort of way. I mean, I can certainly assure you he's around you. He's got a nice smile on his face and he's happy that you've acknowledged his birthday, but he's not sharing anything in particular with me. He's just smiling at you. So that to me sort of says that he's very happy with how you're handling your life and what you're doing, that there isn't anything that he can contribute to that, if that makes any sense. He's just happy to know that you've remembered him. So has he been gone a while, has he?
Since 2020.
Yeah, that's a while. That's 5 years, sweetie. It's not, it didn't happen yesterday. But, do you feel him around you at different times when you're doing things?
Yeah, and he comes, like sometimes a bird, like a baby bird, will come in my backyard,
and that's what I mean.
know it's him.
That's good, because that's his way of connecting with you. That's special. That's personal. And sometimes too, here on the show, they get a little bit stage fright. They don't necessarily want to come through in the whole world to hear what they've got to say, because it might sound silly or it's very personal or whatever. But he just came through with this beaming smile on his face, like he was the kid at the birthday party and he was about to blow out his candles. He was very excited. So that's a good thing. So I think, he's just happy that you've acknowledged it, and the whole world knows that, it's an important day for him. It's his birthday, his heavenly birthday, and he's just very ecstatic about that. So he will come to you more often. I mean, whether it's, with birds or whatever, but I do feel that he's going to start to come to you a little bit more in dream form. And it may not necessarily will he announce in the dream that this is a message from him, but it'll just be you wake up in the morning and the dream was very real, or it was very strong, and it was sort of something that was an answer to a question that you might have had, or showing you a direction in life. Know that's him. And I want you to acknowledge that when you get out of bed and you say, "Hi, Dad, thanks very much for the message. I'll write that down and I'll take notice of that," because that helps him get stronger and knows that the messages that he's giving you are coming through. It's all well and fine for us to think something in our minds, but we need to voice it so that they understand that, yes, we did connect. Yes, we did get the message. And yes, we're thankful for that, because they don't know otherwise. They're not allowed to read our minds or come into private spaces, and reading your mind or coming into your mind is considered a private space. So they're not allowed to do that. So that's why it's really important that, have a conversation with him as if he's here. He's just in a different dimension. He hasn't gone anywhere. He still loves you. He's still around you. He's still watching what you're doing every day, and, has a bit of a chuckle here and thinks to himself, "Oh, I wouldn't have done it that way," but that's okay. That's Sheila's way. And, you were always incredibly special to him. There was a bond there that went beyond father and daughter. He was always so proud of you, and he still is. He keeps saying to me, "What about the car?" So I don't understand what he's meaning about that. Is it?
That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted to ask, and I forgot. Is it safe for me to fix, like, the car? Is it fixable? Could you ask him?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying to me, "What about the car?" Now he wants you to fix it. He thinks it's fixable. So
okay,
no, he thinks it's fixable.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the only thing he said to me. "Well, what about the car?" As if I was supposed to have the answer. So yeah, no, he wants you to fix it, sweetie. Unfortunately, darling, where I've got to leave it, because we've come to the end of the show. So happy birthday to your dad, and you have a wonderful Christmas with your family. So it's always difficult when we sort of hope to connect with loved ones that have gone through to the other side, for particular events, their birthdays, anniversaries, things like that. And they don't always want to come through and talk for the whole world to hear. Sometimes it's a very private thing for them and they get a little bit of stage fright. But, luckily Sheila's dad did come through at the end with a little message, even though he was just more excited to be there than anything at the beginning. He was, he had a little bit of stage fright, and that's fine. So this week, of course, I want to leave you with a song that there's only one song you can leave people with this time of the year. I mean, it's the biggest event of the year, isn't it? I mean, the fellow in the jolly red suit and Rudolph and all the reindeers are coming over the next couple of days around the world. So I want to leave you with, of course, the most obvious song for this season is Santa Claus is Coming to Town. And I've chosen Olivia Newton-John and John Farnham's version, because I do think it's one of the most magical versions. Look, a lot of people have covered this song and everybody will have their favourite. This is my favourite version of this song, and it always makes me smile to think that, you know, Santa's coming, the kids are going to be wide-eyed and wired up and don't want to go to sleep because they're so excited. And, you know, we've already had the Qantas have already sort of mapped out Santa's flight plan for here in Australia and before he moves overseas. So, you know, to all the kiddos, to everybody around the world, Merry Christmas, and I hope Santa brings you everything that you want. But the most important thing we all look forward to is peace on earth. So enjoy Santa Claus coming to town with Olivia Newton-John and John Farnham. Merry Christmas.
Happy Tuesday, everyone, from Houston, Texas. Welcome to Stellar Parenting. I'm your host, Brandy Kahn. I'm an intuitive astrologer, and I also hold a Master of Science degree in psychology with an emphasis in child and adolescent development. If you're interested in working with me, please visit my website at brandycon.com. So for today, we've got two important transits that I'm going to be telling you about so that you're able to prepare yourself energetically and set your intentions for the week. On Wednesday, November 5th, we will have a super full moon in the sign of Taurus at 13 degrees. Now, this super full moon is going to bring attention to money, resources, and personal security. And if you've been watching the news, you already know this is true. Many people are not receiving their paychecks, and many more are not sure where their next meal is going to come from. So this is a culmination point. And under this full moon, the focus will be on what we own, what we earn, what we value, and how we are able to sustain ourselves physically and emotionally. And this is going to feel amplified because it is a super full moon. And those of you with planets or angles around 13 degrees of Taurus, Scorpio, Leo, and Aquarius, you guys are up to bat. Okay. Now, this moon, this full moon, can reveal where we've been overextending ourselves financially or emotionally investing in situations that don't give back to us equally. And for others, it might be that this full moon really marks a breakthrough moment of financial or personal stability. It could be the harvest after months of disciplined effort. Now, because this lunation is going to oppose the sun in the sign of Scorpio, we are being reminded that true security isn't just material. It's also emotional and energetic. Scorpio digs deep beneath the surface to expose the fears and attachments that keep us clinging to what is familiar, while Taurus seeks peace and contentment in what is simple and steady. So the balance here, the balance in this situation is going to really lie in honoring both sides. So we need to trust the flow of transformation while also anchoring ourselves in the present moment. Now, there are some themes that you might notice with this full moon in Taurus, okay? And those themes might be around money, budgeting, and long-term investments. Those may be taking center stage, not only in our personal lives, but in the collective. Also, banking, markets, and investments may be right up front, okay? And we may also see themes emerging around food, nourishment, and ensuring that everyone's basic needs are met. Also, there could be references to nature, spending time in nature, or taking care of Mother Earth. There may also be questions around financial independence or shared resources, and an increased awareness of how your self-worth influences income and your choices. Now, the best ways to work with the energy of this full moon, I want you to review your finances with calm clarity, okay? So set intentions for sustainable abundance. Also, ground yourselves in your bodies, okay? And that can be through spending time in nature, through making sure that you're eating nutritious food and moving and exercising your body. And let's release scarcity thinking. Gratitude practices are especially potent right now under the full moon. And it's a great time to simplify and declutter your physical and emotional space so that you feel lighter. For those of you who are parents, your children may really crave comfort and consistency under the energy of this full moon. So, creating soothing routines such as a favorite meal, having cozy time together, or just doing something sensory like baking or crafting, that might really speak to your children on a deep level. If you have teenagers, your teenager may be expressing concerns about money or their future. And this is a really good time to model calm and practical decision making. And it's a great time to teach that true wealth begins with self worth. This is a lesson that this full moon will be amplifying beautifully for all of us. And finally, on Friday, November 7th, Venus will be at the first degree of Scorpio, squaring Pluto at the first degree of Aquarius. So when Venus in Scorpio is forming a square to Pluto and Aquarius, it's almost like the heart goes through an alchemical process, okay? And I just want to warn you, okay? This is not light or easy energy, all right? This is intense and it's deeply revealing. So it brings to the surface things that may be hidden in our relationships, in our finances, and also in matters of self-worth. So those of you with planets or angles around the first degree of Scorpio, Aquarius, Leo, and Taurus, you guys are going to feel this the most. Now, at its highest expression, at the absolute highest potential of this transit, you can experience a really profound emotional awakening, and you could have a transformative experience of love that shifts your consciousness and really deepens the sense of intimacy that you feel in your relationships. But, however, the shadow side involves control and manipulation and a fear of loss. You may become hyper aware of changes that are taking place within one of your close relationships. And these will be changes that can no longer be ignored or glossed over. Okay. Now, this energy is really asking you for emotional honesty. If something is changing, forcing it to stay the same only is going to create pressure that will eventually explode. So let me repeat that. If something is changing in your relationships, trying to force things to stay the same is only going to increase pressure that is going to eventually explode. Now, the challenge here is to surrender control and allow transformation to take place, and to trust that love is going to evolve through truth and not through possession. So some of the energetic highlights or the themes that you may notice around the time of this transit. Relationships may feel more intense. They may feel more passionate. There may be more revelations, okay? And you might also notice old emotional patterns of control, jealousy, or fear of rejection that surfaces, okay? And also you might notice more power dynamics when it comes to love, when it comes to money, or when it comes to self-worth. There are some things that you can do to use this energy to your benefit. So here's what I want you to do. Here's how I want you to use this energy. I want you to be honest with yourself and others about what you truly feel. This is the time to do so. And allow change, okay? And trust that transformation creates deeper authenticity. I also want you to remember to practice emotional regulation. So make sure that you're taking a deep breath before you're reacting. I want you to respond rather than react. Here are some things I want you to avoid during this transit. Don't try to control or manipulate someone out of a fear of losing them, okay? That's going to backfire. And let's avoid guilt tripping or giving people emotional ultimatums, okay? Because all that's going to do is just erode trust in your relationship. And let's avoid financial power plays or overspending to soothe a sense of insecurity. And please remember not to confuse passion with possession, okay? True love honors freedom. For those of you who are parents, your children and teens may really feel extra sensitive under this energy. They may be reactive and they might feel overly possessive, not only of their things, of their toys, their belongings, but also in their friendships or in relationships and in sibling relationships. So we want to encourage healthy emotional expression instead of suppression or blame. Now, if you have younger children, here's what you can do. You can offer reassurance and structure, as this transit can really bring up and stir up a sense of insecurity. And also teach that love does not mean control. Love is not equal to control. It's all about trust and respect. And it's a great time for heart-centered conversations about how to navigate emotions without letting them dominate our behavior. So that wraps up our transits for this week. I want you to set your intentions for how you're going to use this energy to create something amazing. Okay? And as I like to remind you every week, the stars may guide us, but we ultimately hold the power to shape our own destiny. So keep shining your light bright, and I'll see you here again next week.
Hi, I'm Dean, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Welcome to Zodiac Zone. I am Melissa Markham, an evolutionary vibrational astrologer. Wanted to say a couple of things that are happening this week. Looks pretty intensive in the astrology world. Tomorrow night, we're having a full moon in Taurus. And I've said this on other shows that full moons are great for a time to release something. And Taurus is an interesting sign because it's not only about our money, but about our self-worth. So when we think about that, it could be pretty complex. And I wrote down a couple of things that I wanted to share with you. So here are some of the things that Taurus could represent. Emotional clarity around security and stability. So if you're not feeling that, couple things that you can do is really go inside and say, you know, where do I feel stable and secure? And if it's not around a job or not around anything in your life that you can let go immediately, obviously a job would take some planning and some, work behind that, but let those feelings go. Reevaluation around personal values, what truly matters versus what you've been tolerating, reassessing what feels heavy, forced, or draining when it comes to resources or, again, your self-worth, honoring your needs rather than ignoring them, letting go of old attachments or to old identities or roles, strengthening boundaries with people or habits that no longer align. These are, again, self-worth issues. deepening connections to senses, food, touch, beauty, stillness. So if you're feeling like a really good thing to do is to ground. And what is grounding? Grounding can mean so many things to so many people, right? What I do to ground is I put my bare feet to the earth. And what I do, some of the most important work that I do to get into a state of consciousness, what I want to release is I do breath work. So 3 rounds of 10 of the most obnoxious breaths that you can do, because you're essentially blowing out the carbon dioxide and you're really getting rid of what no longer serves you. I think that that's really, really important. Some of the things that you should do during a full moon is slow down, check in with yourself, ground your body, like I said, feet to the earth, cleanse your space, maybe open windows, light incense, move stagnant energy around, practice gratitude. Some of the things that could be good are practicing what you're grateful for. Even if you're having so many unpleasant things happen, you can literally change the energy. And another thing is a release ritual. I think is really important. Write what you want to let go of on paper. I release this. And then what you could do is safely burn it or tear it up and make it not part of your identity and your self-worth anymore. So those are some of the things that you could do during this full moon. Again, it's about release. You don't want to necessarily start anything on a full moon. You really want to do a release on a full moon. So I wanted to bring on my first reader here, or reading, sorry to say, Rachel in Canada, Australia. Did I get that right?
Yep.
Canberra,
Australia, yes. Pardon me.
And you have, I'm putting on my glasses here, and you do you have your birth time?
Yes.
Okay.
1 minute past 12, midday.
Yeah, I always like to check in with people to make sure that they have their birth time, because a lot of times it's probably the most important thing when I'm looking at doing a mini reading. Okay. When were you born?
Pardon?
When were you born? The month, day, year?
When?
Mm-hmm.
April 1980.
April, what day was it?
The 13th of April, 1980.
1980. Got it. And the time that you were born?
1 minute past 12 at midday.
So 12:01 p.m.?
Yep.
Okay. And the place? The city?
Sydney, Australia.
Sydney. Very. Let me see. Sydney. Yes, I can't spell Sydney today. Okay, got it. Sydney, Australia. Okay. So I'm going to do a really quick reading here for you. I'm an evolutionary vibrational astrologer, so I'm going to look at something called the lunar nodes in your chart. There are elliptical points in the sky. We all have them. And I'm going to say it in astrology, and then I'm going to interpret what it means. So your south, you come from the south. It's the south node to the north node. South energy is the past, karmic, and we're trying to get to this future north node energy. So your south node is an Aquarius in the 8th house of Scorpio, and your north node is in Leo in the 2nd house of Taurus, which is really great for you since tomorrow we have a full moon in Taurus, and I'm just looking at any other areas where you have Taurus. Okay, I see Taurus as part of your 11th house. So a couple of things I want to tell you. I want to say that South nodes in Aquarius are typically, they do things because it's expected of them and not necessarily what they find always pleasure in. So they tend to make goals for things. They tend to try to keep up with the collective of whatever situation that is. What I really think your purpose is in this lifetime is you came here to build something. And it has to be heart-centered, something that you love and feel passionately drawn to. I think that's where you're going to find your highest vibration, and you're going to find, this is what you love. You have to do something that you love. That's really, really important to you. And it really is in how you make money, and also to more or less to solidify your self-worth internally. That's really, really important for you to do. And I would say on this Taurus full moon, if I'm looking exactly what rules Taurus for you is your 11th house. So I would say 11th house is groups of people, it's friends, it's our hopes and dreams. And I would say for you, it's really important for you to release maybe people that don't share your thoughts or who are no longer, good for you. And maybe maybe a lot of those lately. Yeah, I think that's really important. And maybe and find the groups that find your tribe, so to speak. Yeah. Something that makes you feel that you love and whatever your passions are. And that's where you need to be. I think that if, so what I would do is I would, write all, whatever you feel, whatever what I just said means to you, and put it on a piece of paper and let it go. Let it go. Yep. And again,
I've been writing, like I've got this journal, I do writing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's really important for you.
Yeah.
And I would say too, don't be afraid to dream and go after what you desire in your heart, because I think that it's there. It's just you have to believe it. It's like everything else. We just have to believe whatever is in, and that we can do it, because we're really manifesting our chart. It's not the chart telling you what to do. It's what's inside, and it's in your chart. So it's the energy in your chart. But I hope you have a very happy full moon, and thank you so much for
one question.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, I've got 3 kids. Do you see anything with them?
You have 3 kids?
Yeah, I mean they're all good kids, but do you see or feel anything to do with them? I've got 2 sons and a daughter.
2 sons and a
22 and a 13-year-old.
I would say, let me look.
The eldest one, he just graduated uni last year, and he's a registered nurse. He's got his dream job at palliative care, and he's doing well for himself. And I think I want to be a grandma one day. Do you see a baby at all?
I don't see that. I mean, right at this present moment. I think that your relationships with all of them are extremely different, obviously.
Yep.
I think that.
Oh yeah, they really are.
I think the first one and the third one are very spiritual. And I think that the second one is very business oriented. That's what
It's like the two, like the oldest one and the youngest one. So my eldest son and my daughter's the youngest, and they're exactly the same. And my middle child, he's 22, and he's totally different. Like, he doesn't swear. He's never had a cigarette. He's never had alcohol. Like, nothing. Well, not that my 13-year-old has it either, but she swears a lot, and so does my eldest son. And so different to my middle child.
Yep. Your middle child is different. Is very businessy and goal oriented, and will probably be very successful, but very, very by the book. Very by the book. Yep. The first one and the third one are similar in some ways. I feel like your daughter is very intuitive, very, very intuitive. Your oldest son is probably gonna start out doing one thing and then maybe change and do something else. I mean, in his journey, but yeah, it's they're similar, and the middle one is definitely a different soul.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world watching the Urban Monk Mindfulness 101, Why Thinking is Killing You, live on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. Tonight, it's not going to be about teaching. It's going to be about me just running back over a few things that we've talked about, and also giving you contact details for future shows. I'm going to speak to Dave at some point and start taking calls from you viewers out there with any problems that you might have. I get a bit tired of myself listening to myself, so I'd like some feedback, some questions that I can deal with in the space of time that we've got. So I've been away a while. As you've probably been aware, I've been to the good old US of A, where it all started, just trying to catch up with mindfulness over there, a trip to Death Valley, just to reabsorb the energy of the universe and the now moment where this all started. Oh, just give me a second. Caller, give me a minute. Well, okay, you've got a minute. I don't know what that means. But here we go. So, just recollecting in the Urban Monk. Oh, another one. Did you want a caller? Not today. I'm just going to go ahead and give everybody the heads up so we can start taking calls from next week, probably. Just have a look at Urban Monk UK on Facebook, The Long Road to Richmond on Facebook. That was the original Facebook page before this all took off. And you'll find links, and we've also got a live website now, which is urmo.uk. So urbanmonk.uk, but it's not the actual words Urban Monk, it's urmo, urmo.uk. So there'll be happenings on there. There'll be another book coming out soon, which is titled Why Thinking is Killing You, which is the theme of my talks. We started off living in the moment, being present, and that takes us full circle to how we think and what we think about. If we're thinking in the present moment, everything's good. If we're not, and we're identifying with something from the past or resurrecting a problem that we had and hoping for a better future, that's where the body starts to mess up, because the vibration of the brain affects everything within the body, the blood flow, the internal organs. 80 to 90% of all doctors' visits in the UK, and I'm pretty sure it's probably higher in the US, are for stress-related and anxiety issues. So check out those details that I've given you. My book, The Death of a Narcissist and the Best Yorkshire Bunnies in the World, is available on Amazon. I've shown a picture of it before, but all you've got to do is Google Death of a Narcissist, and it's the one in green and black. So hit me up, have a look at what's happening, think about where you want to be, think about questions you might want to ask. And in the meantime, let's just think about being present. Let's just think about living in the moment. Thinking creatures that create. We are creative creatures that think. And it's when that thinking goes awry that we start to have problems. And I'll go on about it. I'll keep going on about it until you get to the bottom of where your anxiety is coming from. I'm also starting a new job with a counselling group in the UK, dealing with people that have gone for what we would call typical forms of counselling, and they're not achieving the results they want. The owner of the business has decided that once they've got to a certain level within that counselling, they need a little bit of nowism, a little bit of urban monkism, a bit of reality to make them realise that it's not necessarily the circumstance that they're living in, it's the way they're dealing with that circumstance. And when I do my public speaking and my talks, I upset quite a few people because I normally start off by saying every problem that you've got in your life is your own fault. And I'm saying that to you guys out there. Again, you might switch off, you might stop listening, you might want to dig a little bit deeper, because everything that's happening in your life, be it you're a billionaire, that's the way you think. If you're broke and you're on the bread line, as we say in the UK, again, that's because of the way that you've been thinking and dealing with life's circumstances. There's a lot to be said for just acknowledging the thoughts. As Professor Steve Peters, the author of The Chimp Paradox, says, it's a feeling, it's a thought, it's your chimp. Give it a banana, stick it back in its box, acknowledge the thought, and just move on. Learn from it. We get to a point in life where the problems we've had, and this is where I came from, but this is where the urban monk was born. The fact that my life was in such a state, functioning alcoholic, that I needed to learn a valuable lesson. Relationship breakdowns, problems with money, financial issues, the real bad credit, all that kind of stuff that everybody talks about every day, but it's gone. It was then, and it's not tomorrow. So I've not got those problems right now in my life. So it is doable. I'm not going to pretend it's easy, but you have to go through. I won't swear, because this might be on YouTube at some point and you're not allowed to swear on YouTube. But you get the meaning. It starts with sh and ends in it. So when that happens, we curl up in a ball and we hope it goes away instead of confronting it. We confront it in the present moment. We plan for the future. I'm planning for next week's show, and in a time that doesn't exist. So it's a bit of a paradox, really, that I tell everybody not to live in the future, not to live in the past, but to live in the moment. Well, realistically, we can't do that. You've got to go to the doctor. You've got to go to the dentist. You've got an appointment with a solicitor. For whatever reason, you've got things to do in the future. It's just that we play movies in our mind about what could go wrong. And I'll give you a personal example. Got back from America, carried on doing what I do. And then on Saturday, I received a speeding infringement from a local constabulary, a local police force. And it was dated the 3rd of April. So it's taken some time to come through. And I received it on the 18th. And the deadline for the appeal was the 20th, which was yesterday. So it was the weekend, didn't have a chance to do anything, didn't have time to deal with it. And now the old me would have gone ballistic, shouting, throwing things around, panicking, worrying about losing my license, worrying about the size of the bill. But I filled the form in online and sent it off. And what will be, will be. When the fine comes, I'll pay it. When the fine doesn't come because I've got extenuating circumstances, then that'll be then. And as I've said to you before on many shows, when that email comes through and when that court date comes through and when that fine comes through, it will be now. So there's no point me winding myself up, ruining any relationship or friendships that I have because I'm getting agitated. I'll deal with it when it happens. I've dealt with it now, the way I'm explaining it to you, And when the result comes out or the end decision is made, it will then be now but then, if that makes sense. And if it doesn't, ring up, call in, and I'll explain it to you. I'll explain exactly what I'm talking about. So really, I want to, it's quite a quick show because I've been away and I've spoken to Dave and to Constance about carrying on with the show, which is great news. I'm up for this and I'm raring to go and to spread more nowism to you guys. So hit me up on Urban Monk UK on Facebook, urbanmonkuk@gmail.com, urmo.uk, the website, and check out Long Road to Richmond. It was because I was driving to Richmond in Virginia, and it's a hell of a long road for those of you that live out there. I'm sure you can appreciate that. I drove the entire distance, 2,700 something miles in 33 hours. Yep. And I was hallucinating, but it was the epiphany. It was the moment that the Urban Monk was born. So I'll leave that with you. I'll thank you for looking in today or watching on Catch Up. If you've got any comments on Catch Up, just make a note down there and I'll get to read them. If not, hang on till next week, call in, and I'll do my best to put your mind at rest and get you living in the moment. So it's been great talking to you. It's not really great to be back from the US, to be fair. 85 degrees down to, I don't know, it's 13 here today, rain. When I was in the middle of Death Valley, it was 105 degrees, which for the people that know that place, it's quite chilly. There were actually people wearing trousers and jackets. Seriously. I just couldn't believe it. I was nearly melting. But anyway, I'll love you and leave you. I'll call a halt to it today and I'll move on and I'll see you all next week. Get ready with those questions and I look forward to answering them. See you.
Hi, I'm Ron, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Welcome everybody. Lisa T here from Soulsea Divine Guidance. It's Halloween Eve, Halloween week, Beltane. It's very exciting, very auspicious week. I hope that you've all felt your loved ones in spirit around you even more so, more prevalent this week. The veil is so thin. You'll find on the 31st, you will really hand on heart connect with your loved ones in a way that feels, I would say, very genuinely connected, because the veil between worlds comes down and the spirits, our past over loved ones, our spirit guides, angels, they are also closely connected because we're all energy. But around this time, and especially on the 31st, for those that don't do this, say, 24/7, you will be able to connect more with your loved ones. I've noticed too in the last week, being a medium that I am and working in this space like at least 12 hours a day virtually, Monday to Friday, I find people are coming through to me and they're going, oh my God, I'm having a better relationship now with my loved ones than when I'm alive, or I'm feeling more connected to them. It is the energy, but it is also, it's that willingness to be able to open up to the divine, to the ethers, the source energy, and to our loved ones. So hand on heart, if you'd like to connect, call in their names and ask, please show me, let me feel what I need to know. Ask, can I feel your presence? You might feel a smell, a thought, a feeling, a quick flash, a sense of a shadow. You might get the tingles. There'll be a change in room temperature. But no, Halloween isn't just about lollies and dressing up. It is about connecting with our loved ones from above. I have a reader, a caller coming through for a reading today. Rose, welcome. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
And you're coming from Orlando, Florida.
Yeah.
Lovely. Are you excited about Halloween?
I love Halloween. Yeah.
Yeah, I felt you did. It's very exciting and to see all the kids coming up, but also to feel our loved ones. Would you like today, Rose, a guidance, or would you like to ask a question? What would you like out of your reading appointment time today?
I would like some guidance. I don't know. I'm just questioning a lot of things. People around me, a lot of things.
And you will find this whole year too has been about questioning, but it's also about when you are questioning, know that this has come up for review because it really isn't sitting right with your ethos, with your feelings, with where you are on your soul path, on your life journey, because we all come into this world with a path mapped out. And yes, we can deviate, we'll move along, we can go sideways, forwards, all different ways. But everyone that comes into our life at a particular time and may leave our life and show up again at a different time is a lesson for us or is something that we are needing. Yes, they say, okay, these people can mirror us and what we see in them we need to see in ourselves. Yes, but also there is lessons and ways and think, okay, I don't want to be treated that way, or I've gone through this particular cycle. With you, Rose, I feel that people are breaking away from you because it's like you're actually starting to stand up for yourself. And I think people are getting a shock. And so with that said, let them drift away. I know that I feel that there's one lady that's just gone boom out of your life. That is okay too. There is a huge transition for you coming forward where you're going to actually speak more fluently. You're going to actually open up and speak your truth. And I feel that people aren't really going to like that, but you are. So this is all about embodying you becoming, so to speak. Does that make sense?
It makes total sense because I have always tried to be so kind but it's time that I do set some boundaries.
And big boundaries at that, because your kindness and your pepping everybody else up and being there cheerleader, they're showing me it's not being reciprocated. And so this is about you. Okay, I've done this for everybody else. Now it's about me. It's my time to shine. And I'm also getting, with doing that and having these boundaries, you're actually going to give yourself some rest. With that rest, you're going to be able to tune more into your intuition because you're actually a highly sensitive. So you're an empath. So when you're tuning in, when you've got people and noise and the outside clutter and noise coming in, you can often doubt and second guess yourself. But the realization that you're coming to now, and I feel that you've only questioned this in the last 6 to 8 weeks, but it's been niggling at you for a few years, is the fact that you matter. And I get this around your health too. So it's really good because this is you taking care of yourself and your mindset so that you can stand strong and proud.
Absolutely.
And your and when I come across the back, nearly virtually where my bra strap is, I actually feel pressure. So that's coming through from my lungs, but also from my heart. And so I'm empathing off you. So when I'm reading you, don't worry. I get this fear around what am I going to do with my life? There is a lot of opportunities coming your way. But with those opportunities, these opportunities don't make you busy. They actually give you freedom, which I'm feeling is really good because you're quite natural in your presence and what you put forward to people. And there is a beautiful community, and I feel you've already started to getting to know these people. And they are going to play a lot more in your life than what you realise. But they aren't, I got the word troublesome, where some of your people that you're letting go are quite troublesome, but you need to stay out of their problems. Does that make sense?
Yes.
There's also a man around you, and he keeps smiling down at you, but he's got a very big grin. He's got an overgrowth. I think it might be an overgrowth around his beard. I don't think it's a regrowth, it's overgrowth. So I feel that he didn't shave as much as he would want to, but he liked that bit of a rugged look. Now he's looking down on you, and he keeps waving. I get a lot of black around him, so he might have liked black as a colour for him. The black might be so that he can shine through. But he actually has a really beautiful energy. The black that I see around him pushes his energy forward into the light. And I feel that you need to sit quietly and have a listen to the tiny whispers, thoughts, feelings that you're getting coming through. Have you felt that you're getting this innate knowing lately, Rose, that someone is there trying to come through to talk to you?
You know, I keep wishing that somebody, some of my loved ones would guide me and, give me some guidance. But no, I actually don't feel like they've been around lately.
So you're wishing they're probably coming through to show me, well, hey, I'm here. When you're wishing, don't try too hard, because even if I tried hard, like to read you right now, for instance, my ego will be in the way and I wouldn't be able to read you. I wouldn't see your loved one coming through. He is a father. Yeah, he's a father figure. He's on my right-hand side. So what I'm saying to you is, if you just let it be, and just the thoughts, the feelings, you might even just find something lying on the ground, or the TV sort of flickering. It can be anything, the ringing in the ears. But just know that they are there, because he's come through to present, to show me. And I've got a beautiful, I feel it's his sister or your auntie is with him, he's saying. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry, you said my sister or my aunt. What is coming through?
Yes. I feel it might be even his sister, because there's a man around you with a real kind of protective fatherly figure.
I don't know.
They're coming. This is this man, and there's a lady around him, and I feel that she's like his sister, like an aunt, or she's related to him because he's showing. Yeah, so she's there. So she's coming through. So I'll leave that with you, because they are there. Have you lost an aunt?
No, not recently.
Yeah, but you've lost one though, even though it's not recently. I'll leave that with you, because I'm going to have to finish off. She is here. Sit quietly. If she's not an aunt, she could have been a next door neighbour that was like an aunt, but she's coming through. She's standing there, and I feel that that's your father there. So letting you know, just hand on heart, really feel the veil is thin, so the wishful thinking will coming through, and that's for everybody. Know that there is presence around you, and that will give you a present in the fact that you get to feel your loved ones coming through. Wishing you a beautiful, beautiful Halloween. Love to all. Thank you so much, Rose. If anyone would like a reading, you know I am. Follow the link. Love to all. And then if you're no more, Rose, I'm always here. Bye for now. Blessings to all.
Every generation has a voice that cuts through the noise, a truth teller who reminds us what we've forgotten. Christina Elliott isn't just another psychic. She's the woman redefining awakening itself. Through her show, Instinct Reclaimed, Sanctuary Sessions, broadcasting live Thursdays at 5:30 Pacific, 6:30 Mountain, 7:30 Central, and 8:30 U.S. Eastern Time on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She takes you beyond prediction into transformation. This is where illusion ends, where instinct rises, and where your soul remembers its unique power. Visit ChristinaElliott.org. ChristinaElliott.org. Because you weren't born to survive the story, you were born to rewrite it.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Thursday night on A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio show. Sorry, the producer is hilarious, and he always gets me laughing before I come on. So, how is everybody doing? How's your week going? The planets are moving around. Can you feel that? Because it's been a little intense the last 2 weeks. Anyway, hopefully it's lifting. I'm feeling good tonight, and I'm ready to get some good healing for y'all. So I hope you're here with things that need to be healed. So whether that's physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, the light doesn't discriminate. It wants to help you with everything. So if you want to set your intentions for the light to do something specific that you want it to do, please do that. If not, it's just going to work for your highest and greatest good, okay? And I feel like my shirt is, here we go. Sorry. My button. Let me get this buttoned. Okay. All right. So, welcome to everybody. If it's your first time, welcome back. For those who are returning, as you know, I am Robin Chaney, and I am a healer, and I hope that I can help move the needle for you this evening. And if you do like what I have to offer, please go to my website, robinchaney.com, and see what other offerings I have. One offering I have is a group, so it'll be live group healing, where I will also do some live one-on-one readings and healing. So if you want to be part of that, I do select people from the audience or the attendees to do live in person. Well, not in person, it's video, right? Live healings on. So if you're interested in that, please go to my website. The date for that is Saturday the 29th. It'll be 12 p.m. Eastern time. So make adjustments to your time zone. And I figure that is 2 days after Thanksgiving. So maybe people will need a little release and relaxation after family and after a lot of turkey. Although I'm plant-based, so I won't have any turkey. But I will have a lot of mushrooms. Yeah, looking forward to that. All right. So everyone go ahead and get comfortable, whatever that means to you. However, please do not be driving while you're getting light, okay? Don't be too comfortable if you're driving. I want you to be in a safe place, a comfortable place. All right. And on the count of 3, let's take a deep breath in. 1, 2, 3. Deep breath in. And release. Let's do that one more time on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Deep breath in. And release. That feels much better. Ooh, I have some pains in my back on the left side. You're the spine on the left side. So I wonder who I'm picking up with that. Hopefully we can fix that. All right. Yeah, got some back issues. Ooh, that pain is. All right. I'm just going to start running light. I call it light because it looks like light to me, light from heaven. And it does whatever it can to help you feel better. If you allow it, it does put free will. Free will is paramount to it. So if you want it to stop, tell it to stop, it will stop. Now, when I'm just running light like this, it'll immediately cease for you. However, if I'm bringing in the big light, it can't stop on a dime, okay? So just don't allow it to come in. I'm not sure if I'm going to do big light tonight or not. Let's just see how we roll. All right, I'm going to check on that back pain. Yep, still there, although it does feel a little better. So whoever that is, I'm feeling much better about that back pain. It's on the spine, right below my bra line, and it's to the left of the spine. So that's where it was coming through the most. And let me just get that away. All right. I don't feel it at all anymore. Yay. So whoever that is, there's still like a little tenderness, like you think it's like a bruise. So you still think it's going to hurt when you touch it, but it doesn't. So don't be shy. Also, don't push it. All right. Give it time to completely heal overnight. And then tomorrow you should be good. All right. Because it does feel like an injury. And here we go. Feel some gas moving around. I might have a little burp. So if anybody has acid reflux, that will be really good for you, right? To get some of that gas to release. I feel like there's a lot that wants to release and it's not releasing. Let's see if I can help here. Going all the way down into that liver, and the stomach and the duodenum, the liver. Here we go. My nose is whistling, so we have some sinuses going on as well for somebody. Sometimes it's just great to be the empath, right? Is anybody else here an empath? Feel everybody else's pain and symptoms? Whew. Yep, still have some stopped up nose after I finish this. I don't feel the gas in there anymore. I feel a little bit coming up, but I feel like I don't feel it anymore. So I either have moved on or I've already helped this person. Hopefully I've helped this person and taken that acid reflux away, or at least have the trajectory over the next few days that it will go away. I'm able to breathe really easily and really deeply now. So whoever that was, I think I feel better. Checking on that back still feels good. Now there's just a little bit, right? Like a bruise, like it's still healing. Okay. So don't overdo it. Don't go out, break dancing. Give it overnight to completely heal. Okay. Let's get into this person with the sinuses. This feels like it's been around a long time. So this will take longer to heal because it's been around so long. It feels compacted in there. I even feel it in the jaw. Yeesh. Yikes. Let's see what we can do. It's going down here into the ears. Yeah, we've got some sinus stuff going on. And now it's swallowing. It's very, very thick. That's how compacted it is. It's hardly even moving down the throat. So thick. So I want to break that up as much as possible. So this person may have a lot of like mucus in the morning because the body's going to start clearing that out. I just had to look at the time, make sure I'm good. It's 8:08, so I'm good. When I first started, I would just keep working. My eyes are closed usually when I'm working. So I didn't notice that the producer was like, 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 30 seconds. And then I would just keep working and then it would be over. So now I always peek a little bit, see my little eye, peek at the time. It's 8:09. Still have like 4 minutes maybe. I'm going down into some abdomens, into some stomachs, feeling good, some heart. Ooh, we have some heartbreak here. Actually, we have some, I don't want to say that. It feels like disgust with their life. Like things seem so difficult. It's like you try and you try and you try and you just can't get anywhere. It's like you're disgusted with life, with your life. Let me get in there because, oh my gosh, that's no way to live, honey. That's no way. It feels very feminine. Feels like a feminine energy. That's no way to live, hun. It's no way. You're not living, right? You're not living. You're surviving. We want you to live and we want you to thrive and we want you to experience all these beautiful joys that are on the earth. that life has to offer. Now, to do this, I am getting healing light into your heart space, right? That metaphysical heart, that beautiful heart of yours, because you are so giving, and you give and you give and you give, hoping somebody's going to give back to you, and they don't. They just don't. And then it's heartbreaking, right? Because then you're like, I've done so much for you, or I've done so much for other people, and I can't get somebody to help. And I'm so sorry you're in that situation. I would like you to, just feel free to reach out to other people, okay? Because it's hard to get, well, my mom would say you can't get blood from a turnip or blood from a stone or something like that. And it's right? People that don't have the capacity to be givers, they're not going to give, right? They can't. They don't have the capacity. Let's find a different source. Okay, find a different source, somebody who can actually give and have a reciprocity. Oh my gosh, I can't even speak. Reciprocity to give and take, right? So you're not always giving. And just remember, when it's time to receive, you can receive. It's going to feel difficult, right? It's going to be different and new, but you're going to be able to receive. And just say thank you. Just say thank you. And mean it, obviously. You will mean it, but you're gonna be like, what is it? What do they want? What do they want? And they're not gonna want anything. They're just gonna want you to smile, right? So they do want something. They want you to smile. But let me get some more light in there, because it's gonna take a while for this to heal. This has been going on since you were a wee little one. And I'm so sorry. You were always that beautiful giver, right? People pleaser. Oh, and that's so hard to heal. It's so hard to be able to receive when you're a people pleaser. But you can do it. I have faith in you. And you know what? You have faith in you too. Did you know that? You have so much faith in yourself. Let's tap into that, right? Tap into that beautiful trust and faith in yourself. And that confidence that you have it. It's just buried, right? You have this beautiful confidence and it's just buried. But we want you to feel glorious and beautiful. You are so beautiful, by the way. It's so beautiful. I want you to feel comforted and just peace in your skin. Just peace in your skin. Uh-oh, I just got a message and I opened my eyes too late. I saw it go away. So probably 2 minutes. So what I'm going to do is just put a big, beautiful blanket of light over people. 90 seconds, he says. Thank you very much for putting that back on. Because I missed it. That feels better. I hope everybody took a deep breath and release and just feel that peace. You deserve that peace. You truly deserve that peace, God-given right to peace and to health, right? You are worthy of it, you deserve it, and it can be yours. All right, and I'm just gonna keep running this light until they kick me off the air. 30 seconds more of light. So thank you for coming this evening, and thank you for joining the show, The Offering of Light, with me. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you feel the benefits of this light over the next few days, because the light will continue to work. So you should be able to just continue to feel benefits. All right. So have a wonderful evening and enjoy the rest of tonight's showings with the psychics and those other beautiful mediums coming up after me. And I'm wishing you just a fulfilling weekend ahead.
Hi, I'm Kathy, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the Air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for tuning in on this beautifully cold evening here in Pennsylvania. I want to give a quick shout out to my amazing sponsors, Rock Bottom Jewelry and Engraving. You can visit their website at rockbottomje.com, or you can visit their storefront, and that is located in the lower level of Westmoreland Mall in Greensburg, Pennsylvania. Also, my other fantastic little sponsor, Evelyn, who is 4 years old, and she makes these beautifully handcrafted, locally sourced fire starters. And these are all to fund her love for horses, which is really awesome. So if you would like to place an order, you can do that at evelynspirestarters@gmail.com. Also, there's a rebate for purchasing things with Rock Bottom Jewelry. It is OCT. No, it's RBOCT, and that's for 10% off online, 20% off in store. So make sure you check that out. I'm just waiting for my caller here. And yeah, this full moon energy has been really crazy. A lot of battles are ending to make way for new beginnings, new opportunities. And so we just got to embrace that. We got to tune into that energy. We got to let it we just got to submerge ourselves in that. We got Tracy here. She's calling from Pennsylvania. Hey, Tracy.
Hi.
Hey, girl. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, babe. What can I do for you, hon? What questions do you have?
I don't think I really have any questions. I was kind of just looking for like general kind of reading.
All right. When I split the deck, we split with Strength and the Lovers. So I feel like this is going to be more relationship directed. So we're going to jump in from there. Are you currently in a relationship?
No, I'm not.
I feel like there is a lot of I don't say like judgment in like a rude way, but I feel like you're not seeing how great you really are to let that person come to you. You know what I'm saying? Like we have Strength here with the Lovers and the Empress card, but we also have Judgment. So maybe it's definitely resolving around past relationships, scars and wounds that these people have caused you. And I feel like it's just preventing you from having that person you're supposed to be with find you.
Yeah, I definitely went through a bad divorce, and now I kind of feel like bad in everyone, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that
like I
well,
don't
that
want to go through that
validates
again.
this. It's
so
like yeah, it's like you are combing through these potential like suitors with like a fine-tooth comb. Like we're not dealing with any red flags. Like you don't want to pick up anybody else's karmic baggage. So what we're going to do is we are going to essentially what you need to do to attract this person into you is you got to change your type. You got to change where you're looking and maybe where you're going. Because you're just going to attract the same person you got away from. Even though you want better, you have to put yourself in a better environment to find these people. And this environment could be even your own mental state as well, like putting yourself first, but also seeing yourself for how great you really are and letting those wounds heal. Because you are attracting somebody, and like on my love oracle deck, I got the Sword and the Rose. So right now, you're by yourself. You are just having those revelations. You are facing your truth. You're also protecting yourself but you just need a little sprinkle of clarity to let you know that this next person that comes into your life, because I keep seeing a gentleman with darker hair. He has on a red and black flannel, and he's holding flowers.
Okay.
And this person is, I'm getting that they know of you. They don't personally know you, they know of you.
Okay.
So in order to get this person speeding towards you a little bit faster, so that you can have that peace and you can have somebody that's not a self-absorbed or narcissist, or like facing a one-sided relationship, like, because that's the past. We're not dealing with people like that anymore. We are going to bury that part of ourselves, because I got the coffin here. So we're going to tell yourself that that's not your life anymore. Those aren't the type of people that we're attracting anymore. We pretty much speak out the type of person that you want to welcome into your life, the person that you want to save, like share your time, your space, and your energy with, because we have the golden mirror and we have the coffin. So we're going to let that end. You know what to look for. You know what's a red flag and what's not a red flag. Like, you're very self-aware of these patterns at this point in time. So we're going to release that trauma. We're going to let ourselves start healing by reconnecting with who Tracy is, what Tracy loves to do. And then whenever we figure that part of ourselves out, we're going to venture out in those areas and meet somebody who has the same mindset, the same goals, maybe some of the same hobbies as you. That way, when you are bonding, you're not bonding over something negative, like talking about your past and things you've been through and wounds that you have. You're bonding over more positive things. You're bonding over hobbies and like sports and just things that are positive things to talk about, growth, where you want your life to go. Because when you're like, this is a whole new beginning for you. And you gotta let that light back in, girlfriend. You gotta let yourself shine. Like, you don't have to worry about making painful decisions anymore at the cost of somebody else's doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not your life. You don't have to defend yourself anymore.
Yeah.
You get to push forward and be the best version of you now, which also means getting out in the community, doing things that made you happy when, like, what did Tracy like to do when she was little? Like, just coming back to yourself and letting yourself heal and letting your subconscious calm down from always being in fight or flight. Because like you said, whenever we first, you're like, you know what to look for. Like, we're not playing games anymore. You want happiness, so we're going to bring somebody into our life that is happy. And we have Heart with Key, and that's all about welcoming new love, meeting the one, opening your heart, just getting together with people in new areas, new places, allowing yourself that growth and having grace for yourself and everything that you've also been through. Because this chapter of your life, like with this full moon, and we're also in Scorpio season, we're coming down, this is all coming down to rebirth and releasing. So we're releasing those parts of ourselves that no longer serve you. We're going to bury those, and you're going to make way for yourself to be reborn so you can meet the one. Because he is out there, and he is a lot closer energetically to you than you think he is. I feel like this is somebody that knows you that may have been watching from a distance. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Because you were going through things, but because this male is such a gentleman, he's not going to interfere until he knows that you are ready. You know what I'm saying?
So you're saying it's someone who knows me, but do
No,
I
they
know
might
them?
not. They know of you.
Okay.
They know of you. They may not have personally got the opportunity to get to know you yet, but that's because of the marriage you were in and everything that you just came up and out of.
Okay.
Because the cards are telling me that you got away from a snake, somebody who was just malicious and not a very good energy to be around. However, that was like dead weight for you. Like you shedded that off of you. And so now we're going to shake it off the rest of the way, and we're going to come back to Tracy, and we're going to plan what you want these next couple years of your life to look like. What do you want to manifest? What kind of guy do you want to attract to you? Because I can see this guy, and he is a total gentleman, and he's going to come to you, but it's like he's waiting on a sign from you to like make a move to come closer to your energy. Maybe he's giving you space to heal and to get through like the final strings of the divorce and everything. But he is there. He is watching. Like, you might be friends with him on social media. So I would definitely get yourself back out there. We have 60 seconds left. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it definitely all makes sense. Yeah. Like, I see red flags in everyone. I feel like I've just been closed off to giving anyone a chance.
Well, you got to give yourself a chance now.
Yeah.
So we're gonna come back to you. We're going to put yourself out there a little bit. Let yourself have some fun, learn new things, go out and be a part of your community. We're coming up on 30 seconds now, so if I cut off, I apologize. But you can always find me on my website. You can always find me on my website. My phone number is right there, and I would love to talk with you more.
Okay. Thank you for everything.
You're welcome, Tracy, and everything's going to get a lot better for you. So just keep your head up, girlfriend.
Everybody, and welcome to another week of Understanding Spirit. I'm your host, Mary. I hope you're all doing really well. Here in Melbourne, Australia, we are starting to get some beautiful weather, so we're all happy here. Well, a little bit rainy today, but on the whole, it's been really warm. So if you've been watching my show at all, you will know that at the start of the show, I always do a 3-card pull. So I want you to just take a moment to see if you gravitate to card 1, card 2, or card 3. This could be something that's relevant to you right at this moment. It could also be something that might come up for you very soon. It can also be for somebody else that you know, and you might think, oh, well, that's very relevant for this person, a friend, family member, whatever. Remember, it is a collective reading, so take what resonates, leave what doesn't. I try to give as much information from spirit as I can to hopefully, you know, engage and give the right message to the right person. Okay, so if you have been drawn to card 1, it is this card here, which says gemstone on it. And the writing, which I can barely read even with my glasses, says, you are a rare and precious treasure. When I tune into this card, I am getting a vision that, maybe some of you, you have a lot of things that you want to say, opinions you want to express to help people, but I kind of feel like you kind of drag your sword around, like you don't always feel like you're valued or that your opinion matters, or maybe you're reluctant to say what's on your mind. But Spirit is saying to me, you need to expect other people to speak truth to you, and also that you speak truth as well. Of course, messages should always, be delivered with kindness when we are speaking, and wanting to express the truth about something, because we don't know how it's going to be received. But I feel like if you do that, there will be new opportunities for you, whether it's a job, a partner, or even like something that you're meant to experience. Okay. If you were drawn to card 2, it's this one here that says sunrise, and it's got written here, every new day brings new possibilities. I feel with this card that there are possibilities for you, but maybe there are times where you're not wishing to have a look at your choices, you're not wanting to face them, or you're procrastinating maybe, or overthinking a little bit as well. I feel like I need to say to you to, whatever obstacles you've overcome, sort of like understand that you've gained some strength from any difficult situations and stressful situations that you've been under. And being pressed to say, like, declutter your mind, get rid of the old thinking, get into the new way of thinking. We're a different person every single day. So because we've had different experiences the day before. So unclutter your mind, prepare ways for new beginnings and new thoughts and opportunities for yourself. Okay. If you've been drawn to card 3, it is this one here, which is Phoenix. And it has written here, rise from the ashes and soar. Here I'm just seeing like if you are out sort of like we call it autumn here in Australia, but in the States you might call it fall. And I'm just seeing like get rid of the leaves and just, like make way for new opportunities, new abundance, new resources. Don't allow self-limiting beliefs to take over. Water your mind, your garden, of prosperity, where you want to fertilize it, not in things that are not, good for you or producing any good fruit for you in your life, and I'm also being pressed to say, like, take a leap of faith. There is sort of like excitement in the unknown. Okay, you always need to do a certain amount of research, I suppose, in anything, but always sort of like, kind of go a little bit with the flow and see what happens as well. I hope that's helped you today. I have Elizabeth on the line. Hello, Elizabeth.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
In a quandary.
Are you? Well, let me help you. How can I help you with that?
Well, I have a son that is an adult, but he's disabled. And he's going through some major health problems. And I was wondering if you could pick up anything. We had problems getting into Massachusetts because they wouldn't take New York insurance, and now we're going to New York. Oh, my mind is blank. Sloan Kettering. Can you,
Elizabeth? You say this is your son?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Look, I'm seeing you being disappointed with what you want. Not getting what you want. I can see like frustrations. Whether there's disagreements. there is a whole lot of fear and anxiety. It's like I'm feeling it layered, one on top of the other, you know, and I feel like your heart has been like stabbed multiple times. It's like everybody that has said or done something, I feel like there's a lot of gaslighting here around, you know, why they can't take him. There's a lot of deceit. I feel like your intuition, you need to trust that more than anything, okay? I also see that you have been reluctant in making, you know, decisions. Whenever, you know, before the show and I'm shuffling my cards because I never know, you know, what spirit are going to get me to do. So I'm just clearing the energy out of them. And I have to say, in 3 decks, the Hermit card fell out, right? So I feel like that's relevant for you, where you need to sort of like really, you know that the answers are all within you, all right? You know, follow your intuition. You know, I am seeing also like the High Priestess card in my 3rd eye. I feel like you can counsel yourself on this. You don't need advice from other people. I do feel though that there needs to be some teamwork around this. I do see new ideas, new plans for you. There is definitely movement. Movement is a good idea. The faster, the better. I feel like you need to take actions on what you think is right for your son. I'm also being told, you know, don't hang on to your old thinking of how you think things should look like for him. Also be open to new ideas, new suggestions that people make. Something you might go like to a service or something, and they might be offering something different, or, you know, but spirit are like, try new things, you know, give things a go, because I'm seeing that your son is developing and growing, and there's a lot of things about him that you don't know where the growth is, okay? Because I see that there's not always expression around that, whether it's because it's not important to them or they can't express it. But I feel like I'm being told to tell you to try new things. It will bring your son out of his shell as well. I'm also getting that you're still going to need to defend your position, right? And what you think. You are his best advocate here. Nobody can fight for him like you, okay? But with you know, with the Wheel of Fortune in the tarot card, it's like, you know, to stay on top of that wheel, you have to always have control, because there is a lot of people, I'm being told, that just don't want what's best for you. A lot of people in the industry will do what's easier for them, what's best for them, and it doesn't always line up, you know, with what you want. But I'm being told you have strength in new beginnings. And you have the strength, right, to keep the change going, to keep the wheel going until you get what you want. Spirit is saying, be courageous, be confident, you know, connect with that inner power. They're also talking about karmic justice for people that have done wrong by him and by you. The Spirit is saying those things will not be overlooked, all right, at all. I do see in the future that everything will turn out much better, and it'll be more productive for your son. And I see him as happy as he can be with his disability and how his life is for him. Does that make sense for you?
A little bit does. And maybe I didn't explain. That we couldn't go to a place in Massachusetts where this one particular, he has kidney cancer, and he only has one kidney left, and it's an that kidney. And I had heard about a doctor in Massachusetts that did wonders in doing partial. but that we couldn't get in. So the records had to be sent to. We just set it on Sloan Kettering, but it's been, oh my God, it's been a fight to get the records there. So I think that's what.
Yeah. It's okay. The message, as I'm getting the message, you apply it to your situation. Okay. So, I do feel that you can still pursue this. If you can't get him in, keep trying, keep being, determined in what you want. It doesn't mean that you don't look at all your other options. All right. But Spirit are pushing you to keep forward, to keep moving forward with this, and to keep, to be persistent with it as well. Do you have any other specific questions that I can answer real quick?
Going back to the original place that wouldn't take his insurance, or just pursue the Sloan Kettering?
Pursue, the new option for you.
Okay.
For him, okay? I feel I'm getting a cross for going backwards. You can keep that door open, but keep looking at other options for him, okay? Because Spirit are moving you forward, all right? There's just a lot of the energy just keeps moving forward and forward for you, okay? But keep your doors and your options open. It's always a good idea.
Hi, I'm Mark. Thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio Now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host, Lady D, and I'm coming live from a cruise ship in the South Pacific. So I'm actually today at Mystery Island, which is in Vanuatu. So I hope you all have had a wonderful week. So I'm here teaching here on this boat on a psychic development cruise. So this week, what we've got coming up on the 7th, which is today, we have Mars, which is going to be in sextile to Pluto. So with that, it can be a boost in your confidence, in your can be a strength. It can also be how you see yourself differently, and there's definitely can be a transformation when Pluto's involved. We've also got today, we've got Venus moving into Scorpio. So Venus in Scorpio could be a sense of secrets or hidden, and it could be about financial stuff, financial matters or relationships with that. On the 8th, we've got Venus, which is going to be square to Pluto, which is going to bring some sort of transformation between finances and money. So big thing here this week with relationships, finances, and also communication. But with the square to Pluto might be an ending of some sort, or you might thinking of change in sort of relationships, how you see certain people in your life, or certain finances here, how you're juggling finances around. There's be some sort of ending, but then a new beginning with that. Then we've got on the 8th, we've got Uranus, which is going to be moving back into Taurus, and that is going to be unexpected, unusual things when it comes to finances and money. So that may be that might be a bit hectic. It might sort of create a bit of an unstable world, feeling like things aren't balanced. It could be seeing more natural events, earthquake, floods may be coming up with Uranus moving back into Taurus. And then also we've got coming up this week, the big thing we have is on the 10th, we have Mercury going to be back into retrograde, and it will be retrograding in Sagittarius. So with that, it can be a sense of communication going a bit haywire. It may affect travel plans. You might have a realization of a certain philosophy that you've got about life that may be changing. It also feel like a sense of creating a bit stubbornness, not wanting to budge. And it could be, this week will be a big week because on the 13th, we're also going to have a conjunction of Mercury retrograde with Mars. This is the second conjunction we've had with Mars and Mercury being conjunct. Now it's in retrograde, and then we'll have a third one once Mercury moves direct. So this will be in Sagittarius. This could be a war-like energy, could be a war of words, and again, communication really not hitting the mark. It even could be hearing back from someone from the past, could definitely be coming in during this retrograde, and a sense of someone wanting to like speak up for the truth or for honor, not wanting to be trapped. But this is going to be a bit of a hectic retrograde, I feel, just with these other aspects. And then on top of that, we've got this conjunction happening as well. So we do have a caller. So we have a Phyllis who is from Maryland. So Maryland in USA. So hi, Phyllis. How are you today?
I'm fine. And how about yourself?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
Oh, I was just wanting a general reading.
Yep. So what do you want me to cover? So about relationships, family, work, finances. What do you want me to cover?
A relationship.
Okay. Let's have a look. I just feel anxious. I don't know if you got anxiety about this relationship, about someone. I just feel like that it's puzzling, or you've just
No, I'd like to know if I'm going to meet someone.
Okay. When I do pick up around you, I still get the anxiety. So I don't know if it's you or someone else around you that gets an anxiety and it's about someone else. But I feel like there's something here about trying to like you're trying to bring someone in or trying to keep them with you, but it's like they're sort of running away, or you can't bring them in, or you can't get them to stay. So I do pick up that as well around you too. Okay. All right, let's have a look specifically. I've got to put some cards out. Look, I do feel like there could be a chance of meeting someone. I am getting more next year than this year, but I do also feel like you're quite a sociable and friendly person. So I feel like for you, it's more going to be friendship. Friendship is something that stems from there. But I also feel like there could be someone from the past that you're trying to bring in, or someone that you really have big, deep feelings for, that you're really trying to, I won't say manifest, but I just feel like bringing in. I feel like there's someone I just feel like there's someone from the past who couldn't stay. And I just feel like that okay. Well, I'm just feel like there's someone there that I see around you who is waving goodbye. But in terms of future, I do see you being very social, and I do see you being sort of like as a social group or friends. And I do feel like it's going to be more next year than this year. I do want to go around February of when you will meet them. But it's part of, you're with other people when you do meet them. And I do feel like it is about like some sort of social group or social group setting that you do meet them in. It's not going to be online. I do feel like it's a face-to-face meeting that you are going to meet them. I do feel like this person may be a little bit older. I feel like they're young at heart. I feel like he likes to have fun, and he may even have like a dog. So I do feel like he walks animal. I see him walking his dog, so he may have a dog as a pet with him too. But I also feel like with you, I do see you packing, so I do feel like there could be traveling coming up for you as well. When it was like going to Hawaii, or you're going to Hawaii, but I just see like there's travel coming up around you, and you're packing. And I do feel like you might be taking the plane for that trip too, as well. I will say this person that you're going to meet, I do feel like that there's a no nonsense with them, but at the same time there's this lightheartedness, fun about them as well. I keep on getting you anxious. I don't know whether or not you're going to be rather anxious when you meet them, or they're anxious, but I keep on getting it's anxious too around you as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions you have?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I do feel like that there is someone from your past, so I keep on getting it, and there's someone around you that I feel like the relationship hasn't stuck, but I just feel like that they're still like keeping an eye on you, or there's like could be for social media, but I do feel like there's someone that still sort of, I don't know, like holds a flame out there for you. And I do feel like it's someone from the past.
I don't know who that would be.
I'm not sure, but I do keep on getting it around you that there's someone strongly wanting to reconnect or to but I just feel like it's someone from the past as well. He's sort of keeping over you too. Do you have any other questions?
No, ma'am. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that's okay. So let's for this week, I do feel like things are, like I said, communication is going to be a bit hectic. And I do think that it is going to be like slow and steady wins the race for this week. And I feel like things may seem like a bit hard done by, or things are just really, or someone's trying to control things, but it's not a week where it's a week where you can't really control things, because I feel like there's just going to be a lot of haywire and miscommunication, and people listening in your power. But I feel like there's also going to be people who may be losing their self-confidence this week as well. I feel like that it's going to be really quite confusing. That I feel like too, that's going to be coming up, especially when it comes to like financial things and also relationships. Let's do some cards for this week and see what cards we get out for this week. So let's see. Let's have a look. Okay, so we got here. Oh, but I feel like this week there could be, as I said, like be aware of certain details coming up. I do feel like there's a sense here of really taking care and pride in what you're doing, whether it be your work and things that are really looking at all the details. I feel like it's going to be quite easy to make mistakes or mishaps this week. But I just feel like if you can double check things, or you might be looking at being obsessed with something, like, you know, when you create something and you're obsessed about trying to get it to work or trying to get it to make sense, but like that's going to be coming up. I also feel like it could be a sense of that you're, like, it's hard work this week. It could be a battle, and I would say don't sign contracts, but it could be a sense of it might not be a physical move, but you're moving forward. So this could be like a week where you're having to realize that you're needing to move forward and making adjustments and changes into your life. But I feel like this is thinking of Mercury retrograde, where we need to work from the past. So time to finish off or wrap up projects that you've had where you've created but haven't finished. This is a great time to get them done. And I feel like it's about looking at old projects and old things coming up from the past too this week as well. So I hope you've enjoyed this segment. I'll be back next week. And if you want to join our next cruises, we have one coming up next year. It's a 4-night one from Brisbane to Ali Beach. And then we've got January 2027, which will be from Sydney to Cairns. So that one will be in Queensland. So if you want to contact me, you can. My Facebook page is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram is Lady D Psychic. My YouTube is Lady D Psychic, and same as my TikTok, which is Lady D Psychic. I hope you all have an amazing week, and I will see you back at my home, the same place where I usually am. So I hope everyone has a really great week ahead, and I'll see you next week. So bye for now.
Every generation has a voice that cuts through the noise, a truth teller who reminds us what we've forgotten. Christina Elliott isn't just another psychic. She's the woman redefining awakening itself. Through her show, Instinct Reclaimed, Sanctuary Sessions, broadcasting live Thursdays at 5:30 Pacific, 6:30 Mountain, 7:30 Central, and 8:30 U.S. Eastern Time on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She takes you beyond prediction into transformation. This is where illusion ends, where instinct rises, and where your soul remembers its unique power. Visit ChristinaElliott.org. Because you weren't born to survive the story, you were born to rewrite it.
the show. I'm Jax Potter, a psych. I work with clients all over the world. I'm a trauma therapist and a psychic medium, and I support people in getting clarity, in connecting to their higher selves, in understanding what's going on for themselves, in releasing old hurts and old traumas and moving into their favorite life. So today I'm going to take some callers, but before I do, what's sitting really heavily on my heart is talking about allowing things to be as they are. So let me clarify a little bit on that, because quite often where we feel pain is because we are holding on to how we think things should have been or should be, or how people should show up for us, or this didn't work out in the way that I had planned for it to be. And what the messaging I'm getting from the cosmos is, it creates pain where there need not be pain. If we allow things to unfold as they are meant to, if we allow people to show up as they do, if we allow less grip, is how I'm being shown, on the way things show up, the timing of things show up, and the outcome, we travel this earthly experience far more easily, far more peacefully, and we are able to see things as they are able to be, so that we can experience the magic and the miracles that are to come in for us. So if you are having trouble letting go of a scenario, if you are having trouble letting go of a person, or if you are finding yourself really frustrated that things aren't happening in the way that you're wanting them to happen, you are being asked to step back a little bit and allow things to unfold as they are meant to be. That doesn't mean you don't take aligned action on your life and making things happen, but it means you don't create resistance, is how I'm being shown. You don't create resistance when someone is showing you who they are or how they are. Okay, I'm going to take some callers in a moment. I just want to shuffle a little card, see what's coming up for the collective, so that you can all have a bit of messaging here. Okay. Consciousness. Oh, there is no beginning and there is no end. I'm not surprised that this came through after talking exactly about that, of letting go of timing, letting go of the hows and the whens. We are eternal beings. This avatar that you're in is temporary. This life that you're currently in is temporary, but we are eternal beings, and there is no need for you to force or to rush or to wish for it to be different. Allow things to be as they are. Okay, Tyler, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
How are you doing?
Very well. And yourself?
I'm great, thank you. I'm a little bit croaky, so I apologize.
No worries.
What were you wanting to talk about today? Do you have particular questions?
I guess just in general, if I'm heading on the right path, I feel like pretty much what you were just talking about, is trying to rush. Like, I feel like there's something I need to do and I'm trying to figure it out and I can't figure it out. It's just...
Yeah, because you're not meant to figure it out. I know that's really frustrating to hear. So let me give you a little bit of clarity on that. The way they're showing me is you have overextended a lot in the past. And what I mean by that is you've tried to make sure things worked out okay, tried to make sure other people are okay, tried to make sure you are okay in the eyes of other people. That's how they're showing me. So you wanted other people to think well of you, or if you feel like you've stuffed something up or done something wrong, you've tried to repair that so that other people don't perceive you badly. And there's just been a lot of you trying to make everything okay. And I understand why. And they're showing me a little bit of your childhood, so I can understand why you tend to kind of overgive and overextend. But this is why you feel like you're a little bit, I don't know what to do now, is because you're learning to not continue that same pattern of overextending. They're asking you not to always be on alert for what everyone else is doing and what's happening around you and how is this working and what are they doing and what should I be doing next. It's like you're on alert all the time, and it's really draining you, and it's not allowing you to hear your own intuitive guidance and to trust what the next steps are as they come up, because you're just looking at the external world rather than connecting in with your inner world. Does that make sense? I can give you more clarity on that, but does that make sense when I'm like, you're focused on the external world and trying to make it okay rather than coming in and checking on yourself and your inner world?
Previously, not currently though.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've broken that pattern. This is just this little period of time where they're like, so when we break a long-term pattern, there's always a little period of time where it's sort of like you're recalibrating and you're adjusting as you're moving into a very different way of doing things. And this is very, very different for you. You are no longer overextending. You are no longer worrying about things you don't need to be worrying about. You're really shifting the focus into, how do I take care of me? How do I live a life that is fulfilled and aligned without putting any pressure on it? I'm just allowing alignment and fulfillment. And you're doing that really beautifully, but you don't need to, this is not what you want to hear, but you don't need to know the next steps at the moment, because they will simply open up once you've done this little energetic recalibration that you're doing. Talk to me about your energy practices, whether that's breath work or meditation. What are your energy practices at the moment?
That's part of my problem is I don't really know how to, and I worry too much about which one to do, how to do it. I have moments where I can connect to the other side, and not intentionally, I guess, if you will, but it just kind of happens. And then if I try to, there's some kind of blockage. So that's what I mean by it. I know there's I guess a next phase or next step, if you will, but it's just been hard to get to it. And if you're saying that I need to back away from it, maybe that's what the problem is.
It's not back away from it. It's no force, just allowing. Because so when I'm connecting in with the spirit realm, when I'm getting my guidance, when I'm getting guidance for other people, if I try and do that, if I'm, okay, I'm ready and this is what's like, give me something, I need something, it'll be nothing. It's very, very quiet. They do that very intentionally because they're helping you develop self-trust. And I can see how much healing work and how much of your own self-reflection you have done over the last couple of years. All they're asking for you at the moment is to just come into some practices like breath work and meditation and do them completely imperfectly. This is part of what you're learning at the moment, is nothing is perfect. We are not perfect. No person is perfect. No soul is perfect. No life is perfect. This human existence is messy and hard. And if you allow yourself to do things imperfectly and just as they feel good, everything changes. So your connection to the spirit realm, your connection to creating the life that you're trying to create will come far easily if you just let it be. Let yourself do things imperfectly and let yourself do things purely because you enjoy it and because it feels good to you, not because you have to or not because it has to be done in a certain way. There is no right or wrong way to meditate. There is breath work. There are so many different ways that you can do breath work. You can have a look online. There's heaps of free YouTube videos, free courses. Please don't put pressure on yourself that any of it has to be perfect, even down to you don't have to be doing it daily if that doesn't feel good for you. It's not about having all of these set practices in place and I have to do this and then I should be doing this and then I need to be doing next, because that's what they've shown me you've done previously in your life, and they don't want you bringing that into your spiritual practices or into just creating this new life that you're creating for yourself that is more aligned and more peaceful. So let your practices be just because they feel good. You might meditate for 5 minutes and then go and ride a bike or go and do something else completely different. It doesn't need to be these really intense practices where you have to go and do courses or you have to join other people and do events or anything like that. It can just be small little times that feel good and support you in different ways. They're also asking, the reason you feel a little bit of a block at times is the way I always get shown this, and I think I've spoken about this a few times, I'm not sure if you've heard before, but I always get shown a clear tube between us and the spirit realm. And think of it like a vacuum cleaner tube. And the dust and debris in a vacuum cleaner, the dust and debris in a tube between us and the spirit realm is self-doubt and overthinking. So if you are doubting yourself or you are overthinking anything, it makes it really really hard to connect in. So they won't be able to channel messages through if you're in self-doubt or overthinking. So they do this deliberately so that you can stop and check in and go, oh, I'm overthinking this. I'm worrying about something I don't need to be worrying about. It's, you can check yourself and come back into, I trust myself. I trust it'll be okay, even if I don't have the answers. Then you will notice that you'll check into your messaging even more. So those times where you're trying to connect in, you're trying to understand next steps in your life, and it feels like you're not getting anything, they're the moments where you're being asked to go out to nature or to meditate or to do just a little bit of breath work, just to do some things to come out of your head and come into a more centered place within your body.
That makes sense. Okay.
Breathwork keeps coming up for you. Breathwork will be really powerful for you. Have a look around and see some sort of breathwork practices is going to be good for you. That's going to help you a lot connect in to understanding what's coming up next for you. In the next 6 months, there's big changes, as in there's more messages coming both from the spirit realm, but also through people that you know. You'll be having random conversations that you aren't expecting. You will be getting more messaging coming through, both in the physical plane and in the spiritual plane. And when those messages come through, they're asking you to stop and take a moment of gratitude and go, okay, I am worthy of these changes that are happening for me. I've worked really hard to adjust my mentality. I've worked really hard to see things differently and to practice things differently, which you have. And so now take those moments to receive the new blessings that are coming in, because you are absolutely worthy of them.
Yes, thank you.
Do you have any other questions?
No, that pretty much covers it. I appreciate
Pardon?
it. Thank you.
Oh, my absolute pleasure. You've got this. Just take some time to be completely imperfect, to do the things that feel good, and just to kind of connect into your body and into your spirit a little bit more. That's going to be hugely helpful for you.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Okay, my loves, I'm going to do another little card pull and see where we're guided today. There's so many people at the moment who are struggling to find that inner peace, that sense of I'm okay no matter the circumstance. No surprises. I pulled the peace of mind card. Okay, if you are struggling to bring yourself back to a centered place, if the world outside you feels a little bit hectic, the world at large or your own little personal world feels a little bit hectic and you're struggling to come back to a place of center, they're asking you to ask yourself this question. Is this for me or is it not? Is this for me or is it not? If a circumstance, if an event is happening, if someone's attitude, if something is happening and it is not for you, you are being asked to check in. If it's not for you, allow yourself to come out of the overthinking, move away from it, step away from it, whether it's literally stepping away from that person or that thing, or mentally check out and bring yourself back to a centered space. And know that things that are not meant for you will very quickly drain your energy and your time, and it is your responsibility to check in with your energy and time and see if it's being unnecessarily drained. All right. Katerina, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm so good. How are you doing?
Okay.
Okay. Do you have questions, my love?
Just need a reading, like what's going on with my relationship coming up, or I just want to know what's going on
with the relationship. Sorry, you dropped out for a bit there, but I think you're asking about the relationship.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, you're in such a different place than what you were this time last year. So different. Can you feel that? As in, maybe physically a little bit as well, but can you feel how different you are and the things around you are compared to this time, the end of last year?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's so different. It feels like vastly different. So what they're asking, what's different in this relationship than where you were at this time last year?
Oh, no, I just want to know, is there anybody coming into my life? I just, right now I don't have anybody in my life. I just want to know, is there anyone coming into my life for a new relationship or?
So what they keep pinpointing this time last year. What's the difference? What's the big difference between now and this? Because I'll talk about the relationship, but they keep showing me pinpointing this time last year and now. What's the big difference in your life between this time last year and now? What was happening for you this time last
This time there's nothing going on. Last year I was with somebody and it just didn't work out.
Okay, so that's the difference, is that you were with them and then this is different. Is there still contact with that person from last year?
No.
Okay. Oh, okay. That took me a little bit. Just keep going. It's so different from last year to this year. What's the difference? It's your sense of self and your worthiness, you knowing yourself well, your boundaries, what you expect, what you need, you expressing your needs. So that previous relationship allowed you to come into all of that, to recognize what you do and don't want, and to get more clear and more firm on that. So first thing, before we move into this new relationship, where do you need to disconnect? That's why I asked, is there still connection with this person? Where do you need to disconnect from that last person? Is it just a bit of do you need to write a letter and get rid of that? Or is it a bit of do you need to get rid of some photos? Where do you need to disconnect from that last person?
No, I don't need to get rid of anything. I'm ready. It's just,
it's just some. It's a letter. Okay, not to them. I don't want you giving it to them. I just want you to write to yourself, for yourself, about how far you've come, what you've recognized within yourself, what your needs are now that are different to what they used to be. It's a bit of the way they're showing me, it's a ritual, a process of, that's where I was, this is where I am now. It's so different. No one else needs to see it. No one else even needs to know about it. This is for you. It's a disconnection from the past so that you can step into it. So you're very ready emotionally, you're very ready physically. They just energetically need you to write this down so that you're ready energetically. And then you are going to notice that this new partner that comes in, the immediate first thing with this new partner is more smiling and more laughter. Sometimes the smile, I can see you smiling, and it's this, their humor is witty and a really kind of unexpected humor, from them. So there's lots of you smiling and lots of you laughing and really enjoying that unexpected humor. So this is beautiful. Write that letter to yourself. You can keep it or not keep it, whatever feels good. It's just an energetic kind of stepping into this new chapter for you. When they come in, when this person comes in, it's not slow burn, but it is. What I mean by that is you will know really quickly that you want to spend a lot of time with them. It's definitely not going to be, I don't mind if I just see them once a week or once a fortnight. I don't mind when I see them. You'll know that you want to spend lots of time with them, but the relationship won't rush. It won't be kind of, oh gosh, this is happening too quickly. I'm thrown. The relationship will happen gradually and beautifully, but you will very much know that you're wanting to spend time with them and wanting to get to know more about them and to enjoy that beautiful sense of humor and the laughter that you have. They keep showing me you eating together. So that's something that you guys bond over, that you're eating together. You spend time talking about your days when you're eating together and enjoying that time connecting over food. When it comes to the loved ones and the people around you, how have they been with previous partners? Like your closest people around you, how have they been with previous partners?
Babies, I don't know. What were you saying?
The closest people to you, how have they been with previous partners?
With previous partners, people around me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, have they supported? What has it felt like with the close people around you?
No, they're supporting me.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, so it feels very, very different with this relationship, with the people around as well. That's why I was asking, how have they been with the support? It's like another level of support for you. I think it feels like because they know it's a good match. That's how it feels.
Oh,
because they know. What I mean, when people around us can kind of see things that we can't see sometimes, and they're like, I don't know, we'll see. Whereas this time it's like, yeah, okay, this is a good match. Your humor is beautiful together. The things, you support each other really well. You talk things through. So the people around you are going to see that it's a good match as well. You will know really quickly that it's a good match.
Yeah.
You really will just feel it. You'll feel it. And
so
please
it's coming into my life. It's coming into me. It's coming into my life. Okay.
It's coming. They're not giving me time frames, but it's coming. They want you to spend the holidays, these holidays, do this little letter that I talk about, just writing of like, almost kind of a goodbye to the past, and I'm excited to step into the future, and I'm excited for what's to come. Do that letter over the holidays, spend a little bit of time. So your bedroom and the places where you spend the most time, spend a little bit of time just setting those areas up for the new things that you want to come in. So maybe you put some crystals around, or maybe you get another bedside table or something like that. Set your space up so it feels how you want it to feel when this relationship is in your life. That's going to be supportive, because that's going to, you're ready emotionally, you're ready. It's just, we're basically just preparing your energetic space at the moment for them to come in. But I really, really like how easy this feels for you as it comes in. And I really like how supportive the people around you are being, because they can see that it's a good match. It makes sense, is what I'm hearing. Like, people will look at your connection and go, yeah, that makes sense. That's beautiful. I really like how they talk to each other. I really like how they do things together. That makes sense. And that's going to be amazing for you to know that other people can see that as well. Sometimes we can see it and we're worried. Other people are like, I don't know. We start to second guess, but that's not what this is. It's really, really supported by the people who love you, and very easy.
Yeah. All right. Sounds
I'm
good.
so happy. You're very ready for this.
Okay. Thank you.
My absolute pleasure. My pleasure. Okay, my loves. Thank you. Take care. Okay, I am being asked to share with everyone just a little around softness and compassion are the words that I'm hearing. Softening with other people, and remembering that other people are often struggling in their experiences, and where some people, and this is not excusing abusive or awful behavior. What I'm talking about is where people maybe haven't shown up in the way that you wanted them to show up, or where someone's maybe off on a whole tangent on their life and you're looking at it going, why are you making that decision? Come back here. We often personalize decisions that other people are making without taking into account that they often have a soul contract to fulfill, or they have things that they need to be getting done in their own way, and we don't know their whole experience and we don't know what's going on for them. So softening when we look at other people and the choices that we're making, softening when we look at ourselves and the choices that we've made, because if we look at our lives without that softness and without that compassion, we can get caught in loops of shame and guilt. We can start to punish ourselves for decisions that we've made. And if we are punishing ourselves for past decisions, even if it is simple as, I should have done that differently, I could have done that differently, why didn't I just do this? It becomes how we operate. It becomes our main programming, and that's how we make future decisions. And you don't want to be going into new chapters in your life or new relationships or new jobs bringing in that old mindset where you punish yourself and you haven't forgiven yourself for the way that you've shown up and the way that you've done things. So allow more softness and more compassion for others and for yourself. When they want to get clear on this, when we're talking about softness and compassion for other people, it does not mean allowing people to cross your healthy boundaries. It does not mean allowing in toxicity or repeated harmful behaviors. What it does mean is allowing people to grow and to change and to learn things in their own way and in their own time. It also means softness for letting go of relationships or letting go of people or letting go of ideas when they've come to an end, with softness and with compassion, without gripping on going, but I thought we were going to be together forever, or that was never meant to happen. I don't want this to happen. It creates so much chaos within our mind, within our soul, and within our nervous system. So bringing in softness of, okay, I can feel that this has come to an end. It might be a job, it might be a relationship, but when you can feel that it is no longer in alignment, that it has come to an end, that it no longer is offering you anything that you need to be receiving, softly take a breath and softly release it. Softly let go with gratitude for what it taught you and for what you were there for, and allow yourself to move in to even more alignment and even greater relationships and greater opportunities. Softness will change so much of what you're experiencing because it's the harshness and the rules that keep us stuck. This is the times where we're like, I don't know what's happening next and I need clarity, because we've got too many rules and not enough softness in how we're doing things. Okay, my loves, I'm so happy to talk to you all. I will be back next week. I am Jax Potter, the Psychic Psych. I'm all over social media. I support people all over the world in connecting with their spirit team, in understanding what's going on for them, in healing trauma and creating your favorite life where you are no longer held captive by old ideas or things that aren't meant for you. I'm so grateful for your time, and I'm looking forward to chatting to you next week.
Hi, I'm Asia, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I hope everyone's having a good day so far. I don't know about where you are, but today it's almost 70 degrees in North Carolina, so I'm kind of excited. Anyway, here I am, your medium, your psychic, your animal communicator, mentor, and I am here to give a reading today. So if anybody's interested, please call in. And while we're waiting, so lately I've been getting a question, and I think it's a really good question. How do I know if my departed loved one is with me? And it doesn't really help to say that they're always in your heart, because everybody's going through their grief, their healing. So that doesn't always help. And it doesn't help to just say they love you. And they want to know without having to call a medium if their loved one is around. So the first thing I say is music. I don't know. It's always been music for me. I could be in my car and suddenly a song will come on that I used to sing with my mom. Or I don't know, after she passed away, I was home on a snow day And my mom loved watching The View. I know, but she loved it. And this was a while ago when it was first on. And I was changing channels at 11 o'clock in the morning. And I put on something silly while I was working. And suddenly the channel changed to The View. And of course I said, oh my God, this is silly. And I changed it back 3 times. It changed back to The View. So finally I said, okay, Mom, I will listen and I will watch it for you, with you, not for you, with you. And just simple things like that will always tell you that your loved one's around. And with that, I'm going to welcome Nancy in Corning, New York. How are you, Nancy?
Hi, Robin. I'm good. How are you?
I am very well. And I love Corning, New York. Haven't been there in a really long time.
That's awesome that you know where Corning, New York is.
I do. Yeah, I do. I went hiking with my daughter there someplace, and we always passed by when we were driving upstate. So
Nice,
yeah.
wonderful. I actually live in Waverly, New York at the moment.
Okay.
But, yep.
So what can I do for you today?
I am kind of looking more at direction.
Okay.
I am working on a couple of creative projects. I'm an intuitive myself.
Okay.
And I'm just kind of wondering, just kind of what you pick up where, in general, best practice and which movement and flow I should probably go towards. I got a general sense, but it's always nice to connect in with others,
Okay. So let me just feel your energy for a moment before I start speaking. I feel like, so I'm getting the feeling that you are more spot on than you think you are. And that you have a very gentle demeanor when you work with clients so that they feel safe with you. Does that make sense?
Yes, very much so.
I also feel like you're a very good listener. Now, as far as I do feel like you read, I don't know if you read tarot cards, but I feel like you definitely read people's energy and just know as soon as they sit down or, I don't know, you could be in a crowd of people, you just know. And I really feel like you trust your gut, which I think is good because not everybody trusts their gut. And again, I don't feel like, I'm not saying you don't use tarot cards because I use them to start off a reading, but I don't feel like you rely on the tarot cards. But I also feel like
I'm actually creating a deck.
I'm sorry?
I find it interesting that you're picking that up because I don't rely on them, but I am creating one.
Okay. It's interesting that you said that because I was going to mention that I don't know if you were if you did art as a full-time job before you started this work, but I do get that you paint, and I'm not just getting the deck, but I'm also getting paintings, not spirit drawings so much, but you will get there because I do feel like that's where you're going, the direction you're going. But I also feel like there's something with, I do autographs, and I'm getting the feeling that is a direction you might head into.
Okay.
I don't know if that makes sense to you. I just feel, it's interesting because I'm seeing in my mind's eye quick drawings, I don't know why I'm not getting like oil paintings or watercolor or anything like that. I just keep feeling quick. I don't know if that makes any sense. Just quick brushes, quick strokes to get your point across. And I feel like if you have your pencil on paper while you're giving a reading, you are stronger. Does that make any sense to you?
Not necessarily, only other than during the summer, I kept hearing the term drawing from a blank canvas.
Okay.
And I'm terrible at drawing stick figures even.
Yes.
But I had this elaborate picture come out of my hand that kind of shocked me, to be honest.
Okay.
But I do love to paint creatively, just to like paint paint.
Yeah.
I like to paint. Yeah.
I feel like you're going to start seeing more creativity coming out of you. I think you heard it for a reason, and it's okay that you can't draw a stick figure. But if you allow spirit to guide you, I feel like you're going to see more than you're expecting. And when we don't expect something, something always comes out of it. I just feel like there's going to be a lot of growth. I feel like there also might be a partnership growing around you. I don't feel like it's Lilydale or anything like that, but I do feel like someone is going to come into your life. Not that you're going to work with as a partner, but that may offer you a space to work out of, or say, hey, I have a lot of people that are interested. Can we do a party? And that's just going to lead from one thing to another. And your deck of cards, I feel like you're going to start testing them out within the next 6 months to get people's opinions. And I feel like you're going to be awfully surprised about how great everyone's going to think it is or know it is. But I really feel like you need to know how great you are. Does that make any sense?
Yes, I do what I do, so it doesn't seem like it's much. And then when I work with someone and it is, and I just, I get it, but it's just what I do. You know what I mean? And it's not to minimalize it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not minimalizing it. It's just I don't realize what I do is so impactful. Yeah.
Yeah, and it is impactful. That's why I feel like you're going to notice that you're growing in different directions. And someone has already noticed you, not just someone, lots of people have noticed you, and you will move forward. I'm getting 6. I'm hearing 6, but it's going to be way before June. So I just feel like in next year, 2026, okay, because I keep hearing the number 6. 2026 will be huge for you. So what I'm getting is stay open to the possibilities. You're a great manifester, so manifest what you want. And I also am getting the impression that your dreams have been crazy lately. So pay attention to those dreams. And if they're not yet, they're going to be. So pay attention to them.
It's an opening.
And
thank you.
You have guides and someone who passed away that did what you did or wanted to do what you're doing. So just pay attention to that, because I feel like you're getting the answers while you're sleeping and also while you're meditating. The meditation, I don't meditate well. I don't know if you do, but I do feel like you're very close to nature, and that's your meditation while you're walking or doing things outside. So pay attention to what you're seeing and feeling, because take a chance on yourself. If you see a store that you want to do readings out of, do it. Because that's the way you're going to grow.
Okay.
I don't know. Do you have any questions? I don't know if I'm making any sense.
No, I'm totally appreciative that you're right on the button for me.
Okay, good.
You're right on the button. I The growth comes in just simply, and I think I appreciate a companion way more than I let on. So that'll be great to have, someone to work in tandem with in whatever form it shows up. I enjoy the socialization parts of it rather than, mainly doing it independently. So that'd be beautiful.
We tend to lock ourselves away to protect our boundaries. But sometimes we know who the right person is right away, and just know it's going to work. There's always going to be growth spurts and then feeling stuck. So when you feel stuck, work on that deck. And then when you feel stuck working on the deck, just go crazy with a pencil or art, Canva or something on the computer, because you have a lot that's coming out of you, and I feel it.
Yeah, I do. And it's funny that it's not funny because you're really good at picking up the energy. But
it is funny.
That's exactly what I've been doing. I was painting, I put the deck down, I go and paint my table, and then I stand back up and I go back to the deck, or then I go do a couple of readings, and that is kind of my meditational flow. And then I get outside and do it all over again.
Yeah, and that's what we do. And we just have to go with it. Anyway, we have about 60 seconds left, so I'm so glad that you came on to talk to me today, and I really do hope I helped, and I wish you the best. I know you're going to be great. And I can't wait to see that deck of cards because I will buy it.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and I will put it out there.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Take care. Have a good week.
Appreciate you.
Okay.
You too. Bye-bye.
Take care. And with that, I say thank you for listening today, and I will see you in a week.
All right. Hi, guys. Do not adjust your television set. This is the mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. And it's a beautiful, happy Wednesday, happy hump day. I'm out of my normal little spiel, as I say, but I have fun. We're doing a little bit of some kind of purple mood tonight. So if you're watching on, on Facebook or you go to watch on, YouTube for on Moonstruck TV, I kind of played around with my lighting, so we've got a little bit of the witchy purple going on, and maybe we'll switch it up here in a minute. And it's Halloween, right? It's the day of celebration of All Hallows Eve, right? And it's we're celebrating that here in the U.S. here on Friday, right? I think today's Wednesday, Friday, and it's my favorite holiday. And I'm wearing this is just, I'm really dressed down for Halloween. I usually get all dressed up, but I've still been trying to fight through a nasty upper respiratory virus that's been going around, I guess. If you want to call it, COVID, or I don't know, but I'll tell you, it has done a doozy on me. So, but I'm feeling fine. I just, I feel like my energy kind of gets drained. But anyway, I am not going to miss my show before Halloween. This is my favorite time. And because many, many, many reasons, it's my favorite holiday, but also the veil between us and the spirit world is so very thin right now. So if you are not familiar with what that means, really, it's where as we get closer to All Hallows Eve or to Halloween, which is also, even if you celebrate Dia de los Muertos, right? That is the Day of the Dead. Look at me. I'm learning how to use pronunciations. Go me. but it is about celebrating, but it's also for those who, who have passed on, for them to have a moment of coming back to life. And what happens is that energy, so the veil between us and the spirit realm gets so thin that the messages, the validations, the signs, the symbols, however you want to look at it, they are just so strong and just so in your face. I mean, it's incredible. So I love this time as a medium to be able to channel your loved ones in spirit. So it'll be fun and kind of interesting to see, what callers call in tonight, what we get, and, either way, whether it's just some guidance or otherwise, even the veil between us and the spirit realm for your spirit guides is also very thin, and things are very strong even there. So it's kind of fun to see how it all just, it blows my mind. I'll just say that. It blows my mind. I always say that spirit never ceases to amaze me, ever. So anytime that, 28 years of doing mediumship and readings, and this time it just blows my mind. I'll be honest, sometimes I scare myself. Sometimes I even scare myself. I think, my gosh, I don't know how I heard that. I don't know how I saw that, but I did. And then when the when the client validates, yes, that makes sense, there's no way you would know this, then, it's pretty dang cool. I love it. It's definitely one of my favorite of my abilities is my mediumship. But so yeah, we'll see kind of how that meshes with tonight, with it being so close to Halloween. But we're going to kind of switch back to some regular lighting here, I think, because this is kind of, I'm not going to lie, I think it kind of messes with your eyes a little bit. So let me, how's that for some green? Ooh. Hang with me, folks. Let me get to the right one here. Let's see. Oh, look at that. Much better. Look, there's Steph. Yeah, all tanned up. All right, not so purple. All right, you guys. So before we obviously go to our callers tonight, I was so excited for tonight's show that I totally spaced off that I was going to pull an affirmation or an oracle, and I really would love to pull an oracle really quick. So before we take our first callers. So if you're not familiar with what oracle cards are, oracle is really about, I kind of put it this way, and I think it's kind of a funny way of looking at it. Tarot is like, let's say oracle is like your really sweet Aunt Betty, who is like wanting to give you a very sugar-coated, message. And she's just very sweet and, bringing her sweet pie, that she made. And then tarot is like Uncle Ralph that, is like come from, the hard times. And he's like, I'm going to just tell you how it is. And that's how tarot is. So it's kind of how I look at things. But so oracle, we're going to be a little bit softer today. And oracle, this deck I have, it's called, what is this deck called? It's the Moon Tarot. I can't remember the full name of it. But anyway, it's got these beautiful moon phases on the back. And I think in the spirit of Halloween, even though I know it sounds kind of weird that this number would come up, but actually the number 13 has been very strong for me today. And I kind of thought, I didn't even think of the fact it was 13, which, some people have kind of a bad luck connection with the number 13, which 13 for me is a very lucky number. But then I thought, well, maybe it's because 13 backwards is 31, which is Halloween. And then I thought, maybe that's why 13. But anyway, so the number 13 has been very strong today. So the 13th of a month as being a significant date, January 3rd, 2013, these are where the numbers come in, and we'll be going to connect with or validate possibly one of my callers tonight. Sometimes it will fit with when I do my free readings, which, by the way, is tomorrow night. So and I'll go into that a little bit here towards the end of my show. But now let's read this really quick. So we just got out of the new moon. We're getting ready to go into a full moon coming up here November 5th, I believe. And this is the full moon in Pisces. And I love this. It says to balance your spirituality and practicality. So balance spirituality and practicality. You guys see my cool nails if you're looking at on the on YouTube or on Facebook. I've got some glow in the dark ghost face looking things. I told you it's my favorite holiday. But so balance some spirituality and practicality, you know, and I love that because I feel like we can definitely, you know, be so spiritual and put so much faith in our spirituality, but we also have to have some practicality in life, right? We have to be practical about things as well, you know. And I mean, like I said earlier, spirit does never ceases to amaze me. So I put a lot of faith in spirit and in my spirituality, but then you also, you know, you got to have some, you know, some practicality in things, be a little bit practical, but I don't know, the Gemini in me isn't always so practical. So it's just the air sign of me. But all right, my friends, enough chit chat. Let's take our first caller. And I had missed who this was. I was so excited messing with my lighting. So I am going to see who my first caller is tonight. Kelly. Thank you. Hi, Kelly. This is Mini Medium. How can I help you tonight, hon?
Hi. I am here. I'm going through a hard time right now. I don't know if I should tell you or if I can tell you, but I'm literally in the parking lot. I just lost my mom at the hospital.
Oh, sweetheart.
And you guys
called. Wow, okay. Well, okay, my heart just sunk. Okay, honey. I'm going to tell my producer, Dave, who is listening. Dave, I'm going to just take Kelly tonight. Kelly, you and I are going to just be me and you, hon, okay? Just me and you for the next.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss. You know, I lost my mom almost 13 years ago, and she's my best friend. She was my best friend, and I just, I miss her dearly every day, hon. And I'll tell you one thing, and I hope we can channel her, even as new as a soul she is, hon. I have channeled souls that have been in transition as early as transition. So it is not unheard of.
Wow, that would be amazing.
Yeah, we'll definitely I'll do everything I can tonight, hon. And you know, I know that it's so fresh, it's so new, obviously, right now, but there's such a very and I don't want you to tell me much about how mom passed. I don't want you to go, this is where I want them to do that. But I think I saw you. Are you in Oregon, hon? Did I see that earlier?
Yeah,
is that right?
Yep, we're in Oregon. Yep.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
Oregon.
That's what I thought. Okay. So but do you I'm just going to ask right offhand, does the number 13 connect with you in any way as like a birth date, a death date, even a time?
13, well, my husband thinks that that's his lucky number. And he was born on 12/13, so
that's
trying to
you just
he looks at that as his lucky number.
Okay, you hit it right on the head, my friend. This is so before I even you know, when I'm getting ready to start my show and I'm meditating and cleansing my space and I'm welcoming any loved ones that have crossed over to come in that walk within that beautiful white light with God. The minute that I start to do that, things will start to pop in my head. We call them downloads. And the number 13 had popped up right away. So I thought, okay, well, we're going to go with it. And then I joked and thought, maybe it was just because it's Halloween, you know, maybe it's, you know. But I have no doubt, hun, that that's why, because even at that moment, very well is even just some validation of your mom or even maybe his husband's loved one, maybe someone that he's lost, wanting to even give some comfort for you and your husband, for that matter, to know that, you know, that she is not going to be alone or crossing over alone, you know. So, but the fact that his birthday is the 13th, that is exactly why the 13, hun. It has nothing to do with the lucky 13 because I think a lot of people look at 13 as a lucky number or their favorite number, surprisingly, which it's mine for very much so. But I can't look at that as a coincidence that out of all the thousands and thousands and millions of callers that want to, you know, to be called in and want to get a reading with A1R Psychic Radio, or even, you know, trying to call in through Moonstruck, that what are the chances, right? What are the odds?
Right.
So, I have a beautiful, strong feeling, hun, that that we may be getting hopefully at least a little something for you. But if anything, if you get anything out of this reading, my friend, you have my love and light and condolences coming your way. Okay, without a doubt.
Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh, you're so welcome, honey. You are welcome. All right. Well, I'm going to do everything I can to see what we can get here. And let me, I'm going to, you know, I use cards, I use tarot cards, but I only use them as a visual kind of validation for my clients to see what my gifts are bringing to me. So I don't really read tarot, but we're going to pull a few cards that and just kind of see, they might mesh with you here. So give me just a second, hun. I'm going to be a little quiet because I am going to start to get myself open to channeling, but seeing what I can get. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome, hun. Okay, just 1 second here, hun. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, okay. All right, I'm gonna do a little bit of some automated writing, and what that is just, it's a tool that a lot of mediums use to just kind of get energy to flow and to come out on paper. And
sure.
All right, honey, let's see here. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm going to ask you right offhand. The number 4 is coming up very strong. Month of April, the 4th of a month, as being now I want you to think outside of the box a little bit with mom, but just how you might connect with it. Hang on, I just heard, ask about the children. How many children do you have?
I have 5. There was 4 of us living in our home together. Maybe.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. And are you saying that with you? There was 4 of you, or 4 of you with your
we
children?
lived with my mom.
Okay. Perfect.
We lived with her.
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Okay. Perfect. I just heard talk about the children. So, and I feel that this is just maybe mom wanting to bring in the 4. Now also, I'm getting a lot of, when I start to really pick up on energy and on the soul, they will start to manipulate my body. And if this is mom, or we may very well maybe feeling another spirit coming in, that we call it piggybacking, where a soul will come in that has been on the other side a lot longer, and they will use their energy to help mom to come forward, or anyone else for that matter. So when I give you some of these validations that are coming out of these downloads, I should say, I just kind of want you to think about that as well. But as they're manipulating my body, I am having a hard time with feeling that that we caught everything. I don't know how else to put it. I feel like, you know, we didn't get it all. We didn't catch it all. We didn't, you know, there was some misdiagnosis in that sense.
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
Okay. Do you
That could make
understand
sense,
that
yeah.
with Mama? Okay, let me get some more here, hon. I'm already feeling, boy, this is very early, but and I know that it's unfair to even ask you about this yet, but there is a sense of that, oh, has your mom's dad passed? I've got
my mom's dad. Is that what you said? Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
I never got to meet him.
That's okay, hon.
He
Okay.
was gone.
I've got I've got maternal grandfather coming in, validating of being with mom already, welcoming mom already. But
Good.
also where I feel that he may be wanting to help communicate for her, if that makes sense. He shows me the number 17. You got numbers coming up like crazy. 17.
That's funny because my mom. I think
7.
I think my mom really loves 7, and
1 and 7.
And yeah, I think she did love 7, and she liked to play the lottery, and so that's probably why numbers are popping up.
Oh, well, that would make sense why all these damn numbers are coming up.
Yeah, I bet you she's probably trying to tell me to go play the lottery.
Right? She's like, all right, now I got some special skills I'm going to share.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. She really wanted me to. She always wanted everybody to play the lottery. If you don't win, you don't. If you don't play, you don't win.
Exactly. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I love her already. I'm like, why are you showing me numbers? And that's my saying too. I'm like, you got to play to win, you know? So
yeah. Yeah, she's like, you can't complain you don't win if you don't play.
Exactly. Well, I'll tell you, it was so beautiful. And I literally just heard, and boy, if this is your mom, I have to say I'm very surprised with it being so early, but I just have a feeling that it may be her, but also using some of her dad's energy to be able to do this. But you mentioned about playing the lottery, and one thing your mom said is she won the lottery when you came into her life, and then she giggled and said, and my son-in-law. I heard, and him, and she goes, and him.
Oh my gosh. That's funny. Because they weren't very good friends until recently.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yep. I want you to keep that 17 number again in mind, hon. But I feel like I need to talk about 2017, or I need to talk about when you were 17. So
maybe
and you don't have
17.
Yeah, so 8 years ago ish.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
maybe.
and if it doesn't if it doesn't resonate, it will, hon. I promise. You've got so much right now, and you know, it'll be where if I can help you to try to connect with it, I feel like what I'm getting with that number is to validate a memory that mom has had with you. So just keep that in mind, okay, hon? Who is Marie? Who is Marie? I heard, or Mary. I just heard that so plain as day.
That's my mom's name is Mary. That's her name.
Oh my goodness, son. Okay. I had a feeling.
That's my mom's name.
Oh my gosh, sweetheart. Man, I'm going to get choked up. Woo, okay.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, hon. Okay, well, I will tell you, one thing that I've done this so long, and you know, I only can count on one hand how many times I have been able to channel a soul that has been either in transition, getting ready to cross over, just crossed over. And for me to hear your mom say her name as strong as I just heard that means a couple things. It means that she made it, hun. She made it. She made it to the other side. She crossed over. It means that she is in that bright white light with God or whoever you believe your higher power. It means that she is no longer in pain. There's no suffering. And I have to tell you this. I don't know why I'm being told I need to tell you. She's no longer suffering. So
because she was.
She was very sick, very sick. And so I'll tell you, my mom, I'm just like, this is so beautiful. I knew, you know, I was saying earlier in the beginning of my show that the veil is so thin right now between us and the spirit world. And I mean, we don't want to lose our loved ones, but if there's any perfect timing, it's now. And the fact, I mean, we just lost her, hun, and just so much that she knew that she needed to make sure that you and I connected. She knew. And this is just, she's just like, all right, I'm going to make this happen. And, you know,
that's how my mom was.
Yeah. Oh, she's very, yes, I was just going to say, she's very, very stubborn, very headstrong.
Very stubborn.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. One thing, I know my producers tell me I got a couple more minutes left, and boy, you and I have got to connect again.
That would be great.
Yeah, when you're ready though, hun, when you're ready. And but I want to tell you a couple more things that I'm getting, but you know, I almost didn't do this show tonight. I've got 60 seconds, I'm being told, but I was so pulled to go, nope, I got to do this. For one, it's my favorite time of the year, but but I now know why, because your mom, even
that's so great. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, honey, you're so welcome.
And let's connect more if we can.
Yes, please. Yes. So my website, you can go to mini-medium.com, or you can go to my Facebook page. It's just Mini Medium, and then it says Psychic Medium and Reiki Practitioner. Go find me, or I can have A1R help. We'll get us hooked up. Let's continue this some more, like real soon, okay,
Thank you so much.
Okay, you're
thank
welcome,
you.
honey. Please take care, sweetheart. Okay, sending you all my love. Okay.
All right.
Bye-bye. Okay, bye.
You.
Take care.
Bye.
You're welcome. Wow. All right, you guys. I know, I could take a whole hour, but I am just so blessed to be able to help her. But happy Halloween to you guys. I will see you next week. Much love and light. We'll see you then. Bye. Bye.
Hi, I'm Jenny, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television.
Hola mundo, bienvenidos a otra edición del Buffet de Oráculos. Welcome to another edition of the Oracle Buffet. Soy la anfitriona Güera. I'm your host, Heather Carmona, and I want to welcome you. A couple things here. Want to talk about Oracle Buffet readings. You're all familiar with the Oracle Buffet, but did you know I offer these here Oracle Buffet readings on my TikTok shop and on my website, psychicastrologywi.com. So if you're one of those TikTok people, check me out at Oracle Buffet. and get a gift for someone you love for under 15 bucks. One of a kind, something they're going to be talking about for a while to come. So yeah, check it out. Great gift idea, under 15 bucks, or you can get them an astrology reading, which is even better because it helps them to know themselves more. So today, here's what we're doing. I'm feeling kind of goofy. I want to do Oracle Buffet readings for everyone. But first, vamos a hablar de nuestros sponsors. We're going to talk about our sponsors. First sponsor of the day, High Class Grass, plant-based company helping to make plant-based eating more convenient and affordable. Check them out on all the socials, well, on Amazon, TikTok, blah, blah, blah. High Class Grass, Google, wherever. Followed by the Lighthouse Center, lighthousecenterinc.org. That's my grandmother's meditation center in Whitmore Lake, Michigan, founded more than 30, 40 years ago. But yeah, stop by there for meditation, a class, whatever you want to do if you're in the Whitmore Lake, Michigan area. And final sponsor of the day, Christina Elliott. Good friend of mine, very, very talented psychic medium. If you want to talk to someone who's dead, look her up, ChristinaElliott.org. She's also got a show here on the Psychic Radio Network called Instinct Reclaimed. Thank you for sponsoring us today, Christina. Anyway, con eso, vamos a empezar con el buffet de oráculos. I'm feeling extra dramatic today. We're going to get started with the Oracle Buffet. All right, let's start with none other than Aries. Aries, what does the universe want you to know today? You fast little rams, you. Ooh, shed. How the prairie king snake, sneaky snake. How can I know myself is bigger than any fear? Shed. Okay, Aries needs another one. All right, what else does Aries need to know today? Freedom. I possess the power and the free will to create my own happiness. So Aries, what do you need to shed in order to gain your freedom? That's what that's asking of you or telling you. All right, Tauro. Full moon in Taurus is coming up here. So Taurus, you might be feeling extra emotional. All right, what does the universe want Taurus to know today? Taurus, you get 2 cards. All right, Taurus, give back. Today is the day to cast aside normal routines and make your main purpose to serve. It is about giving back without any thoughts or expectations of getting anything in return. Reach out and touch other people's spirits, as it's highly likely that someone really needs it today. And also you drew the refine your attention card. Okay, so apparently, Taurus, you're in need of reaching out to someone and making their day. Put your attention on someone else so you can help them help and give back. That's what's being asked of you today, Tauro. Y luego, Gemini. What does the universe want Gemini to know today? Gemini, big money, no whammies. Gemini, be yourself, Gemini. What else does the universe want Gemini to know? We got more time to kill Gemini? All right. Be yourself going forward. Quick little readings, just like Gemini likes. Not too much to hold on to, just quick, fast, just like our mutable air signs, Gemini. Be yourself going forward. Starting now, Gemini, be yourself. All right, Cancer. What does the universe want Cancer to know today? The universe wants Cancer to know, a lot of things apparently, but they're all short ones. How can I deepen trust that my intuition knows the way? The wind card that says blow, so it's got to blow Cancer. I don't know. I just draw these cards. I don't write them. Anyway, the next card is unlikely. So Cancer, if you're looking for an answer on something, maybe that's it. Unlikely. And last but not least, Cancer, the silver lunar dragon bathes you in divine feminine light. Come into balance and practice peace, harmony, and cooperation. Expand your causal chakra. So, from what I'm gathering here, Cancer, you need to come into balance with your intuition and trust that it knows the way. So deepen your connection to your intuition by quieting the monkey mind, quieting the voice in your head that doesn't shut up, that we all have. That's completely normal, but shutting it up will be the best thing you could ever do. All right, Leo, what does the universe want our little lion friends to know today? Leo, prioritize self-care. You do so much for others. It's time for you, Leo, to experience the love you deserve and let others help you. That's what the universe wants you to know today, Leo, is to prioritize self-care. All right, Virgo, ¿qué es lo que el universo quiere que sepas, Virgo? Virgo tiene que saber, Virgo has to know this. We got 2 cards. I am standing on the leading edge of thought. Just as all of your experiences from the time of your birth into your physical body until now have culminated into who you now are, all that has ever been experienced by all that is has culminated into all that is now being experienced in the physical life experience on planet Earth. And then hidden depths. Something hidden is about to come to light. Perhaps a secret or memory at the back of your mind. When we expose what's hidden, we can become free. So Virgo, yo creo que I think that this is saying that you need to understand the hidden depths of yourself and that you are standing on the leading edge of thought. Everything you've thought has culminated into where you are at this point in your life. That's what I say that. So I didn't know, apparently, okay. Cheryl, okay. We didn't talk about the call thing, so I will take a call. I will take Cheryl here. Yeah, apparently we got a call in. I apologize for that. Cheryl, are you there?
Yes, I am.
I'm sorry about that, Cheryl. We didn't specify a call today, so I wasn't sure if we were doing one here. Anyway, Cheryl, since I'm halfway done, what's your date of birth, Cheryl?
April 12th, 55.
April 12th, 55. And you know, Cheryl, since there was a miscommunication here, I'd be happy to continue with you after the show. So I apologize for this. And I apologize to the rest of the Zodiacs that we didn't get to here. All right. And where were you born at?
Lethbridge, Alberta.
Where was that?
Lethbridge.
How do you spell that?
Lethbridge.
All right. And is that in Alberta?
Yes.
Okay. And what time?
Early morning, that's all I know. I think it was around 4 a.m.
4 a.m. Okay. All right. Let's see. Again, I apologize, Cheryl. Miscommunication here in the studio, but we will get your reading here. Oh, actually, this is a really important time for you right now, Cheryl. The nodes are transiting, or the North Node is transiting your Venus right now. So you're actually coming in. Go ahead. Sorry. So you're actually coming in, or you recently came into like a new idea or new direction for your life purpose or life lesson. Or it could be something with a love affair too. Have you had any recent developments over the past couple days?
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet? Okay. Well, it's within a degree here, so it'll be coming soon if it hasn't came already. But anyway, this is redirecting you towards something more spiritual, letting go of the physical, of the day-to-day things, the chores, the work, the daily routines. It's being asked of you to let that stuff go and focus more on spiritual and focus more on love in your love life. So the next few days or weeks, a few days here, very important for you as far as love life and finding your direction and finding your the soul's growth over the next few days here. And then like a sudden change in motivation too. So very fated time right now that you're going through. And again, I'm sorry, so on the spot. But anyway, yeah, very auspicious time for you. Has there been a dream you've been thinking about acting on?
Not really.
Okay.
No.
There's nothing no ideas that you've had that you've been pondering?
No.
No. Okay. Well, I would expect that to change here soon, or you to meet someone new. Are you currently partnered?
Yes.
You are? Okay. Is everything going well with that person?
Yeah, it's all right.
Okay. Well, that's good. It could be a deepening of that too, or something. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hello? I don't know if I lost you or not.
No, I'm here.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to pull a couple cards for you because we're running out of time again. So sorry for the misunderstanding. But what is being asked of you right now, or what is going on with you right now here? All right. These two. Okay. Interesting mix of cards here. We got two of the nature cards. So healing chaos, that's what's being asked of you right now. Or that's what's going on right now. And what do I know without knowing why or how? What did you say something?
No.
Okay. I apologize. Delay. And then the crack card, the walnut tree card, what do I know without knowing why or how? And then also, am I honoring my knowing? The trust card. So healing chaos and trusting your intuition. Does that resonate with you?
Yes.
Okay. So that's very much what this call was about then, is trusting the instinct that you have with whatever it is that's going on, and healing that chaos inside and trusting your inner voice to move forward. I can't apologize enough for the misunderstanding here. Unfortunately, I got to cut you short because we're about out of time, but feel free to reach out to me on my Facebook page, psychicastrologywi.com, and I'd be happy to give you like a mini reading to make up for this. But yeah, thank you so much for calling in, and I appreciate it, and I look forward to hearing from you, okay?
Alrighty. That's on Facebook?
Yep, Psychic Astrology is my Facebook page, or you can find me at psychicastrologywi.com. I'd love to talk to you again and again. Can't apologize enough for the misunderstanding here, okay?
All right, no problem.
All right, thank you. And thank you guys for tuning in today. Things kind of went awry, but right before the full moon, I wouldn't expect anything less. And as the saying goes, sometimes it be like that. But thank you all for tuning in. Feel free to get your Oracle Buffet reading on my TikTok shop or on my website, psychicastrologywi.com. I apologize for missing the other half of the Zodiac. I'll post a reading for them on my Facebook page tomorrow as well. Thanks, guys.
Every generation has a voice that cuts through the noise, a truth teller who reminds us what we've forgotten. Christina Elliott isn't just another psychic. She's the woman redefining awakening itself. Through her show, Instinct Reclaimed, Sanctuary Sessions, broadcasting live Thursdays at 5:30 Pacific, 6:30 Mountain, 7:30 Central, and 8:30 U.S. Eastern Time on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. She takes you beyond prediction into transformation. This is where illusion ends, where instinct rises, and where your soul remembers its unique power. Visit ChristinaElliott.org. Because you weren't born to survive the story, you were born to rewrite it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another installment of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer. I'm a tarot reader with over 10 years of experience, and I'm certified in over a dozen different modalities, from emotion code, body code, sound therapy, Reiki. I do a little bit of it all, but at the end of the day, I always say I am a channel of spirit bringing messages for those who find me. And Spirit is being quite loud today about messages regarding the collective. And I typically do, okay, things that you should know over the next 7 days to make it the best possible week that you absolutely can. And Spirit is coming in very clear tonight for who is watching and listening, is that it is time to take a step back from your active energy and step into your passive energy. So over the next 7 days, really the feminine energy of the collective is stepping forward for a particular reason. And for a lot of people, it's going to be different because it is a collective, and it doesn't matter if you're identify as male, female, whatever that is. The feminine energy is about settling into wisdom. Okay, so when you're in the active masculine energy, you're getting things done, you're go, go, go. But stepping into that passive feminine energy, it allows you to use your intuition and is going to be very important to help you make decisions over the next 7 days on what's coming forward. Your intuition is going to need to lead you right now because it's not going to be logical. The information that you're getting, you're going to get a gut feeling. You're going to be like, okay, this is it. I have to move. This is the direction I need to go. Or it could be like, okay, this is not a good gamble. It's not a good bet. It's too risky. Let's not do it. Whatever situation you find yourself in, you must pay attention to that intuition. And you can't find that inner wisdom until you slow down. So again, the next 7 days is really about stepping back, observing, using your wisdom, and following your life force. And what I mean by that is follow your body. When you're tired, allow yourself to sleep. When you're hungry, allow yourself to eat. So by listening to your body and your overall intuition, emotional, physical, spiritual intuition is really going to help mold the rest of the year for you. But this is a very good week to settle, to listen, and to plan for the upcoming months, because you're not going to get a lot of more options to do this because things are going to kick up very quickly. A lot of things going to be happening and everyone's going to be scrambling over the next couple of months. So this is a time to step in and be like, okay, let's figure out what we're doing. And there's also a message coming in about animals. So for those of you who have pets or you enjoy being outside, get outside while you can. There's been a lot going on with the weather. The weather is changing in many parts of the world. Unfortunately, we just had a very strong hurricane in the Jamaica region going into Cuba. So if you're in any of those regions, my heart goes out to you. That nature can be a very fickle thing, but there are messages coming in with nature right now. So as everyone is stepping into more of a feminine energy over the next 7 days, you can find a lot of inspiration and motivation from the world around you. And that is just helping people rest, helping people release, because it's been a grind day after day, in and out. You've been grinding, and it's been difficult for the collective. And so we are reaching Halloween, Samhain, the Day of Dead, whatever particular holiday you do or do not celebrate at this time. It is a time of release, the falling away, the leaves falling over, releasing what has been holding you back in the past. So rather, it may be a lot of emotional things coming to the surface, but just know that this is very transformational week. You just won't see it until several weeks later. So allow yourself to step in, to settle in yourself, and good luck with the next 7 days. And we are going to jump into our caller tonight, and we have Barbara from Florida. Hello, how are you today?
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
What type of questions do you have today, Barbara?
Well, I've been going through some difficulty with my daughter regarding situation with it's going on with her bills here. Paying. She don't live with me. She's married, and I'm having a problem because she's listening to, unfortunately, my son-in-law of 6 years, 5 years here, and she's alienating me now with, unfortunately, with my grandchildren, and he's lying and making it difficult for me emotionally. So, I'm going through a lot, with him. She was always very good and close with me, but he's making it difficult for her, to have a relationship with me now. Trying to keep her away with the grandchildren.
Okay. So yeah, it seems like a pretty layered situation here. So yeah, we can break this up a little to see what's all going on. So on the side, I am automatically seeing that the trouble around money is a big factor in all of this, as you are saying. But it seems like as far as your daughter, she's in a position where she's trying to juggle a lot of things at once, and she's getting spread so thin that she doesn't really have the energy or the emotional capacity to stretch any farther outside of her immediate circle. So while you are not in that immediate circle because you're not in that direct household, it's not that she's not caring or anything like that. She just doesn't have the capacity to reach as far as you. Even though you may be close by, you may still have an energetic connection. She just cannot do it right now because there's just so much going on. But what I am seeing regarding you, there may have been something that you may have said that she took critically, whether you meant it to be constructive criticism or whatever it may have been. It was taken a way that really stung her. And that was like the first strand of the rope breaking of where, okay, this communication is starting to fall apart. But again, I'm not seeing it cutting through. I'm seeing like, okay, she's just really busy. She is trying to spread herself out and connect to everything and everyone, but it's more as she just can't do any more rather than wanting to disconnect. But I do see that younger figure, so the son in this case, overlaying all of these options and trying to lead her in a specific way. Now, let's see. That will be released. So just take a deep breath. I'm not seeing anything specific that you can do at this moment, but things are going to be releasing regarding that control that the son has on the decision-making process. Okay.
Well, it's my son. It's a son-in-law that is controlling her, manipulative, and he's the one that's causing the issues since he came down here in 2019. And been very controlling and manipulative with my daughter, and he's not really a good person. So I tried to be good with him and help out in so many ways, but he's trying to keep my daughter and granddaughters away from me because he is not really basically a good person, and he does things that aren't good. I know, basically things. I had custody of the children a few years ago. For certain things that he did to my daughter and gave her substances and things like that. And he's continuing to do that, and it's very heartbreaking. And I know that's a big reason why he doesn't want me coming over, so I don't see what's going on. And it's just saying things about me to get my daughter against me. So I don't see what's going on. But I feel for my grandchildren because I really raised them, and now they're 9 and 12, and they're alienating me now. It's very sad, My son is in Europe, and he's trying to help as much as he can, over the phone, but he's got her brainwashed. It's unfortunate,
Yeah, and I can hear the pain in your voice, and I know it can't be hard as a mother wanting to do the best for your children and being in that place of like, hey, what can I do? So I want you to allow yourself to breathe because you've done the work to do the best to raise a very good child. And great children. But in this moment, there is a lot of things are going to have to unfold in order this release to happen. But I do see that release coming. But it's not going to be easy on your daughter because she is going to have to learn some very hard life lessons. Okay. But it does seem like that competitiveness, that arguing back and forth, that defensive-ness is going to be released in due time, and there is going to be kind of like, okay, we can work together and we can step back in because the wheel is turning back in her favor, which means like, okay, all of this wisdom all underneath and her self-confidence stepping back forward, because it seems like her light has been dimmed a little bit, but it's like fire against fire is what I'm seeing. So she is stepping up as the better person. Well, better is probably not the best word, but a more mature person in the situation. And I like seeing that because that is going to help her step into a better understanding of balance. But that is only if she is willing to understand that she has placed herself in the rescue and servant position. So she has all this personal power. And if she really chooses to release and move forward to that balance, it's going to help her step forward into more abundance, also connection with her children more, and her creativity. But she has to understand, and she has to see for herself that she has become a version of a servant, and she has been put in this role where she has to rescue, and the people around her are the victims. So that is going to be very difficult. That's not something that you can force her to see either. She has to come to this. So the advice coming from Spirit in this particular situation is to be sensible. You can step forward as that grounded, very matriarchal energy that has wisdom, that knows how to handle obstacles and challenges in a kind and understanding manner. Because when this release finally happens and she can step forward, she is going to need somebody to help pick her up. So that is like, okay, you have one more big job as a mother coming forward and grandmother. So the best thing for you, if you want to support, is to just love and stay grounded.
Hi, I'm Faye, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Welcome everybody, Lisa T here from Soulsea Divine Guidance. It's Halloween Eve, Halloween week, Beltane. It's very exciting, very auspicious week. I hope that you've all felt your loved ones in spirit around you even more so, more prevalent this week. The veil is so thin. You'll find on the 31st, you will really hand on heart connect with your loved ones in a way that feels, I would say, very genuinely connected, because the veil between worlds comes down, and the spirits, our past over loved ones, our spirit guides, angels, they are also closely connected because we're all energy. But around this time, and especially on the 31st, for those that don't do this, say, 24/7, you will be able to connect more with your loved ones. I've noticed too in the last week, being a medium that I am and working in this space like at least 12 hours a day virtually, Monday to Friday, I find people are coming through to me and they're going, oh my God, I'm having a better relationship now with my loved ones than when I'm alive, or I'm feeling more connected to them. It is the energy, but it is also, it's that willingness to be able to open up to the divine, to the ethers, the source energy, and to our loved ones. So hand on heart, if you'd like to connect call in their names and ask, please show me, let me feel what I need to know. Ask, can I feel your presence? You might feel a smell, a thought, a feeling, a quick flash, a sense of a shadow. You might get the tingles of a change in room temperature. But no, Halloween isn't just about lollies and dressing up. It is about connecting with our loved ones from above. I have a reader, a caller coming through for a reading today. Rose, welcome. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
And you're coming from Orlando, Florida.
Yeah.
Lovely. Are you excited about Halloween?
I love Halloween. Yeah.
Yeah, I felt you did. It's very exciting, and to see all the kids coming up, but also to feel our loved ones. Would you like today, Rose, a guidance, or would you like to ask a question? What would you like out of your reading appointment time today?
I would like some guidance. I don't know. I'm just questioning a lot of things. People around me, a lot of things.
And you will find this whole year too has been about questioning, but it's also about when you are questioning, know that this has come up for review because it really isn't sitting right with your ethos, with your feelings, with where you are on your soul path, on your life journey, because we all come into this world with a path mapped out. And yes, we can deviate, we'll move along, we can go sideways, forwards, all different ways. But everyone that comes into our life at a particular time and may leave our life and show up again at a different time is a lesson for us, or is something that we are needing. Yes, they say, okay, these people can mirror us, and what we see in them we need to see in ourselves. Yes, but also there is lessons and ways, and think, okay, I don't want to be treated that way, or I've gone through this particular cycle. With you, Rose, I feel that people are breaking away from you because it's like you're actually starting to stand up for yourself. And I think people are getting a shock. And so with that said, let them drift away. I know that I feel that there's one lady that's just gone boom out of your life. That is okay too. There is a huge transition for you coming forward where you're going to actually speak more fluently. You're going to actually open up and speak your truth. And I feel that people aren't really going to like that, but you are. So this is all about embodying you becoming, so to speak. Does that make sense?
It makes total sense because I have always tried to be so kind, but it's time that I do set some boundaries.
And big boundaries at that, because your kindness and your pepping everybody else up and being their cheerleader, they're showing me it's not being reciprocated. And so this is about you. Okay, I've done this for everybody else. Now it's about me. It's my time to shine. And I'm also getting, with doing that and having these boundaries, you're actually going to give yourself some rest. With that rest, you're going to be able to tune more into your intuition, because you're actually a highly sensitive. So you're an empath. So when you're tuning in, when you've got people and noise and the outside clutter and noise coming in, you can often doubt and second guess yourself. But the realization that you're coming to now, and I feel that you've only questioned this in the last 6 to 8 weeks, but it's been niggling at you for a few years, is the fact that you matter. And I get this around your health too. So it's really good, because this is you taking care of yourself and your mindset so that you can stand strong and proud.
Absolutely.
And you're, and when I come across the back, nearly where my bra strap is, I actually feel pressure. So that's coming through from my lungs, but also from my heart. And so I'm empathing off you. So when I'm reading you, don't worry. I get this fear around what am I going to do with my life? There is a lot of opportunities coming your way. But with those opportunities, these opportunities don't make you busy. They actually give you freedom, which I'm feeling is really good because you're quite natural in your presence and what you put forward to people. And there is a beautiful community, and I feel you've already started to getting to know these people. And they are going to play a lot more in your life than what you realize. But they aren't, I got the word troublesome, where some of your people that you're letting go are quite troublesome, but you need to stay out of their problems. Does that make sense?
Yes.
There's also a man around you, and he keeps smiling down at you, but he's got a very big grin. He's got an overgrowth. I think it might be an overgrowth around his beard. I don't think it's a regrowth, it's overgrowth. So I feel that he didn't shave as much as he would want to, but he liked that bit of a rugged look. Now he's looking down on you, and he keeps waving. I get a lot of black around him, so he might have liked black as a colour. For him, the black might be so that he can shine through. But he actually has a really beautiful energy. The black that I see around him pushes his energy forward into the light. And I feel that you need to sit quietly and have a listen to the tiny whispers, thoughts, feelings that you're getting coming through. Have you felt that you're getting this innate knowing lately, Rose, that someone is there trying to come through to talk to you?
You know, I keep wishing that somebody, some of my loved ones would guide me and, give me some guidance. But no, I actually don't feel like they've been around lately.
So you're wishing, they're probably coming through to show me, well, hey, I'm here. When you're wishing, don't try too hard, because even if I tried hard, like to read you right now, for instance, my ego will be in